thing I love above all else is the one thing they shove up on the shelf. Some dreams will never die. Some never figure why they won't take our freedom away. They won't take our freedom. They won't take our freedom away.
On the last episode, we were able to remind some popular political vegans that veganism at its core is an anarchist position, not a leftist lobbying issue, a party platform, or another checkbox on the culture war ballot. It's an anarchist movement. Veganism rejects domination, hierarchy, and state-sanctioned violence in all its forms, not just when it's convenient for humans. To be vegan is to stand against the machine of coercion that enables animal agriculture. Subsidies, laws, and institutions that force us to fund cruelty, whether we consent or not. That's anarchism in practice, living without rulers, refusing to legitimize systems of exploitation. And when we frame veganism through natural law, the message becomes undeniable. Violence against sentient beings is always immoral, regardless of whether it's endorsed by government, traditions, or majorities. Natural law veganism exposes the fraud of political veganism by grounding liberation in objective morality, principles that cannot be voted away, legislated against, or compromised. It is the clear recognition that true freedom for humans and animals alike can only exist outside of the state's dominion. They say never meet your heroes. I say meet them, study them, dissect them, because from what I've learned from meeting mine, 9 times out of 10, and you'll find that the polished image they sell online is a front, a fantasy depiction of who this person wants to be, not who the person is authentically. And here we are watching another hero after another hero stumble, sell out, or crawl back into the swamp they pretend to rise above. And now I notice the carnists of the One Great Work Network, the broken cult of failed gurus, has been licking its wounds, stitching together its bruised egos, and trying to stumble back onto the stage for a comeback to where nobody asked for. Leading the parade this time, Mark Passio himself, the man who claims to stand for truth, freedom, and moral clarity, suddenly displaying defense attorney for his army of clowns. Mark has been putting a lot of energy behind Geri cabezudo lately. Yes, that Geri, the same Geri who literally threatened to kill Darren and I because we disagreed with her. The same Geri who believes aliens are going to come save us. The same Geri whose shadow work school requires you to sign a contract where hurt feelings outweigh objective truth. The same Geri who operates like a mob boss in a clown mask, weaponizing victimhood while hiding behind the Great Work Network. And Mark, oh my Mark, has decided this is the one who deserves his full backing. If Mark is going to finally crawl out of the shadows to rally behind every fraud, every coward, every grifter that's dragged the natural law message through the mud, then why stop here? Let's go full clown shoes, Mark. Come on down and give a standing ovation for Ostara Hydrogen, your best bros. Logan and Will, yeah, back their magical miracle water scam. Because nothing says scream great work like a Ponzi scheme. Let's get you on stage with a lab coat and a clipboard vouching for Seth Boza's $300 miracle oil spray and the magic rocks he sells for thousands of dollars. Step right up, folks. Natural laws now, buy one, get one free with Mark. Continue to tell the world that snake oil scams and pseudoscience water hustles are just as much a part of great work as truth and morality. People always say, Jeffrey, why are you attacking people within our community? Because you can't ride the fence on moral issues. Not at this point. You know better. And now that you know better, you'll be held to a higher standard as those that don't know better. That's how this works, not the other way around. You don't get a get out of jail free card. You can't posture as a guardian of natural law while promoting people who lie, threaten lives, and orchestrate scams. You're either standing for truth or you're standing for liars. And right now, it looks like Mark decided to throw his energy into the liars, doubling down on his crew of flunkies while his greatest students are left disillusioned and heartbroken. As always, this show is live, giving anyone the opportunity to call me anything in the world. We're at 2 years now. No one's really come up here to tell me anything. But we got NCAP Tim here, who's here to defend meat and dairy subsidies, which is a little funny.
No, I'm not defending meat subsidies. Don't start me off like that now.
All right.
I came on for the premise that you said if subsidies were done away with, which we all agree should be done away with, then meat prices would skyrocket. I don't believe that's so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give you 6 minutes.
I'm not for subsidies.
To give your, yeah.
I'm anti-state, so I don't believe any. I don't believe the Fed. The Fed really enables subsidies from the start. If you didn't have the Fed being able to just pay for all the government waste and all the government spending, then you wouldn't have these subsidies anyway, because government would be forced to live a little bit within its means instead of just getting more and more in debt. So I think it's the issue of the Fed, first of all, as far as subsidy goes. In the Fed, and I don't think you have to worry about subsidies, but yeah, I am definitely anti-farm subsidy. I'm more for the black market when it comes to farming, neighbor to neighbor, more of an agorist if it gets down to it.
That's it.
Oh, you want to keep going?
You got 6 minutes. You got 6 minutes. Yeah.
Oh,
you said something about how you'd be able to prove that prices wouldn't change.
Yeah, I don't think if you got rid of subsidies, if we could make that happen somehow, I don't think meat prices would skyrocket. And I base that off of the fact that I've seen too many examples in the black market of people selling their meat locally, butchering it themselves, not really getting any kind of subsidy, no insurance from the what's the big farm subsidy? Not is it the FDA? No, whatever the big federal farm subsidy deal is. I can't think of the name of it right now, but as far as local farmers, if you just take sheep for example, I raise sheep just on pasture, just grazing on grass, cutting the extra grass that you have for hay, stocking that up, not using any type of feed as far as grain or corn, and they're eating on the grass all through the spring and summer into the fall. You're feeding them hay in the winter, and then taking the lambs and butchering them. There really is nothing from the federal government touching anything that I'm doing, and I can sell what I do that's on par. Maybe I'll charge a little bit more than what the going rate is for uh, typical ground lamb, but not much. And sometimes, like for friends and family, I'm under what they could buy it for in the grocery store. So I don't think subsidies would, if they went away, yes, it would hurt some that totally depend on government subsidy, some of the big farming, but I think it would actually benefit local farming and small farming, hobby farming, because people would have to look elsewhere to get meat from, and I think it would be, uh, a market opportunity for us little guys. Oh, 4 minutes? Okay. um, you mentioned we were talking off air on Facebook, and we're talking about how you got most of the farm subsidies come from grain, come from the corn, comes from the wheat, um, and all of these subsidies. And so that's what really benefits farmers the most. Yeah, there are some insurances that go into play that if uh, uh, cattle all come down with a sickness, a lot of times the federal government will bail them out and pay for all their head of cattle. I'm not for that either. But as far as feed goes, that's one of the biggest subsidies because corn and wheat, these things are so subsidized. So this is a crop. So it's not even directly tied to meat, but it is. It does play a part in uh, the the uh, the subsidizing of livestock because it feeds the livestock. So still, I think even if you take corn, let's say you're going to finish an animal off with some type of corn or soy. Plenty of people down my road grow corn locally, grow soybean. Now soybean's a little different because you got to some type of processing has to go through. Most animals can't eat the husk, but let's just say corn, for example. I was able to buy corn. I was raising a pig one year. I was able to buy corn locally from a farmer just down the road from me. Then I could if I went and bought it from a feed store, 50 gallon sack. So where does the subsidy play into that? Um, yeah, the farmer might receive some subsidies when he's growing the corn, but if you take out a lot of the middlemen as far as farming goes, that'll cut prices there. So if yeah, let's say the corn subsidies disappear, yeah, prices might hike up. But if you get rid of the whole middleman aspect and you get more to local farming, I think it'll balance back out. Just example of me that I'm able to buy corn locally, get it in big old bins, um, and just get it from a neighbor. I think this is what we need to go back to. I know y'all are against eating animals, but even remove animals from it. As far as vegetables and fruits, more local farming I think is the answer for all of us, whether we eat meat or whether we don't eat meat. I think that is the thing that we should be pushing. I think we should be pushing black markets, getting out underneath the government. Government has been described as a porta potty. You only want to use government if you absolutely have to. You don't just want to whip it out in front of everybody. So you get in the porta potty. That's a good example of the government. I don't use it unless I absolutely have to. And and I don't use it. I am forced to pay for it when I absolutely have to. But I love trading and bartering and engaging in the black market when it comes to farming. Just with a neighbor. Hey, I'll take some corn. What do you need? You want some meat? Whatever. And to me, that is where anarchy really shines, is that local farming, local bartering, local trade, just one person to the other. No government involved, no tax, no regulation, just voluntary exchange. And so that's really what the biggest things that I like to promote. I've got a song on one of my debut album, and it's called "Where the Black Market Grows," and it has to do with local farming and local weed, local medicine, a lot of natural medicines. They're great. I take a lot of natural stuff. We don't need the government in all of our healthcare and all of our food. So I agree wholeheartedly when it comes to that. We will disagree, I'm sure, and we disagree probably on. Well, I know we disagree on meat and livestock, but I think we will agree on probably more than we disagree on. And I don't know if my time is up or what, but I'll end my argument there.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on all the agorism stuff for sure. That's mostly what we talk about over here. But I'm going to, so I want to start with one of my own experience. Years ago, I had goats for my daughter's formula, and I was shocked at how expensive it was just keeping them alive and healthy, and eating the right type of food and stuff like that. So having the land, feeding, fencing, vet bills, water, everything piles up. If I tried to sell the milk to my neighbors, for a market price, it would be way too much that anybody would be able to afford, because I was literally paying some ridiculously like $80 for a gallon of this stuff at the end of the day. So yeah, no one would be able to afford it, and that's kind of the reality of animal farming. It's very, very expensive, and without outside support, it would completely it wouldn't add up. And we would go back to these fun, we've been watching spaghetti westerns and stuff, and they're very, at least the spaghetti westerns, the Italians are very accurate about everything, and almost no one is eating meat but the the gluttonous warlords and stuff like that. But it's just not it wouldn't be affordable, or as affordable, most definitely, as it is now. Some farmers would say, well, I don't take subsidies, but let's be honest, no farmer is truly outside that web. If you're buying feed, pesticides, or animals, you're in the system. If your neighbors are propped up by the government checks and selling at artificially low prices, like you explained, you're still in the system. You're still benefiting from those subsidies. If disaster relief, insurance subsidies, or emergency bailouts keep entire sectors from collapsing, as we saw in California last year with the dairies collecting like $231 million because of bird flu payments, a problem that actually came from their own irresponsibility. You're in the system whether you cash the check directly or not. And let's not forget, subsidies don't only come as direct checks. They show up as price support, cheap insurance, government purchases of surplus milk, discounts on pesticides and veterinary, and billions in research and infrastructure geared towards keeping animal products artificially cheap. The entire playing field has been engineered so that meat and dairy look affordable when in reality they're not. Even the farmer who claims to be unsubsidized is standing on a foundation of hidden handouts. That means the playing field is permanently rigged. A so-called unsubsidized farmer is still competing inside a market where prices are set by subsidies. It's like saying you're a UFC fighter without using steroids or anything like that when everyone else is. it just doesn't work. And then there's the consequence. Taxpayers are forced to bankroll a system that not only harms animals, but drives climate destruction, water pollution, massive public health costs from diet-related disease. We pay once through subsidies, again through environmental cleanup, and again through healthcare bills. So if animal farming had to stand on its own, prices would skyrocket, consumption would collapse, and people would quickly see that plant-based foods, foods that don't need subsidies, are the truly sustainable option. There's no such thing as farmers outside the subsidy system. The system is subsidies, and without them, the meat and dairy industry wouldn't last a single season. So I've owned the animals. I know you own animals, and you might be able to sell your stuff to your neighbors cheap, but it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable without the crutch of government and the billions of dollars in subsidies. And it's insane, the numbers. I can pull them up. It's billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars over the years. And like I mentioned earlier, the bird flu bailout we all paid hundreds of millions of dollars for in California because they can't keep their farms clean or something. It's pretty wild. But I think that if
I think subsidies cause them not to worry as much about keeping things clean because they know they're going to get bailed out if something happens.
I would actually disagree there, and I would disagree that small farms are better for animals. I would say where you have a corporation who demands a bottom line from their business, they're going to have more money to take care of those animals in the correct way, where a hobby farmer, you could have hell on earth in some of these farms with some scummy ass people completely neglecting animals and stuff because they can't afford it, but so I don't see the hobby farm being this like rainbow place where all the animals are happy.
Well, come to my farm. My sheep, maybe not the lambs that are going to go to the slaughter, or maybe they don't know it. I mean, they go and they're pretty oblivious. But my ewes and my female sheep and my ram are pretty well taken care of. But I don't know if you mentioned that even hobby farmers and local farmers that they're living on that subsidy system. Maybe slightly, but if like my setup, where it's just simply land that I bought, grass I haven't really overseed, grass that's already here that I'm making hay out of, that they're also grazing off of. Where's the subsidy for my sheep? Most of my sheep that I have now, they were born on my farm, raised on my farm. Other besides the ram, because you usually try to get outside of your bloodline for a ram. But I mean, where are the subsidies on my farm?
I get how you've been able to, it's very different. You've been able to carve out this little niche where you're able to do this thing, but it's not sustainable for everyone in the country. It's not
reproducible on a large scale.
It's not reproducible on a large scale. We can't have a bunch of you out there doing what you're doing because the system would completely collapse. So while you might be doing agorism by kind of skating around, your system is still fully subsidized. There's no way of getting around it. That ram, your original ram that made all those genetics go back hundreds of years of government money being pumped into these animals and research and stuff. There's no getting around it. These chickens, you probably have chickens. You could say chickens aren't supposed to have 150 eggs a year. They've been genetically made that way because government's been throwing money.
Yeah, same thing with vegetables. Vegetables have been genetically modified.
No, it's a false comparison. It's not even in the same ballpark, and the only vegetables that are subsidized are feed vegetables. So it's like you were saying, the corn, the soy, the wheat that goes towards, and you have all these carnists complaining about soy products, but we wouldn't have soy products if we didn't have the cattle industry. So it's you know, like the soy oil, you have to defat the soybean because it makes the cows too fat. So you got to run through processor. Then you got all this oil, and you know that nobody wants or no one needs, you know, but we force it into, you know, it ends up in food. It ends up in all this food.
The soy market is a racket. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with the soy market. You know, and corn is way over subsidized. But
dude, I'm about to grow another head from eating so much corn recently. Like, we've been on a corn bender. Corn's so good.
It is so good, and it's easy to grow. It's easy to grow.
It grows like bamboo.
Yeah, and so I don't understand, other than just big corn industry got the government to just overwhelmingly support them, and for livestock too. I'm sure that was the excuse, but I don't even understand why corn even needs to be subsidized. That one's never made sense to me. I guess ethanol.
Cows eat a lot of corn, man.
Sure, but they don't have to.
Well, yeah, but that's the most efficient thing. That's why it's the most efficient thing, and that's why it's subsidized, is because that's what works. Usually only in finishing. And oats. Yeah, but all that hay you're growing in the winter, that all requires a ton of pesticides. It requires clear cutting, just like monoculture does.
It doesn't have to.
The grass-fed stuff's kind of scam, you know. Like, it's not the cleanest thing. And then most of the grass-fed's getting flown in from New Zealand and Australia. That's not the cleanest, best way of, you know, handling meat. But
I think the point is that the cows, of course, they don't need corn to survive, but why is it used in the industry? Because it's the most economically efficient, right? It's like the cheapest way to feed them. And in your specific situation, right, it's like a regional thing. Like, not everyone could keep cows in their area without importing some sort of feed or just being sustained on the grass, right? So just like reproducing your situation on a mass scale wouldn't be realistic. So like in a post-subsidy world, your products would be worth more on the market because of your niche specific situation, right? So it's not, most people don't have that, or at least like the majority of people who, let's say, want to have a farm and farm cows.
I would say the majority of the country, the majority of the United States is farmland. And it's just but
it's private farmland, and you can't control what happens to that farmland. A lot of the meat guys, the meat industry guys, they think, oh, we're just going to turn everyone's private property into meat grazing. And that's not how it would work.
Even if it's farmland, most of them are still using corn or hay from somewhere else. Even if it's grass fed. So they're like still alfalfa, we're going back to market price, right? Like how
in
much
California,
in a post-subsidy world.
In California, the grass-fed industry has blown alfalfa prices off the charts into history. There's not enough of it to go around because it's such a popular fad right now, but it's an unsustainable fad because there's not enough alfalfa. And there's not enough grazing land. There's not enough grazing land, and the grazing land that's being used is being destroyed because of irresponsible carnist farming practices. And now they're deciding, they've figured out that we need to fix the land that farming destroyed by adding more farming to it, which doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't. But
again, it's not we can't just fill up the country with cows. That's not a good solution.
I don't think everybody needs to be farmers. Everybody, you don't need an influx of farmers, but you have plenty of farm land. And if like, let's say Virginia, rural Virginia, where I live, a lot of farms. Then your city areas, your places that are more urban, of course, you're not gonna have cows set up there. You're not gonna be raising sheep in New York City, but that's where free market trade comes in. Like I'm all for agorism, and I'm all for homesteading, and I'm all for trying to be self-sufficient. But I realize you cannot be but so self-sufficient. It's impossible. You have to have a community. You have to have other people to trade with. So it's the same thing with farming. You don't have to have farming everywhere for people to trade for farming, whether it be vegetables, fruits, or meat, livestock. I don't think that you have to have people farming everywhere. And industrial farming, I don't think industrial farming or subsidies came first and then industrial farming. Industrial farming's really always been. It's been a way to, like you mentioned,
it became what it is now because of subsidies. It definitely became.
But it was more of a free market thing because you mentioned milk with goats. Like if you were just you got a couple goats and you're gonna sell that milk, yeah, you'd have to sell for like $80 a gallon, you know. But if you had a ton of goats, I mean a whole herd, and you're milking them, you pay for the labor to come milk, you're able to bring down costs because you've got a higher output. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, that's basic economics. That doesn't
make any sense whatsoever. If you didn't make enough with one, how are you going to make enough with 50?
Well, no, it still requires the initial investment, right?
Yeah,
and the capital,
and the land, buying the land,
to where,
tax breaks.
Well, I mean, it's basic economics that if you're able to have more of something, raise more of something, that you're gonna have more profit margin. I mean, and
not in all circumstances at all. Not under all circumstances. That would be or you can only have that in a regulated market. In a free market, you'll have industries that die all the time, and bad ideas that will die. And that's why in a free market with no government subsidies, the whole meat and dairy industry would be flipped on its end, and meat and dairy would be something for the rich again. But it's just you wouldn't be able to get eat a burger for $1 3 times a day anymore. It just wouldn't be the case, which it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that bad.
I think the Industrial Revolution did more for letting the common man eat meat than farm subsidies. And if that's a hill I need to die on, I'll die on that one. I think the Industrial Revolution did more for free market meat than subsidies. I think subsidies have actually hurt meat. I do.
Well, they've made it affordable for you, but by that obviously that.
The quality has gone down, and that's why you see people buying shares of cows, especially in my area. A lot of people they'll buy an eighth of a cow and it like from a local farmer and put it in their freezer.
Yeah, I've heard all that.
They don't want to deal with big industrial, like as far as that subsidy
for it. Yeah. There's a specialty market as for any kind of food.
Sure.
People into fruit or into they'll pay more to get like
exotic fruit, big boxes of fruit and shit.
It's just more like, again, like in a post-subsidy world, those products would increase in value, I guess, speaking from an economic perspective, and hence would become more.
It's harder for you to make it
because it would be more expensive to produce. Like you were saying, without that initial startup capital from government subsidy.
Like I don't know what your situation is. You have some cattle, some lamb. I don't know where you got that land. If you bought it yourself, it was given to you. It's all certain situations that people are able to pull this off. Most guys who want to go live off, homestead and live agorist lifestyle can't afford it. They can't do it. It's just too expensive. I've lived off grid several times in my life, and it takes tons of money, and it's hard to disconnect and all that stuff. But it's I'm not off grid. It's not scalable to 14 billion people or whatever, however many people there are in the world.
I don't think 14 billion people need to all be engaged in farming. I don't think I think that's what a market is for, where you have certain people doing certain things.
In order to have that many people, you need factory farming. So
and I have no problem with factory farming. Now I don't like the subsidies. I have no problem with factory farming. I don't like the subsidy factor, and I agree.
Well, you can't have one without the other. You're trying to say you can have one with the other, but you can't.
Oh, look at the history of industrial farming. It's before subsidies. I mean, we had the Industrial Revolution, but it was before farm subsidies.
No, while it was done on a small scale, it's not. You can't compare the farming that was going on then to the farming that's going on now.
Well, and most of the farming subsidies.
Most people back when you were saying, back in the good old days, were eating mostly plant-based because they couldn't afford all this, the high prices of meat. It's only now that we have factory farming that we're able to have $1 burgers every day
Yeah,
And
I think we come from two different societies, because when I hear of people talk in my family that, 50, 60 years ago, they raised a pig and they slaughtered it themselves, so they ate meat. They had plenty of meat, and they, hog killing time is a time in the
and
fall
times have
around here.
changed, and that's
Sure,
not
but
possible anymore. We've progressed as a society, as everything. It's not, we're not able to go back and do that again. That was something that was capable, that happened in a very anarchy state. You had very little government, during all the land grab. Huh?
You said poor people didn't eat meat. Poor people,
They didn't eat that as much. No, they weren't eating
they ate
burgers
hog,
all day,
man.
every day.
All right, now
And if you killed one pig, yeah,
I will agree with that.
No, it was
I
a delicacy.
I will even concede that if subsidy stopped today, that there would be a temporary, I think it would be temporary, price
It wouldn't be
increase.
temporary. It's immensely more expensive. It's not even like it's just a tiny bit. It's immense.
All right, let's say this: if we got rid
You got to
of
buy $1
subsidies-
million piece of land at the minimum.
No. Like,
Yeah.
all right, see, everybody doesn't have to live in California. Like, there's plenty of spaces out there that you can buy land. Is not that expensive. Like, now California is crazy.
You don't
to
want
me
to put
when I hear
animals on a
things.
small place like that.
I mean, you have 15 acres. You could do a lot.
I've had
especially
30
just for your
acres.
family.
Dude, it's small. If you're a big animal, 30 acres is small. 15 acres is tiny. I've had 30 acres, and you could pretty much see to the end of it. Like, it's not. You could throw a frisbee to the end of it. It's not super far. But again, like you said, if you support factory farms,
frisbee 15 acres.
What do you think about the mental health issues going on with factory farm workers, and how factory farms hire people from impoverished areas and jails and stuff like that? Prisoners.
That I would not even want to comment. I don't even know.
Something called perpetrator-induced traumatic syndrome. It's a type of PTSD that people who go off to war and people who work in factory farms gets. And there's been studies that violent crimes go up in areas where factory farms pop up. There's a lot of really bad stuff happening to humans in factory farms as well as the animals. Pretty much no one who works in a factory farm ends up not, they have some problems from it, like just like paramedics do, just like soldiers in the military do, just like cops get PTSD. The people killing animals all day in the factory farms get PTSD. And we're basically dumping our bad karma on these people by the freaking, million ton. And it's pretty sad. And I have a hard time finding an argument why, if it hurts the brain of humans to kill animals, if that's something we're supposed to be doing. Could you answer that for me?
Yeah, and I'll even concede with you a little bit. I normally take my lambs to a processor, take them there live.
Yeah, most small farms do.
Yeah, I'm not having to deal with that. I wouldn't be able to. I'll go throw that out there. We had a pig. It was a female pig, and she was pregnant, and something went wrong in the pregnancy. It was a cold night, and sometimes a pig will get down in a hole, like, to get, they had a nice shelter, but they're getting down to the warmest spot, and the other ones kind of got on her, and like they're piling up, and like to stay, nice and cozy. And she had complications, and it was a bad situation, and I don't like stuff like that. And I had to put her down. I mean, there was nothing. Everything was, all her insides were coming out of her. I mean, and she was in pain. There was nothing to do, and I didn't enjoy that. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and be like, if
reality,
I did enjoy
bro.
that,
that's a reality. They have to live that. You just had to experience it, watching it. That person, that animal, and those. Dude, pigs are almost human. They're very close to being human. So it's very hard. It must have been very hard, like as bad as a cat or a dog or anything like that, because they're very human-like. Like, they have personality.
This pig, I could hold up a treat, and she'd sit just like a pig. I mean, she was one that we were going to keep around. So we really loved on her. She was going to be a breeder.
She got the lucky one.
well, I mean, she wasn't lucky in the end. I mean,
Yeah.
as far as what happened, but yeah. So yeah, I I don't think that that would definitely not be a job that I would want to be the executioner at a animal processing plant. I will say I have seen it done. It's not as bad as what I had to do. Take a gun and put it on her head
Yeah, that's the one scary thing about hobby farms. You see all these YouTubers with their trying to be off grid, and they're halfway through killing an animal and can't finish it off because they're too scared. And this animal's, like we've seen pretty gnarly shit.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that like people who
you
eat
just
meat
gotta choke it up and
yeah.
I mean, you just got to do it, especially
I
when
think
something's
it
in pain
happens
like
more than you think.
Yeah.
I think it happens more than you
Sure.
think. Where and like you said, most people send their animals off to the slaughterhouse. They do, and this idea that these small farms are these like beautiful places. While maybe a few in California are, they all go and end their lives in the same place, and they can tell. They can smell the death, they can hear the death. It's an awful experience. And I mean, like we were just up in Santa Cruz, and they had an exhibit of a regenerative farming exhibit, and it's literally the most piece of crap property in the entire county. And it's like they're flossing it like it's this great thing, and it's literally it's just a dirt heap. It's the dirtiest, crappiest part of the entire county. And I don't know if you're all for regenerative grazing, but it doesn't really make a bunch of sense. We have video riding our bikes through the area, how beautiful it is, and then here's the regenerative farming exhibit that's been going on for 25 years, and it looks like it's just barren desert. And I feel like there's been many generations of farmers that just don't give a shit, and now we're kind of at this point where we're losing our farmland as far as like it being viable again, because of stuff that's happened in the last 100 years. And everybody's just like, put more cows on the field, and it's just wild. I don't really know what to say outside of that. But I guarantee it will be a very unpleasant price jump that meat and dairy will make, and it won't go down. It may even go up as the system completely collapses and plant-based foods take over.
Would you concede that if we got rid of subsidies and the Federal Reserve at the same time, that things would even out?
Not really, because again, the value of everything you do will go up once the Fed is gone. So I think you're still thinking with your status or your state system eyes on there, where you're still kind of thinking the prices will be the same in the least bit, or prices per se. Like if the government's gone, we're going to be using crypto, we're going to be using gold and silver, we're going to be using anything really, bartering like you said, which is dope. Gray market, black market stuff. But it's going to be, it's not going to be like the system's going to be completely put on its end, and no prices will be the same for anything across the board. And the price, what we even use as denominations, will be so different that it's going to be pointless to be I wonder how much this is in dollars, because we'll be so far past caring. But historically, like you say, back in the day, everyone wasn't eating meat all the time. Like you said, if you buy an animal, a family bought a cow back in the day, that was a major investment for that family. And killing it for 3 months of food, it's like you still have to like factor in, we're going to be eating plant-based foods alongside it, obviously. Hey, Ariane, how's it going? You should come up later. We're doing a bunch of vegan straight edge stuff.
I
Yeah.
think it's worth to say too, like, I think in a post-subsidy world, like, there are certain plant-based products that would also go up in price, like stuff that was a result of the corn and soy industry, right? Like, there would be
no, because all the subsidy, okay, everything. If all of a sudden there was no cows eating all the
right,
food that's still viable, there'd be a surplus, causing the prices to go down for a while. It would come up, it would come back up and find its actual natural price.
Adjust.
And that's what we're talking about is that in anarchy land, the cattle beef is going to find its own price that has nothing to do with any government, and it's going to be worth a lot of money. Like all your sheep will be worth 5 times what they're worth now, and that's a good thing. That's good. That means you don't have to raise so many of them. You know, you don't have to have such a big fucking property. You know, it's this industrialized idea of we just need to make more meat and have bigger fields. It's like at some point you got to rein it in. And I'm not trying to sound like some fucking environmentalist or something, but like at a certain point, you don't want to shit where you eat. You know. Yeah.
Well, the subsidies promote overconsumption.
Yeah, the subsidies definitely promote overconsumption. I'm sure you could agree with that. So it would be better for the world if the government wasn't involved, subsidizes meat and dairy, and meat and dairy had its own natural price.
Oh, we agree on that.
It'd be like, okay, well, you know, we're definitely not eating as much of this, you know, product that you know, like is you know, takes a toll on harm to the world. You know, it's like it takes a lot more to grow a cow than to plant a crop, which I'm sure you know.
I see what you're saying as far as subsidies go. Like you see it. We just went to my family went to the beach, Topsail, North Carolina. Okay, and you see all these homes that are being built. You know, and it's like John Stossel did a program one time on the welfare.
I fucking love that guy.
Yeah, welfare that goes to the wealthy. You know, these people that own these homes in a hurricane zone. You know, the hurricane comes and knocks them over, and after that happens a few times, no homeowners insurance in the free market is going to be like, yeah, we'll cover you. And so it's backed by government subsidies. And so definitely government subsidies do totally skew the free market. Yeah. I agree with that 100%.
So are you a Ron Paul guy? Is that how you got into all this stuff?
Yeah, Ron Paul was the start of it for me. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, we're both Ron Paul heads.
Yeah.
I had breakfast with him once. Saw him speak a couple times at his big events in California, like 10,000 people. It was fucking awesome.
So when was it for you? What year? It was 08 is when
08. But really 2012. Like really
exactly for me.
Yeah. That's what made me
open my eyes. Yeah. 08 opened
so
my
like
eyes,
anarchism and being like, oh, I'm not going to vote anymore. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's where I get all involved in all this politics that isn't real.
Seeing all the corruption 100%. Of 2012 and that whole election cycle, it was just
they screwed him. Yep.
See ya.
Yeah, like wow, okay. Yep. Never mind politics. Got it.
That's me. That's my exact same path. Like I saw him in 08 debating Rudy, talking about blowback and war, and crowd just booing him. Yeah. And then
he was getting a couple days later, he was getting fucking cheers for legalizing heroin and stuff. You know, like after a while, everybody was like, whoa, this guy's cool. And you could even tell all the guys debating him, they were like, dude, Ron Paul is fucking rad. Like whenever he talked, they'd all be watching, all like, oh, what's Ron Paul going to say?
Right.
But he got totally screwed.
Yeah. In 12. And so you see what happened in the primary in 2012. And if you weren't like, what is this political game that I'm playing? If that didn't start to wake you up then I guess you're still playing the game. But yes, totally. Seeing a guy like Ron Paul just totally screwed out of the primary was definitely should have woke a lot of people up.
Yeah, for sure. It was. I mean, I was like, that's the last bit of energy I will ever put towards this.
Yeah,
this
well, the momentum of that grassroots campaign, and to see how the mainstream establishment, even on a local level. I mean, I don't know if you remember those videos of like there'd be local elections to where Ron Paul definitely had that county or that area, and they would come and steal the ballot boxes, and there'd be footage of people running, chasing these, like, I don't know if they're from the Republican Party.
Beat up. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were like chasing them to their cars, and were like, "We're supposed to be doing the ballot count in person here."
It was crazy.
And they just like upped and just like swooped in on it. But yeah, that was a wild time. There's some still epic YouTube clips around from that time.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
Well, that's cool. Always like finding more Ron Paul heads, because it's funny. We're dealing with a lot of just like fake-based new age new people that like didn't,
younger generation that wasn't around.
They didn't learn anything. They didn't live through 2012 to learn all this stuff, and we're having to like go back to basics and show people, you know, that you can just cut back your support for government quite a bit and take them out of your life quite a bit by altering your life in a couple ways and living within your means, and not expecting to have this fake, you know, mansion and materialism and, you know, falling into their whole bullshit system, which just takes your freedom away at the end of the day.
I will say for today's generation, I think as far as in the scope of politics, I think Thomas Massey is doing a pretty damn good job. Like he had a quote the other day. It was like, "What's the most unlibertarian thing you've ever done?" He was like, "I got elected." You know, I mean, come on, that man's he's pretty solid to say something like that. I hesitate calling him Ron. He's not Ron Paul, but you know, I think he could bring this new generation. Oh well, yeah, he's closer to Rand. Good, exactly.
Yeah.
But I think both of them could be useful to bring people closer. You know, just a little bit, just like Ron Paul did for us. So you know, I'm quick to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, if that makes sense. That's an analogy that's Southern, you know, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But, you know, if
a logical fallacy.
Yeah.
It's the anti-debate tactic. How's it going, Ariane? Haven't seen you for a while.
Good. Yeah, I was trying to regulate my sleep patterns better now, and was busy with work and everything. Yeah.
Pattern.
So yeah, now I can. I slept during the day today, so I can be awake a little bit more. So yeah, enjoying.
I told everyone you're going to be showing everyone how to do hardcore dancing later.
Oh yeah. I know. I was on a hardcore concert last night, so.
I'm recovering from one. My knee's messed up.
Yeah, he got beat up.
It's the band is called War Engine. It's from Novi Sad, and they're not straight edge, but they're like pretty cool songs. Yeah,
that's cool.
So yeah, I was on that, and then I fell asleep at like 2 because I came home at 2 a.m. I fell asleep at 4. Then the marathon on Sunday like woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then again I was staying up.
You didn't run the marathon?
No, I ran it today at like 8 p.m. Like 5K something, and just
cool.
I said to myself I want to run 5K every day, so
awesome.
Hell yeah.
And bicycle if I can manage the time and everything. So otherwise than that, everything's cool. This weekend there's gonna be like this communist festival, you know, Ecoslavia, whatever, you know, socialist something. But there will be some vegans there and some anarchists there and vegan food and everything. So. Cool. I'm going there to listen to my friend, the band Barricade, the local band, Hardcore Crust. So, and yeah, I'm looking forward to maybe even spark some conversations, you know, with somebody about how stupid socialism is and all these ideologies. But yeah,
that's good.
Yeah. So,
Ariane lives in ANCAP. Ariane lives in Serbia.
Yeah,
and he battles commies out there.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Serbia was.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, it was Yugoslavia on the street came apart when Tito died, and yeah, I mean it's all like divide and conquer shit, but
Yeah.
and still there are some more, the Croat Serb beef how they have between each other, but it's basically the genetics are the same, just the culture, the different dialect, everything. So
Cool.
and yeah, I mean,
Cool, Tim. I don't want to keep you. You said you're only available an hour. I think
sorry
we.
guys.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Hey,
Come
I
on,
appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, cruise back
this
whenever
was
you
fun.
want. The show's always open. Whenever
Okay.
we do it, you're always able to come up and throw ideas at us. We're mostly anarchists here. There's some non-vegans here. There's it's kind of a strange mix of people who come hang out, but it's a lot of fun. So whenever we're on follow,
Yeah.
you can come up and especially
It's not an echo
actually if
chamber.
you got hold on, we're doing
Yeah.
Soundpath Fork today. Do you want to perform one of your songs?
Oh shoot. I mean, I don't really have a guitar set up.
Oh,
Could I come on prepared next time?
I
Yeah,
have one,
maybe-
but
yeah. He's got
Yeah.
he's got a guitar
Send it-
there. We have guitars.
Yeah,
She
tell
could-
him what to play.
Tell him what to
Yeah.
play, and then you just sing along.
You can do it.
I can play saxophone. He can play guitar.
No, we'd love to have you on sometime to do a performance for sure.
Okay. Nice.
Um,
Definitely.
There's another there's a sound festival going
Yes.
along at the same time right now that we're kind of watching, and so it'd be funny. But yeah, we'll do it in the next couple weeks or something.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
great. Yeah.
All right, man.
Can I plug my album?
Yeah, go
real
ahead,
quick?
do it.
I have a debut album. It's anti-state music, more middle of the road music, kind of folk to classic rock. Kind of in those veins. It just came out. It's on Spotify, all the streaming, Apple Music, all that stuff. If you want actual physical copies, I have vinyl and CDs is available as well, and captim.com. And yeah, just appreciate it if you check it out. If you like Liberty music. And again, thanks for having me, man. We've had some good back and forths on Facebook.
Yeah.
I enjoy a good debate where somebody's not an asshole. I've been an asshole before. I've tried not to be in the last
It's
couple
easy
years.
on Facebook.
It is, 'cause you can just say something and let's,
That's why I started doing this here, because it completely changes when you're face to face. Everybody's
It
all, they're all nicer on.
Yeah.
when we
You're
get up here.
exposed. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't be a keyboard warrior. Yeah.
Keyboard warrior. Yep, that's exactly right.
Yeah. Well, cool, man.
Yeah.
We'll catch you later.
All right, thanks.
Hey.
Yeah.
So, Aryan.
Hey, sorry
Since
for
I'm-
derailing the conversation with him.
No, it was
worries.
supposed to only be an hour, and it was pretty much
Okay.
done. It was cool. I don't think he's had many conversations with people who are too knowledgeable on this side of the farming stuff. But he he did well at keeping us
Yeah,
safe.
he seems like a decent guy. Like, yeah.
He supports factory farming, though. That was pretty shocking. I haven't heard anyone admit that in a long time.
He conceded on some key things, I would say.
Yeah, I think he knows about the money. The original argument was subsidies. If subsidies went away, meat and dairy prices wouldn't change. And I was like, nah, dude, that's not true at all. Meat and dairy prices would go through the roof. But I think he knows they'd go up.
The only thing I have I don't like to compare you know how I am, I don't really like to compare factory farming from local farming or subsidies, all this, because
Same.
it's very important to know which context the conversation is going. Like if you're talking about veganism, then it's irrelevant, right? If it's talking
sure.
about if you talk about government, then the price is economic, but still I think the reason he he supports it is maybe because it's like effective or something, or like for him, his perception, it's like
Like economically
high tech, or
incentivized.
like like it's going fastly, efficiently, something like that. Maybe, I don't know, like but he doesn't think about the moral issue, which is using animals, not is it factory farming. That's the thing that I have the problem with Dominion. You know the documentary Dominion?
Yeah.
I have a problem with that documentary because it shows you all the ways animals are exploited, but it doesn't explain to you what veganism is. So what led to animals being commodified and used, right? So that's the problem that I have, because every time I was on the cube, on the street activism, everything, Cube of Truth, whatever, 7 years now, and just this year it clicked on me after being corrected by other activists. David Arenas, one of them, the guy from
You missed
Colombia.
that show. He was on last month. He
I
was
know,
on.
I know.
He
I
came.
was a little bit. I didn't have time. I was tired and
Yeah.
everything. But I was listening in the background. I think I commented, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're there.
And the thing is, like, is that the documentary doesn't explain like the whole story about Leslie Gross and the 5 people that like left the vegetarian society and started the vegan society in the UK,
Yeah.
and then how it got derailed in the 70s with another soft definition of veganism, not concise one, and then it fell into utilitarianism, into welfareism, into reduction, into suffering, and all this that is not in relationship with, which really,
Yeah.
it's really a problem, because then people see it as a problem of cruelty or suffering or death or killing, but not about the usage, about the objectification, which is the root of problem. And of course the property, they are not, animals are not property. So that's the root. But yeah, I mean, talking about factory farms, most like Joaquin Phoenix and some other celebrities mentioned this factory farms, no? but that's just one of the
Yeah.
forms of mass exploitation, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, it's just because of the demand. That's that, a
The
big
guy that
demand.
was
And
just on, he said one of his pigs died and he like could barely handle it. And it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing then, dude? Obviously you get it,
yeah, you kind of understand. Most people don't think about these things often, because we kind of have a narcissistic society. I think most people have their own problems, and they are dealing with some, not really problems, but convenient life. They like their life to be convenient, and now I have to do like a 1 mile walk to find something, or fresh or something, or there isn't a vegan option. Like, what's a vegan option? Fruits, vegetables are a vegan option, and you don't have junk food. Okay, vegan junk food. Oh, so what, you're gonna start exploiting animals? No. So I mean, I can live without junk food, vegan ice cream. I can make my own ice cream, everything. If you care enough, of course. But yeah, I'm derailing again. But what I want to say is, these people don't. They everybody thinks they are good, but they don't understand that this is what I like what I was watching on some reel. I don't know where, but they pop up everything, that people don't do their, I mean, I'm gonna say it, the shadow work. Like they they don't want to see their flaws, and they think they're good people, like, you know, Putin thinks he believes he's a good person, Trump, Kim Jong-un, I don't know, Netanyahu, all these people, they are like, I mean, they are psychopaths, but I bet, but they truly, I think, believe, they convince themselves that they are doing something good, right? So this guy, he's in this culture, totally cultural, this religion, and the way he was raised and everything, and he doesn't connect that pig has eyes, has a brain, has a character, personality, has, you know, and because example, where I'm from, there, like, through a few miles from where I live, people kill their own pig, right, in backyard, right, and for them, they're totally desensitized, right? They say, yeah, I even met a punk that says to me, I only eat what I kill, what I raise, right? Something like that, right? And I was like, wow, like crazy, you know. Like, but he's young, he's maybe 20 something, you know. And then, and yeah, I mean, it's confusing that adults like 30 and more, like they like there's some emotional intelligence, lack of emotional intelligence or something like that. I don't know, empathy, lack of empathy, or lack of being open to being wrong. Maybe that also, I don't know. But
Yeah. I think a lot of it's
yeah,
like cultural brainwashing too, like because that's
yeah, it
like
is. Yeah, it is.
like Tim, who was just on, like he was kind of coming from an economic standpoint or argument, and we're coming from like a total like cultural, moral standpoint argument, and so it's like, I
Yeah,
mean,
but
like it goes what
yeah,
is
yeah.
like,
Even the economics is not, I mean, is not really sustainable. I think the general economics, you know, in the universities, how they study economics, is based on some like uh, abundant, like endless resources on the planet. I mean, there aren't endless resources on the planet. There's certain amount. The planet is a certain size. There isn't infinite amount of it, but the economics is like that there is infinite amount, you know, everything everywhere. So at some point something is gonna, you know, you have to stop buying. You'll not be able to buy something because it's gonna be out of stock because the plant has to grow, right? So this economic system isn't really realistic. It's just like the monetary system, right? It's just printing money, printing something of thin air, chopping out trees to print money, and that doesn't have value. It's just we have this religion of that it has value, right? So it's
yeah,
crazy.
an economic bubble, right? Like the bubble has to burst. Like it's you see it, you know, financial markets and the dollar being printed into infinity, and the value gets less and less. It's like, yeah, it still has value because we culturally think it has value, but then what happens when we don't? Like it doesn't. It's not backed by anything. And so it's the same thing. It's the same thing with these industries. I mean, you have like they're pouring, what is it, like hundreds of thousands of gallons of milk into like waterways because there's just an overproduction.
Yeah.
It's like the farmers are paid to produce X
And they just
amount,
dump it on the ground.
and so they produce X amount, but it doesn't reflect the actual demand of like people wanting to drink the milk. And so you're just, or it's like
Government involving
everything has its
themselves in
effect,
markets.
like,
It
and
never
it's,
works.
yeah, it's not
Yeah,
sustainable.
it's crazy. And then there is also this. I think we can call it, I don't know, like greenwashing or even vegan washing. You know, all the
Yeah.
labels, all the labels like vegan, and because you know it's more practical for us to when you see a vegan label on a junk foods product. I mean on a product, I don't. I mean, every product is a junk food product. This fruits and vegetables are a product. So if you see the vegan label, then then it's easier for you, more convenient to buy it because you don't have to track all the ingredients and everything. But that's a marketing tactic also by corporations. They will put a vegan label on this mango, right? Just so
Yeah.
that you buy it. And then they will charge the mango like $5, right, or something. Right? So it's crazy. I mean, why not? If you live like in California or like in a climate that is suitable for mangoes, why not just grow the mangoes everywhere and bypass the government, bypass the supermarkets, and but it requires responsibility, of course. So people, always blame. I mean, we blame the governments, everything, but we still kind of, we participate, forced to participate, of course, in the system and everything. It's really it's a inconvenient to to grow your own food somewhere, I think, and because it's all about that in the end. Freedom is based upon like what you have to sustain your body, you have to have water and food and shelter, and basically that's basic needs. So government just breaks your legs and then offers you the wheelchair. Yeah. So I don't know if I went off track, but
Supposed to be talking about straight edge, Ariane.
sorry.
Supposed to be talking about straight edge. Vegan straight edge.
The thing. Yeah, the thing with the mixing veganism with straight edge. I also thought about this with some activists who are straight edge and who are in a Instagram chat group where we analyze content of other non-vegan activists who call themselves vegan. And the problem is that straight edge is like a preference, right? It's like a purity, thing to be more, I don't know how to say, to free yourself from stimulants, be more sober, I don't know, clear-minded, whatever, like not depend on drugs to make you happy or to feel more relaxed in society and in socializing, or be more extroverted, whatever. But veganism is a principle, and mixing vegan straight edge then makes a confusion, because then people think veganism is a preference also. That's what I think. And I stopped saying, like, I stopped mixing two conversation, like veganism and straight edge, because both are kind of being a maybe more how to say, conscious, of course, but one is a personal choice, the other is a principle, more principle, like, I think, I mean, and not all straight edgers are vegan, I think so. Even I think some straight edgers are like communists or like socialists. I think I recognize this also, this pattern, like on the Antifa and the straight edge scene. I see the Antifa flags, and I see the stars. When I see a star, ding ding ding, socialism, communism, for me. So I mean, straight edge and veganism. If you're vegan and you're not straight edge, I get that. I'm not like judging anybody. If you like a week ago or more, I was in Amsterdam, and 3 of my buddies were vegan. They took like magic truffles, right? And I was basically trip sitting them, right? They are on trip, and we went like I was laughing because they were funny, silly.
You're
They
the
were
trip mom.
huh? Sorry?
You're the trip mom.
Yeah, it was the trip mom. We were in there's one like a huge facility. How to say, like a building where you have projection of projectors. Yeah, projectors that project like images of whales and animals, and you have like a 5D experience, something like that. And I think that's why they wanted to go there high, right? So, and I was walking around watching each of them, if they are good, if not, they didn't go on some dark emotional, So it was, I was okay. I was not judging, and I was like, oh man, they want to get high, and I'm better person because I'm sober. No, if you're happy, I'm happy for you, but just don't be doing harm to others, right? That's it.
Yeah.
Don't be an asshole. You can be. You can. I mean, if you're an alcoholic, I kind of, I would like to reach out to you if you want to be reached out, of course. Nobody can be helped if they don't want to help themselves. But I mean, yeah, if somebody is not straight edge, okay. I mean, doesn't matter. But if they are, for me, it's a green flag. Better, I mean, not better for your health, maybe. I don't know. I think more alcohol. I know that it kills brain cells or something like that. So
Darren. What up?
oh, hey,
Rockstar guy.
Darren is a rock star.
What's up with that?
Nice.
Darren?
Very evil.
That was a good debate, good conversation. We need more of those, and
I think
I'm not too like well versed on the actual facts behind the vegan thing, just because I didn't use that.
It takes a long time.
Yeah. Because I don't know, being vegan doesn't necessarily require you to convince somebody else why it makes sense. So it's an acquired skill set.
It took a long time for me to learn everything. And even I remember even telling her, I don't even think I could win a vegan debate a couple years ago, a moral debate, especially. Just because I just didn't have the words and the sentences and the statements yet. I haven't had things bounced off me, but it's always the best when someone comes here who's an anti and we're able to present those. And that's why I do this show, is because we have these opportunities where we're able to go over the basics again. Like before we're talking about with Ron Paul, it's so many people didn't get Ron Paul in 2012. So they didn't get that whole base. They didn't learn all the basics from him, at least. And so, when I'm sitting here banging my head against the wall because we got all these dill holes claiming to be based, but they're not. They don't even know that buying new cars is bad and stuff like that. They don't, it's you guys, we could be doing so much better. But yeah, the vegan thing it takes a while. It definitely takes a while, but once you get good, it's really fun. Because I challenge any of these guys to please challenge me on a vegan debate, because it's all really boring. It's all the same shit I've heard for fucking 20 years.
Do you low-key look forward to losing one day, just so you know you have something to work on?
I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if it's possible. I mean,
if it's possible.
Well, I mean, I mean, the only way to lose it is to not we did a debate once, and the guy just kind of talked the whole time, and we didn't really get a chance to say anything, and it's we didn't lose, we just didn't
lost
get
a roast chicken.
Yeah. What's up, Nicola? Do you come in good faith?
Yeah. Nicola is a buddy of mine.
Oh, is he a buddy of yours? Cool.
Yeah.
Word.
For sure.
More Serbians?
Yeah, we did the interviews together.
That's my real life friend. A good friend of mine.
Oh, cool. AV?
AV
That's how
AV
we
stuff?
met through AV. Yeah.
Cool. Me and Allie are going to be doing a vegan pizza giveaway with
Oh,
PETA in our city here. We're going to be filming her giving people
Nicola,
vegan pizza.
Nicola is a vegan daddy, by the way. So
A what?
Cool.
he's a father. He became a father. Like,
Oh, vegan
a
daddy?
month ago.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Wait, hold on. I hear you guys on YouTube, but I'm muted on. You guys are muted on Streamlab. Wait, one second.
We hear you. Yeah, you got to turn your YouTube off,
Check.
One sec.
or else it'll go all crazy. How's our mic sounding? We have a whole new studio, whole new home, a whole new whole new speakers, amps,
new world.
mics. What am I talking about? Guitars, bass, drums.
Whoa, what?
Sounds good
what?
now.
Yeah,
Sounds good now. Earlier was crackling a little bit, but
of course. Yeah.
I didn't expect him to come in. Like I sounded he's sleeping or something.
Oh. So we're going to talk a little bit about. So since Soundpath's going on, I decided to do a Soundpath fork, our own little version of Soundpath, where we look at some cool music. Probably start with. What should we start with?
Are we going to tune in to Soundpath?
Yeah, we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch
Soundpath.
Soundpath.
I would like to see what's happening.
And yeah, because we've been watching every day. It's been super fun, action packed. Oh, hold on. By the way,
bisexual, but I'm not bisexual, but beautiful people, not just girls, but fellas as well.
hold on.
Down and jiggy with it.
Oh, Derek.
Down and jiggy with
Derek.
it. Beautiful people, not just girls, but
Cutting it.
the fellas as well. Beautiful people, not just girls, but the fellas as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nicola, if
Jeffrey,
you want to
Jeffrey.
be- yeah.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Dancing
that?
is a form of getting into a meditative mind state.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I will.
It's
laugh
kind-
That might be
and
true.
bust that out.
These
That might be
are.
true.
This is an inside joke. Sorry. We have lots of.
I've actually been following your guys' stuff probably for the past couple months.
Oh, killer.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
like not some of the older stuff, but
Yeah,
if
this
I'm
stuff's
doing work
better
or
than the
something,
older stuff.
I feel
We
like
got such good sound clips though.
I feel
Yeah,
like the
we
older
have a-
stuff, like it's like more upgraded now than it used to be with like all the arguments and all that. So I
Yeah,
just assumed that, yeah.
I think we've been on one for a little bit.
Yeah, on a
It's
good
been
one.
almost 2 years. It's crazy.
Pretty whack, bro.
Pretty whack, bro.
Pretty-
Oh, please just
I like it.
Pretty
That this
whack,
is
bro.
not like an echo chamber. Everybody's invited to come and
Yeah,
talk.
Yeah.
people come and go. We've lost a lot of people over the years.
Yeah, I heard that. Why do you think that is? Like, what do you think is the main? Because I'm like kind of
We've
interested
all
in
been
community
hardwired. We've all been hardwired to burn bridges over minor disagreements.
right?
That's how they keep us from gathering together and overthrowing them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. It's like there's, I think like people that live off of like fear or like fear-based people, they're kind of more be in line as opposed to people that are more like open-minded and like love-based, if you want to say it like that. It's more like we're very keen on like not, if there's like a slight difference, we'll just be like, whatever, like we don't need to do things together. It could just be like, I go my own way, you go your own way, which is always good to have that option. But
Like the guy had on earlier, a farmer, I invited him back to the show to do some music. Like, we don't have to agree on everything, but people have a real problem with disagreeing sometimes. And I think it starts in school. They don't teach us how to get along with each other. They just teach us how to fucking memorize and compete. Yeah. So it's like, and then we had in the 90s, we had reality TV come in and just show that you just fucking argue about everything. And my mom's like the queen gossip and arguer. So I was trained well by a seasoned veteran. And so it's like, it's been hard for me, in my shadow work, just not fucking being crazy with everyone, because it's easy to do, especially online. That's why it's like it's good to do a show where you fucking see people and you're like, oh, that's a human, not just some name on Facebook,
Right.
I was thinking about something this week about like getting in trouble as a kid. They ask you if you did something like, did you open the cookies before dinner, or did you did you leave the toilet seat up, or like whatever, thing. And I remember it was about around kindergarten, maybe like 5 before I turned 6. I remember like the first time like I was about to lie, and then I was like, yeah, I did that. And I don't think a lot of people ever get to that stage, man. Especially from what I've seen in the so-called freedom movement. People have a little disagreement. It's not just the freedom movement too. It's like the workplace and personal relationships. Is people get mad and then they don't say like, hey man, I cut ties with that person because I don't like them. They'll have to make something up that fucking never happened.
Or it's the same thing when vegans sell out and go eat meat again. They have to make up this whole bullshit that, I was dying. Yeah. And it's like, and then these people get held up as the authority on veganism. And it's like, wait, they quit. They're losers. Like, why would you listen to the person that failed?
Or just
like,
if they were being honest, like, I just don't care anymore.
Yeah, and it's so rare that I come across someone who's just, I don't care. I just don't care about animals. Okay, wow. But everybody swears they do while lying.
I think it's like, I'm not one of those people who thinks like they were never vegan. I think their priorities like regressed. I think they still kind of care. It's just, it's more important that, they fit into society, or like, I think that's mostly it. I think it's mostly like fitting in.
You have to be humble to progress, and people learn a little bit and they get so confident and they stop learning. Like we were talking about, we were watching a Lark and Rose video last month. And I was blown away about how dated all his arguments are. And it's like, dude, you haven't learned anything in the past 15 years. Like, I get you. He's still using these really kind of base level arguments for things like, oh, if we got rid of government, everyone would just be armed and everyone would just shoot bad guys, and just kind of like Wild West mentality of how the future is going to be if we got rid of government, which is just not how it would be in the least bit. Society would progress faster than any time in history. Once government's not regulating things, we'll have amazing companies, corporations, competing with each other, pushing prices down and pushing quality up instead of the opposite that we have now. But yeah,
I mean, like I agree with that. Like, I think it'll be like a progression, not a regression. I don't think it'll just be like us like falling into chaos. But I do think that like a good amount of people will probably be armed, because like there's no, even if you have somebody else defending you, it's never as efficient as you actually having to defend yourself. So I don't think it's an unrealistic scenario that he was saying. I think he just kind of I'm tripping up on my words. He kind of focuses only on that.
Yeah,
but I don't think what he was saying is wrong,
Yeah, no, what he was saying is not wrong. It's just dated and most likely not accurate. In my version, the community I live in, I'm paying a private security company to watch my back, and I'm living in a community that doesn't just allow anyone to walk in and out of it. It's an insurance-based community where you have to actually buy insurance. You have to sign a contract to all the
right.
Stipulations of the community ahead of time, so there's no need for any court. Your personal reputation, the insurance and words like that are very stigmatized, but without government, insurance-based communities, insurance-based and cryptocurrency-based and blockchain-based stuff is going to bok choy coin. Maybe that should be our coin. We'll start.
Dude, it should vegan coinage.
Yeah, like I had a debate a couple weeks ago with this Dill Hole who's a statist, and like he's talking about roads, and we're like, okay, well, my version of the roads is a corporation or a community owns the roads and built the roads going to it and away from it, and regulates who goes on those roads, and they take care of those roads and design them to be safe. And all kinds of stuff that the current government doesn't do. They just kind of throw some concrete over some roads a company built 200 years ago and taxed us for it to death. And they're the most unsafe roads in the world. If the free market was taking care of the roads, they'd be far better because there'd be other roads that people would want to take. But either way, going back to the private security, if I live in a community that has toll roads or insurance-based, whatever, however you want to call them, and we pay tolls on our government roads, it's just not on the spot. So if we pay toll roads, if I live in a community that has toll roads going to it and from it, and that community, we've decided not to let people in that don't have the same insurance we have, or aren't invited to that community by someone who lives in it. Those roads are regulated in a way that keeps trouble out in the Badlands, in the in-between places, in between these communities that have these private security companies running within them. But the difference is you have a choice to leave these places and go to other cities and communities that have different flavors of government, or you're allowed to start your own on a piece of land that's not being used. Because in anarchy land, you wouldn't own land, land would own you. You temporarily use land, and you'd be using as much land as you're willing to defend with your life, basically. So that would keep people from owning too much land, because they'd have to spend resources to defend that land. And most people aren't going to spend resources to defend a piece of land that they don't need. There's a lot of
also. How could you acquire
in that
land
community? In that community, sure, everyone could be armed, but they probably wouldn't need to be. And if everyone's armed, they have an insurance policy, that allows them to carry that gun, where they've gone to a class and they know who they're supposed to shoot, not how they're supposed to shoot. And or there might be less than lethal weapons only allowed in this community. Like you never know, because every community is going to be different. Every community is going to have a different flavor of government, but it's not going to be a monolithic government that doesn't give a fuck about you, where you have no choice and you have to pay into a system that for a bunch of garbage you don't want. I don't want my money going towards meat and dairy subsidies, but it does. Just because I drive my car, I have to pay this $1, a couple bucks to the feds and the state, and that turns into bombs and factory farm subsidies. It's wild, but we don't have a choice. But in anarchy land, you'd have a choice,
and just like a bunch of other stuff that.
There would be massive communities.
Well, what about the ability to purchase giant portions of land? Don't you think people like Bezos and
you need a government
Gates, you need the monetary system.
Validate the own part. And when you own that land, the government's supposed to defend your right to own that land to the death. So you're making a contract with the government to watch your property, instead of you maybe not owning a mansion that you can't personally take care of economically or I guess sustainably.
Well, that's what these corporations are. What amount of labor could Elon Musk do in his life to equate to the tangible goods that he's capable of purchasing? So a lot of our economy is based on a bogus, you can make money by holding money and trading things that you never touch. Credit, basically, because that's what our money
reserve
is.
Fractional reserve banking system, where it's all digital. It's a complete joke. Our labor is worth zero. That means our labor is worth less than zero.
World wars to reset, cook the books. This whole thing,
never,
like,
never in our favor.
in George, no, never. George W. Bush's administration, and slightly after that, you had videos of Condoleezza Rice saying we need to get Europe away from Russian oil and to American and British oil companies.
Oh yeah.
When I tell this to people, no matter what side of the Ukraine-Russia war that they're on, they don't know this. And I'm like, don't you know that we've had our eyes on that oil market for the past 20 years minimum? And they're like, well, what does that have to do with it? It's a sovereign nation that got invaded. I'm like, it has everything to do with it, bro. They're coercing them to join NATO for economic purposes, and Russia's economically screwed if that happens. Therefore, almost all of our military conflicts are economic.
Yeah, and it's being held up by fiat. It's fucking hilarious.
The petrodollar, every bad country that we've, all the quote unquote bad guys have been, basically stockpiling gold and not using the petrodollar. And then you might say, well, they were dictators. Oh, but why were they dictators? Oh, because of embargoes imposed on them by the fiat guys.
Yeah, like Gaddafi.
And also, who were they installed by? Oh, the CIA. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Sometimes I get a little fired up or worked up or whatever. I'm not bisexual, but get down and jiggy with it. Get down and jiggy with it. Get down and jiggy with it. Get down and jiggy with it.
So
oh, Jeffrey.
Oh wait, this is the good one.
Is blocking people a pattern, Will?
Nicola, you know who Derek is? This
well, yeah, like based on this show, I've found out about him. Yeah.
We're making these people famous because they're not. No one knows who these people are, but they're learning who they are. He's one of our guys. We love Derek. He's the best. He's nice.
He's pretty wacky,
hilarious.
Bro. I'm not bisexual, but yeah, I will laugh.
Why so serious?
Stupid ass motherfucking vegan therapy. No one fucking likes you. All right? I wouldn't say no one, but stop inviting all these American people over to Europe and natural law.
Dumbass.
I have them blocked. I have them blocked.
Is blocking people a pattern, Will?
I have them blocked.
Make you
is Nemo also blocked?
Make sure to sit in the mirror and practice not being emotional when you're blocking people.
Speaking of Soundpath and speaking of Nemo, I heard that what the story is on their end is that Nemo ignored all contact by the organizers of Soundpath. He did not respond to any messages after they had asked him to be on it, and he said yes.
Did the organizers have him blocked?
Literally. The story is they didn't get any response for him, so they took him off the bill. After he had already said yes and already agreed, the official response is, oh, he didn't respond to a couple of messages. And if you remember, during that time, Nemo was batshit busy. He was on tour. He was doing all kinds of shit. He stopped doing the show because he was so busy. So it would make sense that he didn't get back. Nemo takes months to respond to my messages. That's just how he is. He's got a real life. So because he didn't respond to some after messages, he got taken off and not put back on after he had tried, he had talked to them about it. So
his song is really cool. The one that you put in the intro.
We're gonna listen to some of his other stuff today, since he was kicked off of the event by cowards that aren't doing any shadow work whatsoever. These cowards that claim they're teachers of the great work and they're teachers of shadow work, but can't keep it together not to blame other people for my actions just because someone kind of supported me, that just because they didn't
wanted
go
to punish
complete
him.
fucking retard.
Socially,
Yeah, they want to socially
him.
punish him, so they took him off the channel, even though he's one of the only actual musicians.
I think, he's
in
the
this
most talented
event,
person
by
from
far.
what I've seen. I mean, I'm not. I could be missing some people, but multi instrumentalist.
Ooh, the ocarina.
Ocarina of Time. It's Zelda.
That's the best game ever.
Hell yeah.
That is a good game. All the Zeldas are good.
Actually, I think it's a bofa. Both of these
No,
nuts.
this is a
Oh
custom
my
made.
god.
It looks like a death whistle of the Aztecs, I think. You know.
I mean, it actually has like a cool sound.
bad.
No, it's cool. I'm not talking shit. It's super cool.
This is what you listen to in the float tank.
It's kind of like what Vivek was trying to get us to listen to.
Is this like Asian, like something like maybe Slavic, Ukrainian, or something? Or
This is like a hybrid. I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, it's probably original.
It looks clay. Looks like there's like
clay.
native markings on it.
I like to have a bunch of instrumental music. I don't know. This artist seems like if he's got recordings, I'd probably stream his stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. It looks like he's got vegan tattooed underneath his eye, almost, but I can't really tell.
I
thought it
smell
was just like a bar.
patchouli.
does he had the Thor's hammer? No.
My
like
symbolisms. My symbolisms.
Imagine playing this like in the middle of the night in a forest, and hearing it, like, and then going through the forest and hearing this, like
That'd
where
be
did
cool.
this come?
I do it.
Like
It's
if I had a
something
neighbor,
behind you.
Yeah.
like if I had a neighbor that was like doing this every night, I'd be stoked.
Coco Pelli.
Like
Yeah,
after
I think
dinner,
it's
I'm
like
gonna listen to my neighbor play.
epic
Get
music
down
or
and
something
jiggy
like
with
that.
it. Get down and jiggy with it. Get down and jiggy with it. Get down and jiggy with it. Sometimes I get a little fired up or worked up or whatever.
This is like a remix.
Oh, the best remix is this.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro. I have them blocked.
I think it has water inside.
I have them blocked.
Whoa.
I have them blocked.
In order for the vibration to be, I don't know.
Oh, Jeffrey.
The water would dampen the sound.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Pun intended.
How dare you.
Hydrogen water.
I like my ocarinas moist.
I didn't realize that.
Sometimes
was
I
there in the
get a
background.
little fired up or worked up or whatever.
Oh my
I like the death whistle of the Mayans or the Aztecs. The skull shaped.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what that
Yeah, this is cool stuff.
is. That like a flute sound?
Yeah, it's a
might
clay
be-
flute.
Uh-huh.
Ocarina.
time. This might be the coolest part of Soundpath.
This, yeah, it could be.
being
They definitely started strong.
Animism.
like
Animism, bro.
like dubstep and
Dubstep animism.
Drug
I'm gonna jump forward a little bit.
Let's see the homies.
Oh, he's got some stretched ass ears. Holy crap. Yikes.
Damn.
I just saw that. Yeah.
Oh,
Yay!
Right over that night.
so
There were some
Derek's the most awkward.
beautiful sort of
I love him
sustaining
so much.
notes
Jerry,
Look at
talk
him.
louder. I
sort
can't
of
hear you, Jerry.
corresponded to a metaphorical
Jerry's got 2 mics on, but we
alignment
can't hear
between
her.
thoughts, emotions.
Oh,
That
channel it, bro.
when
Not that we don't
Our
have
mic
mic
gets fucked
problems.
up, yeah, so we can't complain. We can't
correctly
shit, but
feel with our heart
Beautiful
correctly,
people, not just
we do right
girls,
actions. If
but
there's
you know,
misalignment, that's
the
when
fellas as well.
immoral actions, when wrong actions.
Beautiful people, not just
So that's
girls,
kind of what I
but
got out of that
you know,
song. What did you
the
get out of
fellas
that?
as well.
Your breach of
Just
contract, Jeff.
you know, some stress relief because obviously we had some technical difficulties.
love him. That's our guy.
Sorry
I
to
love
everyone
that
who
guy.
him.
was
He's the
expecting
best.
So
a
funny.
specific video link to play for the, you know, especially the main Soundpath channel. We fixed that. We are up and running live on the main Soundpath. We have a secondary
this is
backup
how loud
one, which
they're.
we
We have
played from the
everything
get-go,
turned up,
but
and we can barely hear
hey,
them.
we're live and direct. So thank you for your
I think
patience.
that
Welcome
first
to
mic
everyone
is
who
like
joined
virtual.
recently,
I
and
think it's just
yeah,
a.
I don't think
Yeah.
it's real.
that flute music, it's calms the nerves pretty good. Huh?
Jerry's looking
What
hot.
talent, that guy.
You're
Wow,
so-
that was amazing.
Yeah, the hair's
Yeah,
growing out. Looks
it was
good.
really great to listen to
See-through
that
top?
as we were
Like,
stressing out about the channels.
yeah,
So
See-through
I
top?
want to give a shout
Wow.
out to Mike.
Woo.
He has been a fix. He doesn't want me to credit him, but I'm going to do it anyway. So yeah,
Oh,
we're
Geri.
on Facebook now. We're working on
like zoom in on
Rumble.
this face.
We're on
Little tight.
Odyssey.
I want to fly to
We're on
France
both
to hang out with
YouTube
Eric.
channels because we've had issues in some of our watch parties with copyright and things being cut. So that's not happening tonight. This
He will
weekend,
fight you, I think.
we're live.
Ariane,
Yeah.
if I DJ at next year's Veg Fest
No,
in
vegan cookout.
camp out in the UK, will you go?
Oh man,
Chris Hines is getting me booked on
Answer
it.
now. You
I
must
might
commit.
I might end up
All the
doing
pressure.
that.
I
gonna
actually
play
don't
techno
call it
music.
a vegan camp out anymore, but yeah.
Oh god, yeah. Ariane's too
He's too based.
he's too base to go to anything.
Yeah.
I get it.
Bro.
I mean, I saw
Okay.
a Slovenian festival recently, and it was really cringe. Really
There's
like
not enough
people.
you can't not enough commies to smash.
No. I mean, I don't know. Like it's totally
Stupid-ass
missing the point.
motherfucking
Like of
vegan
veganism.
therapy.
Yeah.
Stop
But
inviting
yeah,
all these
I don't know.
American people
Maybe I would come. I don't know.
Shut up, Jerry.
If
I
there
mean,
is
it's
like
all
a
right to go.
if there is like a UK subs meeting somewhere near, like then maybe.
No one fucking likes you. All right.
Whoa.
I wouldn't say no one, but
Oh, but like,
Was that,
I don't know if you guys like hashed out the whole like veganism definition thing, but I told Aryan I was gonna call him. I told you I was
Yeah,
gonna call you at some
a
point,
week
and
ago
I was
or
planning
more.
on
Yeah.
anyways to discuss it because I'm like I do use it now. Like, I think it's a great one-liner to say I just don't use animals. I think it's the best
Exactly.
one-liner.
Yeah.
But I do think it misses some things, and then it includes things that we shouldn't care too much about. I was walking down the street and I saw like a feather on the ground, and like, is it really wrong to pick up that feather? Like, no, it's not. Like, who really cares about that, you know? And then the other thing is that I was thinking about is like, imagine if you have, I gave you an example of like, Aryan, when we were like messaging, and I said, if you throw like firecrackers next to like around dogs,
Yeah.
clearly harming them, but you're not using them. So like, it's not fine to do. Even it's not used, but it's not fine to do. Or like if they have like, if there's like an outbreak of some like swine flu or whatever the hell, like if you like imprison animals to stop them from like spreading the flu or whatever, that's not using them, but it's still immoral because you're just like you're like enslaving them. So I do think like the whole use thing like the real thing is just like respect animals as sentient beings. That's like the real thing. But when you say that to somebody, it doesn't like light up anything in them because they think, well, I respect animals as well. So if you say I don't use them, then it makes it seem like, oh, I don't do this, but you kind of do use animals. So it gets them thinking. So I do think it's good, but I think it's kind of like one dimensional. You know, I think it's when you really get into it, you kind of need to expand it. And I don't think you just stay at that definition forever. Like, I do think you need to go further than that.
Yeah, for example, the feather exam hypothetical or example,
Right.
like I had like a Brazilian drum. It's called a pandero. It's like it has a membrane of goat skin usually. You know, if it's like traditional custom made. And I threw it away. I didn't want. I was in a dilemma with myself. I want to clear it out of my head and never use something that gives an impression to other people that there's a gray area in veganism, right? So because if I still used it while playing samba with samba friends, then that would give a signal to them, hey, Aaron is vegan, but he uses the pandero with the goat skin. So you kind of there is a way to be vegan and use secondhand, like, you know, animal skin and animal stuff, you know. Example, if I put a feather that I found on the street and I put it on a hat, that sends a signal to people that, hey, it looks good on him, maybe I should get one. But yeah, he can maybe find it somewhere in the woods, but even if, you know, most people don't think about finding something in the woods and using it, but when you use it, when they use something that comes from an animal, it's unavoidable. Of course, you know, you never know how somebody's going to interpret it, but it gives a how do you say, a space for the idea then to breed animals, to enslave them for feathers, right? And for this, that's what's the point of like not using animals in any form. Same like with the example, like the dogs, or like dogs used in, I know, earthquake disasters to find people, right? Yeah, he can sense, he can hear the people, but he's a slave, you know, and he depends on human care and everything. He's not, you know, if he was based maybe like on a stray dog that's fed from the local people, neighbors, you know, he has his own shelter somewhere, and he finds a person, that's a different story, okay? But if he's specially trained, you know, with, I don't know, like snacks and all this, you know, how they trained with everything, and he's trained, there's a whole industry of breeding animals, training them for services, you know, guard dogs for seizures, people with seizures, all this stuff,
that's
rats
all
for
purebred
finding
dogs, really.
mines, you know, landmines, all
Yeah.
this stuff. It's a problem, you know, because yeah, why not use psychopaths to find mines, you know, or whatever? I mean,
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, you know, like it's a problem because it's still allowing it to continue, like the
Yeah.
perception of using animals, like it's still
Yeah.
allowing that. Yeah.
Reminds me of this video. I don't know if you guys remember this guy, Arth Harger. He's badass, real animist, real deal vegan animist. Came to the same conclusion as
really
you.
giving a long moment of pause to reflect upon this issue and discussing it with my psychologist. She's helping me out on this, and we have had long conversations about it. Well, I now know the core of my problem, your problem, everybody's problem, and how we have come down to this. It's because of this piece of shirt right here. Look at him. Just look at that face. One day he just, decided he wasn't appreciated enough, and then decided to come out of the water and started to waddle about with that stupid smirk on his face. And from then on, everything turned into a ride down from Willy Wonka Town to absolute dog shit. Just look at him. I'm vegan, but in reprisal, I would eat this silly prick. Get fucked, you absolute socket muppet. Hello, my dear friends. How is it going? I'm Mari Theriger, and today I'm here to talk about a subject which, well, perhaps by the title of this video alone, some of you won't even bother to listen to this because you have already decided to be offended by a concept that is probably messing up with your sense of morality that solely revolves around your self-centered comfort. However, for the great majority of you, this might be a reassuring perspective, hopefully, especially for those who struggle with an animistic approach to life and their own crafts in a society that is increasingly becoming more self-aware of the impact of its actions upon the world that surrounds us and the issues concerning angering souls and the terrible repercussions on a spiritual level, which very much affects the spiritual existence of us all. I'm not here specifically to talk about veganism. For that, I recommend you to check Ed Winters, which I met in person this year, and a great guy, down to earth, very polite and very humble, and with a tremendous amount of patience, as well as Joey Carpstrong, whose background and process through veganism is not so different
and you're
from
so
my
based.
own, concerning a life of violence and how we struggle to become more empathic humans.
I told David, I'm like, damn,
I'm
Dave,
here to talk about
you're
an
a fucking
issue
hardliner.
I think
has
they're
bothered
good
me for some time now.
Like, even though they might not have
Some of you
everything down,
know
some of their
that
arguments
I am a
aren't
vegan.
the best,
I have
but
been
think they're
vegan.
good. Like, I think they've done a lot of good for like getting humans closer to respecting animals. Like, I definitely think, like the world without them is a worse off place for sure. Even though there's a lot of, like, I think negative things that they might propagate as well. But
they also generate a lot of tax dollars for the
That's
war
cool.
machine and subsidies and stuff like that. Ed Winters, I know he employs like 8 or 9 dudes. That's a lot of tax generation that goes directly to subsidies, which I don't think they really take into consideration. They could be dodging all that by using cryptocurrencies, and they could be getting people into cryptocurrency, which is a step away from, being financially enslaved by centralized currency. But yeah, Arth, obviously he's going to get to it soon, but he starts talking about his drum and how his drum, he has to get rid of it because he doesn't.
For 5 years,
Oh yeah, that's
and
the
I'm on my way
Indian, Indian drum.
to complete my 6th year of being a vegan. It was definitely one of the very few best life decisions I have ever taken. However, for those of us who haven't been vegan since childhood, when we become vegan, there's obviously a whole process of and a lot of questions concerning certain things we use. Veganism isn't solely about the plant-based diet, but there's a whole multiplicity of realities dealing with several morals and values, focusing on living a more sustainable life and to minimize as much as possible, of course, all the harm we do with our existence. If we can live life without causing unnecessary harm, why wouldn't we? So, one of the things that is bothering me as a vegan is that for 15 years, I've been using a hand drum made out of animal skin. I've been a vegan for 5 years now, as I said, but I still use it. Not just for my experimental solo music project, which, as of the taping of this video, doesn't even have 4 months, but it has been
Out his
an
band,
important
by the
companion,
way.
in terms of
sick.
my own spiritual path or spirituality and my own craft. Traditional folk magic, let's call it that, witchcraft, which has increasingly become more animistic for me, and as such, the awareness towards persons of the world, including the unseen populations and the entities we often call spirits, has become an important focus of my own spiritual work. Because the more you are aware of the impact of your existence and actions and choices on the world, the choices you have upon the world, that impact, the more we develop our empathy and we become a lot more careful in the way we treat and behave towards land and its persons, and not just human and animal persons, of course, but all persons. Obviously, veganism exists within animism, but an animistic person doesn't have to specifically be vegan or become vegan to be an animist or to become an animist. However, the more you deal with the world and its persons, the more you think about others' consciousness, right? Their own lives, their own communities, their own struggles, wishes, desires, and the way they live and want to live. And if we look into animistic cultures, when it comes to the killing of an animal, this is usually a breaking of taboo. And as such, there's a lot of procedures to rightly propitiate the spirit of the animal to avoid all sorts of harmful outcomes due to breaking taboo. Taking a life and angering the spirits that may seek revenge. Like the book of Graham Harvey on animism, of course, respecting the living world. It ultimately comes down to this in a nutshell. And when face to face with a life that doesn't want to die, doesn't want to be killed, wants to actually live, this has a huge impact in the way we perceive basically everything. But this is a subject I've talked about on other videos before. And by the end of this video, I'll leave 2 suggested videos on the subject which you might want to look into. You should definitely look into that. Now, concerning my drum, you may say, Arif, who gives a shit? And that's right. No one actually gave a shit or said anything about it. This is something that bothers me. And I know some of you are passing through the same or similar struggles and questions. And you question yourselves, right? Because there's actually a lot of vegans who are also into witchcraft and in a spiritual endeavor that, and they ponder about the use of certain materials and objects that have parts of animals or are made from something that comes from an animal, right? By the way, where are my faithful haters? You had a wonderful opportunity to call me an hypocrite by being a vegan and using an animal skin drum. Come on, boys, keep up the pace. But that's the thing, I feel like an hypocrite and I have that imposter syndrome. I'm vegan, and why do I use a drum made out of animal skin? If I don't kill animals, it would be hypocrisy from my part to pay someone else to kill animals for me, and I just have to buy them in the supermarket and eat them, not having to pass through the most horrible ordeal of taking a life that wants to live, killing a person, right? And solely have the palate pleasure. Practically the same thing here. 15 years ago, I got this drum. I didn't kill the animal. Someone else did it for me. If I really wanted to go traditional and make a bigger and more concise and conscious connection with the spirit animal, I should have been the one to pass through the consequences of spirituality in such terms of using an animal skin drum, right? I should have been the one to kill and consume the animal flesh and give the right propitiations and make the drum out of its skin and so on and so forth. But I did not do that. This was 15 years ago, 10 years before I became a vegan, so I wasn't considering any of that. Despite all of this, I've created an important and strong connection with my drum, and it has been a very important companion on my spirituality, craft, and even in the way I artistically express myself. Now, even after becoming a vegan, I did not consider this a problem because, in truth, I was not seeing my drum as an animal that was killed, but as an entity with whom I have created a strong relationship with. However, this perception changed in September of 2021. When I've made a post at my Instagram, which, I mean, I think it fortunately sort of woke me up concerning what I was using and how this might be a big problem for someone who is a vegan. You see, back in late 2021, I wanted to create awareness concerning a terrible genocide I was only made aware of in that same year. Something I have expressed before a couple of times and in videos as well. In the past, the case of murdered indigenous children of British Columbia in Canada, right? And their bodies having been found in graves at residential schools. Don't let this be forgotten, please. Some of the priests that murdered these children are still alive and have fled here into Europe. And this should be a subject we should definitely continue to talk about to bring some justice at the very least, and obviously to avoid it from happening again elsewhere to other people. Any human being capable of causing harm to children is not a human being, it is a monster. This situation is something that has greatly troubled me, and I was deeply disturbed and depressed by it. We are talking about over 150,000 indigenous children taken from their homes, over 139 residential schools in Canada, and many more in the US. More than 5,000 children's bodies have been found until 2021 alone. How many more have been found since then? I don't know. Frankly, I don't want to look into it. It's disturbing and frustrating, as there should be justice at the very least. But well, focusing right now on that Instagram post where I appear with my drum, I invited people to drum for the children. Throughout the month of October of 2021, I was drumming for the spirits of the innocent ones. And so I have invited people to do the same thing and drum for these indigenous children and for their spirits. On that post, there were people that did not have drums, and they made comments that my post encouraged them to buy these types of drums and start making something with them. This is when I realized that my idea just had a dark side to it of sorts. As a vegan,
it's exactly what you just said, Aryan.
Of animals for the creation of these types of drums. Unwillingly, I've encouraged people to participate in the market of cruelty towards animals. My thoughts were, fuck. Concerning the drum, I think I can easily go over it, hopefully, because we are talking about something I've started to use 10 years before becoming vegan, and 3 to 4 years before I have started to actually change my life, taking the first steps and taking my first steps towards reducing my consumption of animals and the use of animal products. It's something from before, but it is important. I still use it. It's like clothes made from animals. Some people, upon becoming vegan, they stop using clothes and footwear and whatnot, which is made from animals, which is understandable, absolutely. And if you have the money to completely change your entire outfit, good. And you can always donate the clothes you don't use anymore. Great, absolutely.
No, don't.
However, for many of us, even being vegan,
just throw it
as long
away.
as some things can still be used and you can save money, you still use them. As a vegan, you can stop buying products made out of animals. But I think you don't have to throw away the things from before, because that ends up being a waste. It's not very sustainable. You can still use them because they are from before and still serve a purpose. Or you can give them to someone in need. In the case of the drum, it is from before. However, I have created a strong relationship with my drum. It is important to me. It is important on my spirituality and in my work and craft. I will still use it for as long as I can. When it's broken, as a vegan, I won't get a new one. It's over concerning drums made out of animal skins. There are loads of substitutes and the sustainable ones as well. This drum, this is part of me. This is part of my journey for the past 15 years. This shall be burned with me. I will only use this one and not any other. There won't be the acquisition of any more animal skin drums once this one is gone. We use the things from before.
So
we
attached to the drum.
Things that have been already made and still serve an important purpose.
He's emotionally
However, as a
attached
vegan,
to it.
we don't have to continue to participate on such markets, because there's
animism, bro.
practically everything now. However, this issue obviously opened up
The drum's
other
still
questions,
alive,
and
bro.
That's where witchcraft
Never
never
died.
Bro.
I think I could easily write a book on vegan witchcraft, but I've started like a dozen books or so and never got to finish them.
I have an urge to throw this drum.
If anyone
Has
writes
skin,
a book on
but
vegan
it's my
witchcraft, let me know.
professor's
I'll buy it
drum.
and review it. But anyway, concerning witch.
Yeah. So check out Aratharger. He's a cool dude.
Yeah.
He might not be right about this, but he's got some cool. He's a pretty smart guy. He's got a video called Veganism, Cannibalism, and something else that's really good. We've watched it on the show before. He's a very open guy about his mental. I guess he's a bit depressed, and he's very open about it and talks about his struggles and stuff like that. It's pretty. He's an interesting dude. Aratharger, Aritharger.
Yeah, I've seen his stuff before on YouTube.
Yeah. He's pretty big,
good.
actually.
Yeah.
He's big, so big. I've contacted him and he doesn't respond. But he's a cool dude. I would just hit him up to be like, hey, do you follow Passio or anything like that? You know. But I think
he's too cool for school, I guess.
He's playing music and doing all kinds of stuff. But he's a cool guy. Check him out.
What about the forced shadow work thing? I was thinking about that this week, and I thought it was a novel concept by Mark, but I don't think it works the way he thinks it's going to work. And therefore, I don't know, man. It's like the people who need it don't want it, and the people who want it don't fucking need it.
It's super fun, though.
Yeah, and it can be when somebody's like on the cusp and just needs a little bit of tough love, it can work. But if somebody really doesn't understand, they're too dense, it's not going to help. And then if they do understand and they don't care, then they'll just threaten you.
They might eventually understand.
When was the forced shadow work thing?
I don't know, a few years ago.
Pretty late. It was pretty late. You just got into it.
Seminar, you mean?
No, there was for this year.
Oh yeah, no, we did a few things.
Was it?
No, are you talking about Mark? When did Mark
yeah,
first
Mark.
start doing it? Yeah, not as of recent, basically. Like the whole shadow work thing is pretty new to Mark.
Now the foreshadow work thing, I guess, could work as far as like, I mean, what we're doing is kind of that, right? With
this is
statism.
today. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, we were talking about we're gonna be watching some music from some vegan straight edge bands. Sorry, Ariane.
Okay, I just want
straight edge
to
bands that are also vegan. But the straight edge movement was very much a foreshadow work, petty tyranny movement. And that is why I fell so well into the whole like I was way finding libertarianism and anarchism and natural law was very natural because I grew up as a teenager in the vegan straight edge movement, which was very much a human rights and animal rights movement. Ariane's not going to agree with me, but at least for me it was. We were fighting for human rights, human liberation, and animal liberation at the same time. And we were able to do it back then. Now everyone has this problem where we got the Mark Passio who's saying, oh no, we got to focus on humans first. And then we got like the Geri saying, no, we got to focus on animals first. And so we've kind of, our show is kind of, oh no, we're actually in the middle of these two groups. We agree with both, but disagree with both at the same time, because they're getting caught up in politics and shit like that. And like Geri doesn't understand that there's a human element to veganism, like we have to figure out the human part. And then the Mark side is like, oh no, we just need to not pay attention to veganism and pay attention to fixing the brains of all the humans, but it takes doing one to get the other. So it's been kind of funny bouncing around, and that's why we're kind of solidifying the natural law vegan thing. Ariane's not going to like it, but we're going to do it.
Why wouldn't he like it?
Huh? Because
why?
Ariane doesn't like when you attach vegan to anything else.
Oh, okay.
I think.
It makes a lot of confusion. Yeah, a lot of confusion.
Yeah. But as far as in the natural law circles, the natural law veganism has definitely carved its own niche and isn't going to be ignored. We're going to keep talking about it, and we're both going to keep pointing it out.
Like the pie chart, veganism, but in yellow.
It's all about freedom in the end. It's all about freedom.
And the lack of freedom sans slavery.
Well, I was told that veganism is a religion, and then I had to pause for a minute, and I was like, okay, so, basically people are like, oh, well, religion is something that binds, holds you back, and I'm like, so wait a minute, your religion is holding you back from killing animals? Okay, I guess that's a good one.
Yeah.
Like, what are you saying? You just want to be a completely unhinged dill hole?
My response to, oh, you're in a cult is, at least I'm not in a death cult.
Right.
At least I'm not in a blood cult.
It doesn't even address the points. Like,
you know what's the problem when
so
you say
so you have to pick a viewpoint of some kind, right? Because you're not like other animals. A human is kind of like, plant, animal, human, ? You're halfway between an animal and a god. What kind of creature do you want to be? I guess in that way, when you formulate your own ethical worldview, and then that it governs your behavior because you're self-governing. Do you want to be some kind of devil on the earth, or do you want to be some kind of higher being?
Yeah.
I'm
not saying that at least I'm not in a death cult is a great argument. It's just one thing to say when you start your argument. It definitely doesn't address the issues. But yeah, it's like, do you want to do you consider humans to be animals? Like I do. So that's cannibalism. And Ariane Harger would say that's cannibalism too. And how are all these cannibals walking around saying they're based, when they're fucking cannibals, and that's kind of our whole thing. the Satanist cannibal carnists, you know, that are claiming to be healed and based and know everything and teachers, you know, and it's like, how do you teach when you don't even know the most basic, you know, like you haven't figured out the most basic thing yet. Veganism is the litmus test for natural law students. Like, sorry, but that's how it is. If you don't understand, you're not vegan, you don't understand natural law, and vice versa. Yeah, Arian's not gonna like it, but
why do you always assume I'm not gonna like something?
I was looking into like alternative health and came across the topic of traditional Chinese medicine. When you look up like different alternative health systems, and some of them, like especially TCM, are like generally not favorable towards veganism. But then you got to think about, okay, so you extend your life by what, a year or 5 maybe at best, at the expense of like all this karma. Even if there were some gains to be had, at what cost, right? So then you got to think about, well, what do you need these gains for? Do you need them to win a bodybuilding competition, or to look good at WWE wrestling? Like,
it has no use in your life outside of that.
Are man-made. Sunlight, air, like that stuff's free. Man-made shit costs money, and a lot of it is literally just control. That's why government gets into the food business and the road business and the fucking water. It's
if they could charge us for air, they would.
Yeah, that's why it's illegal to gather rainwater.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they want to take like whatever needs you have and be the only provider of it.
Correct.
Like, so then you still have those needs, but like nobody else can provide them.
And then they're going to spend the least amount of money doing that, offering that to you.
Right. And then if you don't want to participate in the carnist dynamic, you're still forced to indirectly by the forced involvement of government in your life. And being an anarchist, we really don't, let's say, think about forming a government that wants a fucking dictatorship of the vegan proletariat, right? But you know, that's the thing, right? So you're always going to have people that don't want to follow rules, even if those rules are natural law or whatever. But at least there's not this armed force of thugs forcing you to participate in a dynamic you don't want to. You can't really shun or exclude or refuse to participate in a lot of these dynamics. So, like the mRNA vaccines, right? Like, if I didn't want to participate, it doesn't matter, man. Taxpayer money's going to it. So, I guess voluntarism, what people tend to do is like kind of form a mob and try to collectively push things that they can't do individually. But how do you defend against that dynamic? I mean, I think it's education. I don't know if, even if you had, let's say, a completely righteous ruler forcing a bunch of evil people to live a good life, that won't work.
Community can only
they would just take over. Like why would he,
like
how would he stay in power if there's just one of him and like, you know, they all just gang up around him?
Well, correct. And then it's just like, I don't know. That's the thing, is like, so what it's kind of like what Jeffrey was saying is you can have your communities, like even communism can work if a group of people voluntarily decide to form a commune. Voluntarily. If we want to go in on a printing press and we want to go in on a auto mechanic shop and we're all joint owners and we all work on it, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's when you take stuff that you don't own and then distribute it to people who didn't work for it. So if people want to be, I don't know, the capitalist thing is weird, but if they're trading real currency or bartering with real goods and services and they get a surplus, that's fine. But what happens is people want more than their quota, and their quota is what they need. And it's kind of human nature to be immature about that. and prioritize everything we want as an essential, like a new car every 2 years. I think the groundwork is generations of education.
Switching the culture.
That's the only way.
I've been thinking a lot about the anarcho-capitalism thing because Jana and Noah are like super against it. But I asked them, and she went from going, money's the worst thing in the world, anarcho-capitalism's terrible, to like, oh, well, we're just against centralized currencies. And it's like, okay, well, I agree with that, but that's completely different than what you said before. Because for a week I was questioning anarcho-capitalism because I respect Jana and Noah, and so I was like, fuck. So let me step outside of myself because I'm ANCAP as fuck, and be like, okay, so how could ANCAPitalism be bad? It could only be bad with centralized currencies, basically,
or unethical ANCAPs dumping oil into the stream instead of properly disposing it. Like there's unregulated people, but the market should correct that too.
Right.
And the person who owns that stream will protect it, by shooting the person.
You won't just poison the fish. Like I feel like as long as you respect all sentient beings, like, I mean, obviously you're gonna harm ants accidentally and shit like that, but I'm saying like as long as you consciously choose to respect them, like, you won't even get into that. Nobody's gonna be dumping shit, trying to poison.
Yeah, I don't know.
The market won't let it happen. As I was explaining to ANCAP Ed earlier, who was defending market subsidies, or no, he wasn't. ANCAP Tim. I'm going to lose what I was thinking. The market won't allow those things to happen because they're economically insane. They don't work economically. So in a free market, we only have carnism because the government is allowing this monopoly and supplying the monopoly with money. In a free market, these economically inefficient things won't last a minute because they don't make sense. Nobody's going to pay $200 for a fucking hamburger because that's the actual cost of a fucking hamburger at the end of the day. Not this fake.
Relegated to like rich people.
What about that camping bullshit? How basically you're not allowed to live on the earth unless you're a tax generating unit.
You're allowed to live on BLM for 2 weeks for free, and you just got to move
to a different BLM.
Yeah,
to a different spot.
But see, a lot of the things with housing and stuff, and how you get high crime areas is government subsidies forcing people through economic means to live in shit conditions. And then, like, you have the banks colluding.
Talking about like Section 8, like government
There's
programs.
Section 8, and then people can't get into a house or a better area because the housing market.
This is big city problems. All the big cities should be fucking burned to the fucking ground.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is funny. Yeah,
because they're leftist strongholds. And imagine like leftists who can't even run a city running your whole country.
Yeah. Well, it's statism. It's all status problems.
It's pretty whack.
It's pretty whack, bro. But the cities are a major statist. You can't have the state. You can't have cities without.
But Philadelphia,
the cities are designed for people to be taxed the most efficient way possible. Basically, they're only set up for government. They're set up for our minor convenience.
Yeah, and then in the suburbs, you have to keep your grass short so that the property values can be more.
Yeah, and you're in fucking traffic 6 hours a day. Like, is it more efficient to be near businesses and shit if the government can't figure out tax? And that's the other thing with the privatized roads. Bye traffic. That's never going to fucking happen on a privatized road.
There was no traffic from all the way from Detroit to Philly.
Those are government soup lines, dude. Like, literally government soup lines. People waiting in line for their fucking fiat bullshit so they could spend it on some materialist bullshit.
They did all the roads around my house 4 years ago. 2 years ago, I went over a pothole with a piece of rebar sticking out.
Jesus
Like
Christ.
what piece of shit roads, man? Michigan.
Hey,
They rip your like suspension right off your car. You'll just skid forward, and there will be no wheels.
They replaced every single sidewalk in West Hollywood, California. You know, because what rich people in West Hollywood really need new sidewalks when our roads are fucked up. You know,
they reconstructed the rooftop in Novi Sad and fell on 16 people, man. So
yeah,
9 months now.
No,
people are protesting.
the incompetence is at an all-time high in our country. No one knows how to do a goddamn thing. I grew up. I'm a mechanic. I don't even think I'm that mechanically inclined, but man, when I meet the next person on the fucking road, I'm like, holy shit these days. And like, we had this friend we were hanging out with for a while, and he was trying to like, it was just like impossible. Like the kids these days, except like, you know, I hung out with me and my son did her timing belt on her Subaru in like an afternoon, and I'm just like, my son just like knows how to do shit because I taught him how to fucking do shit with his hands growing up. We were working on motorcycles and stuff, and it's just no one knows how to do anything, so everyone's fucking helpless. And then people fall into this position of building a bridge, and they don't know how to fucking build a bridge, and people die, you know, and it's like happening all the time.
Because they're concerned about the ethnicity of the
like
people building the bridge instead of their capabilities.
Yeah.
But like the case
you know,
in Serbia that Arjan was talking about, it was more like they kind of like paid for like cheaper materials. Like the politicians for that city, they just wanted to get like super cheap materials and like pocket all the money, and that's what happened. And then the shit like fell and killed a bunch of people. And now
they wanted to do it. I think past
like,
their they wanted to do it in time, like so that they have some political points for the next elections or something.
They didn't like reinforce the concrete enough, and it just like it's like basic construction the world has known.
No,
for
they just added weight on the rooftop, and it fell because it was not meant for it to be additional weight on it. So and there was corruption in it. There was not good construction site analysis, whatever. A lot of corruption, you know. So, and now the investigation is not open for it because the government is involved in the corruption.
Because they can investigate themselves. Like,
bye. They're not going to spend money to figure out how some people died. They don't give a shit.
Well,
they don't want to figure it out because if they figure out, they're gonna be in jail, you know, or something like that.
Self-incrimination.
Some brother of theirs or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so
over here, the like private companies do a lot of the construction. So what's their incentive to do a job so they don't get another job for a long time? They're going to do it as poorly as possible so they get that next contract, and then they can keep raising the millages and like government's got this tendency to always want to. I've never seen taxes go down; it always goes up, right?
Yeah, it's
so
super rare. Like
it's like if they don't spend this money, they can't justify why they need more next year.
Oh yeah, exactly. Laundering money.
It's like a self-perpetuating like cycle.
Yeah.
But, like one thing I wanted to bring up is like because Jeffrey, you talk about a lot of these like how it's going to be more efficient in an anarchic society. I almost always attack it from the point of like just morality. Like, how do you know, I almost want to like ask the person, like, how do you justify violating the consent of another person? And obviously they never really answered the question like straight. It's always like some like weird like dance around. But I always want to like figure out like the psychological, because I feel like it's like a psychological thing. It's not just like a logical thing. I feel like whatever reason, no matter how good the reason I give them, they're not just going to accept it. It's something there that I'm missing, that I can't see that part of their psychology that's still like holding them there. And that's kind of like really what I'm interested in, is like, because I want to outreach people, right? And that's what we do. And Ariane and I do that.
Yeah.
And it's like, how, like, I feel like I'm missing something, you know, like I feel like I'm missing that, like, I don't know if it's one thing, maybe it's multiple things, but where it's like, okay, I can definitely get you in a position logically where you contradict yourself, and that's all good. But even with that, I'm not really getting anywhere. It's like, how do I? It's like,
Well,
what's holding you back? You know, like what is
what's
it
what's
that you're not
holding you
seeing?
back is kind of like your expectations for the conversation. You're never going to convert like when people, I mean, obviously AV, they have plenty of videos of people being like, oh, I'm vegan now, and like
Right.
whether or not that's true or not,
No,
it's most likely not true. And
right.
so you should never expect to change anyone's mind right on the spot, but you should deliver good enough fucking information that they wake up one day and they're like, fuck, that guy was right, you know? Or when they talk to their fucking doctor and their doctor tells them they have fucking 2 months to live and they need to at least like change their diet. You at least get them on like one of the 5 paths to getting people into being moral vegans. You at least get them, they're at least they know someone once they talk to, maybe they're still Facebook friends with them that's vegan, and they're like, shit, because I've had a lot of people that have hit me up and been like, dude, I just had 2 heart attacks, you know? And I'm like, fuck, dude, you have to, you at least have to go vegan right off the bat. And they're like, I know, but they don't do it and they fucking die. It's happened several times now. A fucking buddy of mine, close buddy of mine, who was my age, who was younger than me, died. And I was just like, dude, just one day he was there and one day he wasn't. Just had some heart attacks. He's a chef who just fucking ate like shit all day, you know? And it's like, you're never going to get the reaction you want on the spot. Just if you got that person's attention for a fucking minute, just deliver the best information that's so true that they know it's true, even though they want to deny it. One day they're gonna admit that it's true, and they'll start fucking repeating it like a mantra. You know, it's just, it's never going to happen because they're, you know, everyone's on their different path, whatever. Right. But you know, just be the best deliverer of information and don't expect too much. You know, that's kind of what's happened with Mark's whole movement. These fucking, everyone's pissed because they haven't changed the world yet. And it's like, give me a fucking break. You know, that's not going to happen. You know, so like make the best of it and just
we gotta
do
keep
better.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
like,
keep improving.
The obstacle is teachability, the eagerness to learn, and the willingness to accept change.
Yeah. And like all the anarcho-capital stuff that I talk about, this is all like stuff I learned like 15 years ago. I'm new to all the spirituality, psychology shit. I'm still a fucking noob, and I am interested in that also. For sure, that's like what I'm more interested in now. But this old stuff, like the ANCAP stuff's fun, and it is more, what is it, left brain, right?
yeah,
More masculine,
Yeah.
leaning kind of stuff, like crypto and fucking fixing the fucking community. You know, I totally identify with that. It tends to be that people are like most interested, you know, like those. Like whenever I've watched like Chaos Theory or like the Peter North, you know, people are like mostly interested. Matthew
North.
I call him that porn star's name all the fucking time. It's so funny. Peter North. Well, what were we just talking about?
LimeWire.
LimeWire. You know, it took understanding chaos theory and understanding how we can do anarchist communities for me to like break my brain open to a whole, you know, it took like learning about what really happened in World War II. It took learning about, you know, like it took learning these scary things to really, and like even like flat earth and fucking Tartarian theory, even though half of that stuff is bullshit, it still opens your brain up to allowing you're just more open. You're more open to things, thus you're able to hypotheses and think about things deeper, you know, with like more critically than you normally would if you believe half the stuff that's been taught to us since we've been born.
Right, your
like,
world gets bigger because
like
you let in
when
more
people say, you
information.
know, like free Palestine, you know, And I
Yeah,
say, okay, free the people of Palestine, but there should not be a Palestinian state nor an Israeli
No,
state.
yeah,
There
no
should not
groups.
be a state.
No groups. All the group mentality bullshit.
Yeah.
That's where everything starts bad.
No
All the
flags,
problems
man.
start
No,
with the groups.
yeah.
That's what I was trying to tell the political vegans the other month. I was like, dude, this is all the wrong way of going about it. Like, once you start making these groups have special fucking shit and fucking everyone else has to pay for it, everyone's gonna get pissed and everyone's gonna be divided. Like, this is how we fucking, like, you're falling into the CIA's shit. I literally told that fucking shit guy.
RFK Jr. gets on TV.
Oh my
and now
fucking god!
fucking Costco is got tallow and shit everywhere.
No, bro, they're making RFK's low key making it illegal to be vegan, impossible and illegal.
Yeah, yeah.
No, so no more French fries for the vegans. The mainstay of any vegan's diet when we go out to a fucking restaurant. Now we don't get fucking French fries
even
anymore.
the nachos are gonna be greased up with tallow.
Seriously,
Manteca.
gross, bro. You're gonna take our French fries? You're gonna take our Oreos?
From my cold vegan hands. Yeah, dude. And I came to veganism through spirituality, and I would say what brought me to spirituality is being a teenager and trying to think about what I'm going to do with the rest of my life, experiencing like working a summer job, being robbed at gunpoint at the summer job, and realizing how close I was to my life ending. Then I had to think about, well, why would that be bad if it ended now as opposed to later when I'm old? Obviously, I feel like there's some things I didn't accomplish, or obviously I wasn't feeling complete or fulfilled. So I was thinking like, okay, since life is fragile, how do I maximize my time on this earth? It got me into spirituality, specifically Eastern, Vedanta, yoga, and some other, schools. And through that, karma, and then even beyond that, realizing that karma can only take you to a certain point. And after that, there is no material. See, this is where I think the One Great Work and Mark, they get close to, but then their ideas fall apart because animism can't save the world. Natural law can't save the world. Veganism can't save the world because it's life and death is a cycle, but you can make the experience of life conducive to better experiences. We can't just get rid of all the bad experiences. And spirituality is supposed to get you to the point to realize that bad experiences happen, but there's certain categories of bad things that you can control, and those are the things that you ought to. And then the ones you can't control, don't even try, because trying to control the things you can't control is how we get to our economic and socio-political disaster that we're in right now.
Right. Yeah, and I think like the balance to life is cause and effect. Is like you do bad shit, you get bad results. That's the balance. It's not like there needs to be 50% bad people, 50% good people. I think that's like BS.
Right. If everybody else is bad and you being good is not going to help, you should still be good because it's good for you.
Right.
So the whole collectivism thing, like perfect is the enemy of good. Well, look, every animal that we save by not eating is still going to die. Doesn't mean we should eat the animal.
Well, it's like all these guys, they're like complaining about how things are in the world, but then they're like, oh, bro, he doesn't mean anything. It's not real. It's like, okay, well, why is everything bad in the world? Because everybody's doing good. Like, that should be all you need to know. Like, we're all fucking up and being immoral pieces of shit. Therefore, the world is an immoral place. Like, it's not because everybody's being nice and doing everything correctly and being in line with natural law and everything. Like,
it's a utopian,
well, yeah, any
To
of these
think that way is
destinations
utopian,
are
yeah.
utopian.
Yeah.
People accuse us of that, but it's like, well, I mean, whatever, man. If I have a certain amount of free will and agency, why wouldn't I use it to create something better if I can?
Yeah.
Or die trying.
And you have, like, you're the only dude I know who has a fucking house that they own that's freshly painted. And, like, you know, a lot of people talk shit about you that don't have a fucking freshly painted home that they own, you know? And it's like,
yeah.
Yeah,
I bought it in 2020. I didn't have a bank account until 2017.
yeah.
And you know, because I didn't have like a job for like 10 years. But, you know, when I spent a lot of time like couch surfing, living here and there, living in the woods, literally off grid, no utilities. And I can tell you, when you wake up with the sunrise and you go to bed when it gets dark and you have to stay inside because there's coyotes and bears outside, like you realize like your place in the world and how like nature can completely eat you alive. And then you realize that like if you don't want to be part of this dynamic, don't fucking like do shit to nature to have it come back on you. It was really weird, but basically like living, and I wasn't vegan or even vegetarian at the time, but then again, I had like a few $100s a month to live on and would have to like load up a suitcase and like walk a mile down the road to get on the bus, like to get groceries. But it took its toll on my body. You know, I like got kidney stones and stuff. It was bad. But when I was able to like make some money and then get to choose what I eat, I made better choices, and you know, then I get to a sticking point and then have to work harder.
Yeah, dude, I grew up
Where were
on
you getting your
sailboats.
water from? Like,
If you don't
where
pay
were you getting-
attention, if you don't pay attention to your sailboat, you fucking sink and die. I grew up on sailboats. It's the same thing as kind of living out in the fucking desert.
Yeah,
like there's just, you're at the mercy of Mother Nature the whole time, you know. And if you fuck up, some whale's gonna come by and fucking bash your boat, and you'll die. Like, you know, like if you're shooting enough dolphins or something, being crazy, you know, something always comes around. It's just like going to the dog park. One dog's fucking being crazy, the pack comes together. You know, like they stop that dog. They're like, hey, chill. That's not cool. It's the you know, the government wants us to think that humanity is just the fucking terrible and we have to kill and do all this shit. But like, we wouldn't still be here if it wasn't for the greater good of humanity. And we're just in a down. We've been in a downslope for a while, but we need to get back in an upswing.
I don't even know. I don't even know if that's true. I think we're kind of in an upward slope, but it's just slow, and it's like, because I think throughout history it used to be even worse. But it was always like, man.
Yeah, like now we're
it was
getting pretty
limited
big
by the
where-
weapons that we had. Like you can only kill so many people with a crossbow, you know. So like horses, you
Nukes
know,
aren't
they
real,
get tired.
Catapults.
Yeah, but still, we got real conventional weapons, and then communication, and the ability to pay people, and the ability to like do shit remotely that we didn't have before. Like you used to be able to have to physically go somewhere to kill somebody, you know.
And it
Now
takes
you
a
have to, like,
long
track them
time.
down and
Like
get a map.
imagine like in the Crusades, like it took these dudes months to get there. You know?
Exactly.
Like physically.
Shit would happen.
You have, like, print out a map off MapQuest.
Yeah.
Imagine the level of like brainwashing needed, although it's still present today, but like the level needed to get people to actually like devote their lives to just.
Oh, well, the
Throw their
incentive
lives
was
away.
that they were allowed to vote then.
Yeah.
In the Roman Empire, like if you then you get land, you get a pension, you get to vote, you become part of an equestrian class.
Right.
You see, so it's like you move from a pawn to a knight.
Right. You get status, yeah.
Yeah, and then a bishop or a senator after
A house
that.
slave.
You know? Yeah, but
From a
that's
pawn
the
to a house slave.
yeah, exactly. But that's one thing about these narrative-based eschatological religions where they think everything's going to resolve in some kind of infinity war they call Armageddon or whatever. To this belief that there's a linear timeline and this my prophecies and my Bibles and my covenants, that's all just bullshit. Trash. But it's actually 6,000-year-old bullshit. Right? So this guy allegedly from Mesopotamia decides that he met the only true God, then makes this like handshake deal with a voice in his head, and then all of his descendants, and then one of his descendants has a son, and that son actually is the son of the God that Abraham met, and then like the whole world basically we have to wipe out all indigenous cultures and we have to get them all on fucking McDonald's and Bibles everywhere so that this guy can come back from the clouds. Like, what the fuck, dude? But like, do you see like everything from like the caste system in British India, chattel slavery, importing slaves to Fiji, the Caribbean, South, everywhere, dude, is all fucking government and religion hand in hand. You have the pen and you have the sword, and they work together.
Dutch East India Company.
Yeah, dude, and the fucking Belgians in Africa, fucking chopping people's hands off. The fucking Spanish
fucking annihilated North America.
What was it though? They're like, oh, but that's just Europeans.
Gold?
Okay, Europeans peddling some Semitic bullshit from the Middle East about fucking bloodlines ruling the world. Fuck your bloodlines. Fuck your ancestors, bro. If your ancestors believe that you need to kill people and take their land, then maybe just take your ancestor book and throw it away.
I'm okay with hate speech, but if you use it to fuck someone up, I'm going to get pissed.
I mean, the definition of a cult, right? Something is when a group of people becomes like violent or like something like that. No,
yeah, I don't know. The whole point of Christianity and Islam is to wipe out every natural religion on the earth and replace it with a fake ass prophecy based economic system / governing religion. That's why they called it Christendom. Like basically Islam had to wipe out Hinduism and Buddhism and all indigenous Asian and Middle Eastern religions. Christianity wiped out all of the natural cultures and religions of Europe and the Americas. To what? So this is like goodness is what we says it is, as opposed to what's observable in nature. That's the thing. It's a material. All Abrahamic religions are a materialist, egoist
world.
Yes, exactly. It's all like man's ego just projected into a being, and the more people believe in this being who is what he will be. You see, even the name YHWH, I am that I am, is actually I will be what I will be, is literally like manifest destiny. Well, if we can kill everybody and take their land, that's what was supposed to happen. And then they roll out the prophecy and say, see, yeah, actually, I prophesied this. But when they prophesy something that's wrong, they just never mention it again.
Oh, it's God works in mysterious ways.
People who would say that, oh, remember when that was wrong? Well, they're already dead. So really just control history, control all the fucking goods, gold, spices, guns, whatever it is. And that's all it is. It's literally the fucking cancer of the Matrix.
And I feel like it's always like the end times too. Like I feel like
there isn't any religion that believes in end times is just dog shit, bro.
Yeah. So far they haven't like panned out really.
Well, that's the thing is they just say nobody knows when it'll come.
Right.
So might as well do our bidding.
Right.
like at least the Eastern religions and even animists, they believe in a cycle, just like the seasons of the year. But
Like
this
Kali
A
Yuga,
to
all that
B
stuff.
and
Yeah.
eternal damnation and eternal this and that, it's all literally just a scam. I mean, what did Jacob and Esau fight over? Like the inheritance and the birthright and the money. It's all about the fucking stuff.
Like, did you read all the whatever the sacred texts or whatever? Have you read like all of them, Darren?
Pretty much all the major ones of the world. Yeah.
Would you would you say it's like required reading?
Yeah.
So you do think they're important to read?
It's important to, well, maybe not like, I mean, you don't have to spend that much time on it, but you do have to like have a basic working understanding of it. But also, I think most people don't ever learn about the reason why here. You should know what people believe, but you should know why these beliefs don't work. And you should compare that to the works that are suppressed, like Stoicism, Vedanta. Stoicism and Advaita Vedanta, I would say, are probably like these schools of thought that are like philosophical systems of self-realization. All of these exoteric religions are made to wipe out all philosophical mystical systems.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
If
that kind of makes sense.
all the
know
things
your
like,
enemy.
everything like theft and murder is actually like it's triggered by character defects, and the shit religions of the world enhance and play on those character defects. Whereas the philosophical religious traditions tell you that, you need to kill off those bad parts of your personality, and then get to a point where you don't want anything that you don't need, which is completely antithetical and satanic to the fucking, current model of, if I believe it, then I do this and I get my blessings and I become a millionaire and I own a fucking jet. I buy it from Tyler Perry. This fucking bullshit televangelism, or like, the Vatican and all this stuff. It's just a money laundering racket. Whereas like the philosophical and the philosophical and self-realization based traditions of the world will just tell you like you're a fucking world-class clown shoe if you think wealth is something you need to acquire.
Yeah.
Yes.
And on that, hold on. So on that note, in honor of Soundpath for Freedom, we're going to listen to our honorary musician, Nemo. Where'd it go?
Nemo Jones.
Freedom, they won't take our freedom. Oh, fuck yeah. One thing.
The one thing I love above all else is the one thing they shove up on the shelf. Some dreams will never die. Some never figure why they won't take our freedom away. They won't take our, they won't take our freedom. They
This is
won't
North
take
Indian.
our freedom away.
Not good, right?
The one thing we share
Oh, is this a longer version?
is our love of life.
Oh yeah.
And the one thing they fear
Can I beat the back vocals?
is your soul's light. So let your soul ignite. So let your heart burn bright. So bring your love to the fight. To the fight. They won't take our freedom. They won't take our freedom away. They won't take our, they won't take our freedom. They won't take our freedom away. They won't take our freedom.
Get it,
They
Arian.
won't take our freedom away.
What?
So you're humane and free born to stay. They won't take your freedom away.
Lovely.
Woo!
For the people to go vegan now. I'm afraid if I put this on my alarm clock, I will start hating
You
this
just stay
song.
asleep. Yeah. That was way longer than I thought it was.
Yeah, and then we cut it up.
So everyone support Nemo. Nemo's a vegan natural law practitioner. Check
Oh,
out
he
his
is vegan.
channel.
Cool.
Yeah, check out his channel, Nemo Jones. What else is he?
I subscribed
Reporting for Beauty.
already.
Reporting for Beauty and
Europa
and
Natural
then
Law.
Europa Natural Law. Obviously, you should all be following Europa Natural Law.
Europa Natural.
Stop fighting Americans onto Europa Natural Law.
Oh yeah, so Europa Natural Law.
Oh no!
No Deftones. Europa Natural Law is the other show we're on every once in a while.
Stop inviting all these American people over to the Europa Natural Law.
God, why won't you listen to Derek?
I just invited more Americans over to Europa Natural Law. Great. Oh, so yeah, support Nemo. Nemo is awesome. He's got a lot of good music. The intro to Europa Natural Law is one of our favorite songs.
Yep.
If you invite Nicola, he's
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
confuse them because Nicola sounds American, you know. He
Yeah.
lived in America a lot of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Pass for European.
you pass for European. You could lay something on thick. So let's check back with Soundpath.
What are your thoughts or Spotify?
Now.
Yeah, he's got SoundCloud and Spotify, and is he on Spotify?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you're
he's
just
got a
asking what our
SoundCloud.
thoughts are on Spotify.
I heard a lot of people
I
are
heard there's
boycotting
some bad
Spotify.
stuff. I don't remember what it was. Was
It's something I plan on migrating out of. Yeah. I guess the owner is like basically you're funding people dying across the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Spotify money, like is the
Yeah.
gist.
Wait, why is that? I missed that. What's the issue?
Like he donates to the IDF or something.
Yeah.
I forget the
Like
I forget
lots
the
of money.
specifics, what he's specifically involving in funding. But it is death of humans.
Check it out. Do your own research. Everybody should always do your own research.
Spotify, yeah.
A lot of
listen to
pro-Palestine activists are boycotting Spotify, and some artists are also canceling Spotify.
Yeah.
It's such a hard bar to set though, because like a lot
pretty
of
good
people buy meat with their money, and it's like a lot of people just do a lot of immoral shit with their money. So like,
yeah,
I would probably have I'd be buying nothing. I feel like.
Well,
I'm not saying don't boycott, but
Yeah,
I just don't know where the line is. I don't have like a clear like, okay, he donated that much money to the IDF. Now I gotta boycott him. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger donate to the IDF too.
Yeah, I mean, Schwarzenegger, his dad. I mean, he's a lot apologetic to Zionists, a lot. Like,
yep,
because his dad was an ACIS, like a Nazi officer or whatever. And I mean,
Okay, so
because
he
he grew up
donates.
like. Sorry. Yeah.
I was just gonna say the Spotify CEO, I guess he donates a shit ton of money to like military industrial complex, like private companies, military investment, European defense tech startup, Helsing through venture capital firm Prima Materia. So yeah, just
Bad
not even
shit.
like funding a specific side of war, just funding war, basically, like funding weapons to go on.
He's probably blackmailed into that too. Like, why would anybody like on their own just like donate? Like,
yeah, or like personal relationships with people,
Right.
industries. But yeah, like what's the kickback from that? I don't know.
Right.
One thing I love.
And we have a chat going on Telegram if you guys want to check us out, or you can chat in
What?
So
Come again.
take a quick break. We're going to hear from some of
I think
the
she realized that the mic wasn't working because
podcasters.
Oh no, she's got two mics and they're not working.
No, one of them CGI or one of them
Natural
AI.
Because there's one right there.
And I thought it would be
Glowing.
apropos for us to promote one of our partners,
This
the
one's
Meditate
fake.
More podcast with Manny
Looks fucking sick. We got like
Mandala.
matching
So
glasses
come check
on.
out this.
Manny Mandala. Manny Moneybags.
Does she channel like aliens
Manny
or something?
Deep Pockets Manny.
Calling all potential content creators.
it's
Do you
Will.
want to teach natural law and objective
Keller's
morality
in
to
the
assist
house.
in the great work of ending
Wait, we
human
gotta turn him
slavery?
down.
Mark Passio from What on Earth is Happening.com is inviting you to join.
Oh, Jeff.
How to become
But
the
I gotta say, I like the
true
aesthetics. Like,
media
I'm liking what he's doing.
2025
Like the whole visual part of it. I'm actually kind of impressed.
and
Mark do all
intensive
that?
23.
I don't know.
Have you seen his music video?
The Mr. Peanut Butter one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
It was our original, the intro to our show originally.
Right.
It's a great song. Like we listen to it. We've listened to it more than anyone, probably. Honestly, we've listened to that song more than anyone, not just on the show, like outside the show. It's a fucking banger. It's a hilarious good song.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's like not bad in terms of like you can like take it seriously for what it is, for what it's supposed to be. Like it's not like my like preferred music, but
what crunk rap?
Yeah, I like rap, but like not like
not white boy
Clan.
rap.
But yeah, I mean it's nice. It's nice. It's not. It's like I definitely wouldn't expect him to make that like level.
That's how cool it is. It's like he put a lot of effort into it, and it's like it's pretty rad. Like we love it.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody got mad at me because I had it as my intro, and I'm like, oh, what? It's a fucking great song. It's such a good song. I'm not even making fun of him. I love Will. Will brings me great joy.
Yeah.
I love the guy.
He just blocks people.
Uh-oh, someone's mad. Someone's saying, I'll never be as big a man as Mark Passio. Probably not. I am a bigger man. I'm taller than Mark.
You're a bigger man, child.
Mark's pretty short, actually. I am a bigger man.
Cock measuring.
We should have bigger man competitions.
No. We love Mark. We love Derek. We love Will. We love all these guys. There
They
are
don't
guys.
like you.
No, they don't like. I don't know why. Mark should love this show. He should absolutely love this show. It makes no sense that he doesn't like this show. He thinks we're beefing. So I guess stand by.
Beefing isn't vegan, Mork.
Beefing isn't vegan, Mork.
Zealots.
So Earth Crisis made me fucking based when I was really young. This band in the early 90s. I don't remember
not Indian.
being politically interested, or like just being like a 15-year-old like kind of punk rock kid with no like direction or purpose outside of just like whatever, just going to concerts and being a kid. I stumbled upon hardcore music in this band, Earth Crisis. And looking back at them now, post getting into natural law and everything, I'm blown away, because the band is the absolute fucking, like, they're the natural law fucking spokespeople band. Way before anybody was doing anything. We keep finding more Earth Crisis stuff and reading lyrics, and we're just like, does he, like, he's way, I guess, being into like Krishna and like stuff, he was just way, Carl the singer was just way ahead of the times, and he's big. It's like Earth Crisis is big time petty tyranny, big time fucking foreshadow work, like.
What about Bad Brains?
Like Hindu style, like oh, you're
Yeah,
gonna
I used to live in the temples with these guys, some of these guys, and they're really cool people, and they don't think
amazing.
They don't really believe in democracy for that reason. Like, just a bunch of shitty, filthy peasants that are jealous of everybody should get together and decide what's right. No, there's right and wrong objectively, and to be uncompromising on that is the way to go.
So I'm gonna put the lyrics in the chat, and we're gonna listen to this song. It's very good, very scratchy, very it's an old hardcore song. But
oh no, they're talking about violence. Oh my god!
Like, yeah, what is this? This is not Indian.
This is not Indian. It's not. It make me feel.
This
like
is not
crying.
Indian. I'm letting me do it. I can't
It's
even.
not natural. Mark does not have a tree in his office, so it's not natural.
Yeah.
Natural fallacy.
So Earth Crisis has lyrics like, what's Genesis? Let's listen to Genesis, the Nemesis. The chorus is, I turned myself into a monster to defend the monsters, to defend, what is it? I turned myself into a monster to defend against the monsters of the world.
Yeah, or defend from the
like
other
it's
monsters
like
of the world.
based ass like who would you even say, Jungian, borderline Jungian, like, aside from all the vegan stuff, obviously, I don't know. I guess I think the chat only allows you to post like 25 or something, 25 letters.
I think like you're trying to Yeah, it's too long of a copy and paste.
Yeah.
You have to copy
Oh,
that.
who's Final King? Is Final King who we think it is?
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously. We have what is this vile creature? Who talks like that? But oh, what were we doing?
There's also a band called Moral Law, I think.
Ooh, that's
Also,
pretty good.
Straight Edge. I don't know
Ooh.
where they are from, but
It sucks because all the footage from that era is like really, it's like 1P, but it's pretty bad. The footage.
The lyrics are up there on the screen.
Yeah.
were Bad Brains vegetarian or?
I don't think so, unfortunately. That was the vegetarian thing came later on with like the New York kind of like
And it's
youth
cross.
stuff, Aussie-core. They were vegetarian, and then Carl came along and started writing like, you know, really gnarly vegan lyrics, and kind of alienated himself from the scene because all the vegetarians were like, "Whoa, bro!" Like, you know, because these songs are all about like basically gathering up all the Satanists and lighting them on fire, and you know, like crazy like lyrics that probably came from a lot of you know, like the old Hindu stuff is if you eat any animal, all those animals are going to come back and eat you when you're sleeping, and when you know, you will, karma comes back around. But these guys were a huge, because it was almost like I was straight edge and I found these guys and went vegan, and it was almost like going libertarian and then going anarchist after. It's like, okay, well, this goes far beyond just, oh, I'm just gonna eat healthy and not do drugs and listen to really heavy music. It's actually like, you know, being an activist, being an animal activist, and doing direct action, not just, you know, posting stuff, you know, like what you guys do with AB, like, and beyond that. These guys were super around with, oh, and then freaking Gulch is so good. But Earth Crisis was,
Earth Crisis is sick.
Earth Crisis is pretty sick. We're going to see them next month. Aaron has a ticket. Allegedly, he's flying in for it. But they very much taught the personal and animal liberation thing, and took it to the extreme. Straight edge people didn't do drugs or smoke or do drink or have promiscuous sex, and they were we were all very much animal rights activists. And but in the beginning, it was more of a personal thing, and then it became, okay, no, I need to fix the world, do less harm, you know. And it's basically all the stuff's Mark harps on the most, but in the 90s. And so that's why when it came, you know, libertarianism and natural law stuff kind of came, like, oh, okay, this is kind of familiar to me, just because this is what I was doing, being an angry kid who was mad at his mom, you know, as a teenager. And that's all what we were doing. We're all going crazy in there because we're all mad at moms, I guess, or society or something.
Breaking the cycle, yeah.
Yeah, trying to break the cycle, but almost in an imbalanced way. I mean, kind of, not really. I mean, taking care of your body and not being addicted to anything, but being addicted to materialism, being addicted to the state, you know, it's never good to be addicted to anything.
They try to guilt trip you as a kid, like, to tell you that, like, fighting is wrong. They never even try to tell you what things you should fight for and what things you shouldn't fight about. So that's where people just have this vagus nerve response and be like, that music is too loud. It's not nice. It doesn't give me the happy feelings, you know?
Yeah.
And then people are like, oh, we just, no fighting, peace. It's all about peace, bro. Peace is the most entropic like fucking diarrhea fucking ideology I've ever heard of. It's just like fucking just shit pouring out your fucking mouth and pants.
Yeah, like
The most peaceful people in the world, like, dude, like, you know how many fucking rapes and murders go on in like the fucking rainbow families and shit?
Yikes.
Fuck hippies, dude. Fuck peaceful people. They're
hippies are all carnivores now. They're not even like vegetarian or anything anymore. The whole
these people are like, you got these pussy ass, like, you know, neo-Buddhist pacifists that think, oh, you know, fighting is just wrong. No, actually, the world sucks because people don't fight enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's like in the 60s.
So then they join these little fucking Maoist groups and these fucking globalist communist groups. They're all the same people bitching about the caste system in India are fucking that think government is going to fix things. Don't realize that government helped enshrine that shit in the first place with the British Raj. But they don't care. They just claim to be with the minorities so they can get out of a fucking Maoist government. Marxist bullshit.
Have you seen High Plains Drifter? The Clint Eastwood movie.
Ago.
It's basically like the perfect story of karma coming around. It's fucking basically Clint Eastwood shows up at this city and he's a straight up scumbag, like murderer, rapist, you know, within the first 3 minutes of the movie, just doing dastardly shit. And then it turns out that this city was like letting criminals, they were looking the other way and being complacent when criminals would come to town and like mess with the law or mess with good people. They'd all just they're all scared and complacent and they just look the other way. And then Eastwood comes through and just starts wrecking the place and they're all, oh, let's pay this guy to fix everything. You know, just have him, let's pay this guy to fix everything since he's such a good gunfighter. He'll just kill all the bad guys real quick and we'll be good. And then he just proceeds to destroy this people's town slowly throughout the movie, just like dynamiting this people's town. And then he's training them to to stand up, to deal with these people that they're scared of. And then when the people show up, he leaves and everybody gets scared and just gives up. And then he has to come and kill all the bad guys. It's like a hilarious.
What's it called?
High Plains Drifter. It's one of the more controversial. It's very controversial spaghetti flick because there's like full on rapes in it and stuff, and like some very questionable. I probably shouldn't even said that word.
Is it a Western movie?
Yeah, it's a old school baby Clint Eastwood, like when he was like 30. But it's just such a good, and it's spaghetti westerns were done by Italians. They were American Western movies done by Italians, and they just look and feel, and they're just very different. But we've just been like watching these movies. But it was such a good. The movie's such a. It's based. That's literally what it's about. Karma coming around, you know, and fucking up people for doing bad and being complacent and not fucking standing up for what's right. But Ariane, have you ever seen this video? This is my era in the 90s.
Imagine your teenager
we actually
decides to live a clean life. No alcohol, no smoking, no sex or drugs, and maybe even becomes a vegetarian. Sounds great, doesn't it? Well, for most kids who adhere to a lifestyle they call straight edge, it is. But for some kids, they've taken it too
like
far.
practically on black and white.
The right finger.
Deadly results.
They're killing each other.
Is this a mosh pit or what is this?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Have you never seen a mosh pit, Ariane?
I know. I've been yesterday.
I know.
But I wasn't in it because there was a lot of mud and it was slippery.
Real order to it. There's a lot of energy and aggression in music. It's a positive
I was
way.
stage diving last week and threw out my knee.
Dateline the mid-'80s, bands like Minor Threat were giving birth to straight-edge music. It was designed to be played fast and heard loud. Teenagers were mesmerized by the music, and its message.
And
the kids would go to
the
watch
song
it
was
in
really
bars,
short.
clubs where they couldn't actually purchase alcohol. They would mark a black X on the kids' hands, which would tell the bartenders that they couldn't drink alcohol. And the kids would go in and watch the bands. They took on the name Straight Edge, and they made
Where do you
the
find
X
this?
was being marked on their back of their hands as
What?
their symbol.
Today, Straight Edge is bigger than
Oh,
ever.
oh, yeah.
3 of the biggest bands
So-
talk to us about the movement.
My buddy Troy. So this America's Most Wanted. My buddy Troy burnt down a mink farm, and they put him on America's Most Wanted and did a whole story about the straight edge movement at that time. And like, this is like 94 or something. But like, I was in the room with the guy as we were watching this, who's on this show during this time, because him and some guys burned down a mink farm, and one of the guys got stuck in the farm and almost died. He got burnt, his whole body. And so the government made an example of him, and America's Most Wanted basically told the world about vegan straight edgers, and then we got put on the Department of Justice counterterrorism list of domestic terrorists, vegan straight edgers, kids that were actually cared about morality and not doing drugs and not being fucking pieces of crap.
Yeah,
but yeah, this is
like the ALF is also on that list or something.
yeah. But they interview Carl in a second. Like this was one of the coolest things to happen to us when this came out.
Battery's a straight edge band. Straight edge is a lifetime commitment.
It's Carl.
We don't
That was
drink,
Earth
we don't
Crisis.
Smoke, don't do drugs, and also a part of it is avoiding promiscuous sexual behavior. For me, straight edge was like, wow, what a cool way to live like a positive life.
Every member in the band straight edge, and if
PMA
someone wasn't straight edge, they wouldn't be in the band anymore.
I think that the only place I've ever heard of there being some sort of straight edge violent gang is in Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City, where straight edge became hate edge.
Right when I rolled in, it felt really crazy.
Salt Lake
It
kids
was
were
definitely
always trouble.
a lot different vibe than I'd ever been exposed to.
And what you
They're like
sensed
gangsters
was
out there.
rage. The victims, anyone who disagreed with the so-called poison-free lifestyle of straight edge.
Hate edge takes straight edge a step further. If they walk by, they might see some guy smoking a cigarette at a show.
I never
outside,
saw
they'll
anything
tell him
like
to put
this
it out.
in 10 years.
And if he doesn't, they will.
That was a myth.
They'll beat him
Those
up.
straight edge guys beating
There
people
were
up
even
smoking.
wilder reports, like skateboarding gangs of hate edgers terrorizing pregnant women for smoking, vandalizing merchants whose products they disliked. It all led up to an
That
incident
happens,
that
though.
shocked the city.
Or shadow work,
The
bro.
violent act that kind of sent everybody way off saying, hey, straight edge is dangerous, was what occurred was at a concert at a fair park here. A kid I think he had a glass of wine and was smoking a joint.
I mean, they don't like people who drink, and it was probably pretty apparent that I was drunk. But
This guy was trolling everyone. He got his ass beat. He's
maybe I
dumb.
shouldn't have been smoking the joint. I'm sure, I shouldn't have. But
These guys threw him to the ground.
playing the
proceeded
victim.
To start to try and carve an X into his back.
I mean, they have no right to carve me up like a turkey or something,
Actually, these kids had more respect for the turkey. Some became vegans, hardcore vegetarians, and turned their rage toward protecting all animals.
And then when they got into that, then they started into even more extreme animal rights type of
ALF.
activities. But it led to them getting involved
Straight
in
edge.
illegal, unlawful acts of vandalism, of bombings, arsons, that type of activities.
There are instances where education, peaceful protest, and trying to change things through legal means have obviously been tried and tested to the limit, and they're ineffective.
Once again, the music was part of the movement. Listen to Ultra Militants by Earth Crisis.
Oh, yeah, it's a good song.
The hardline vegan zeroed in on a target, the fur industry in and around Salt Lake City.
Probably the first ranch that was hit was our research ranch. It was hit in June '97. About a month later, there was 3,000 or 4,000 mink released at a couple of our ranches.
Animals are rescued. It's a beautiful thing, and the people who do it should be recognized for the heroes that they truly are.
Picture here is what happens when they go out and release these minks. They end up getting out, they get on the road, cars run over them.
But releasing minks was just the beginning. Violent action was the next step. Target, the Fur Breeders Co-op, a major feeding and research facility for the mink trade. The perpetrators, Josh Ellerman, Adam Troy Peace, and 3 other straight-edgers. Their weapons, 5 well-placed pipe bombs.
The devastation in the fire was very serious. The fact that they would plant pipe bombs is a very violent,
violent
type act.
I am
so violent
straight edge.
to blow up a mink farm.
Myself a revolutionary.
What they're doing is violent.
Bombing the office building in the I do believe 5 or 6 of the meat trucks got blown up.
The Dutch activists burned seven slaughter trucks.
Have you had any legal repercussions? I'm going to be doing 35 years in prison because of that.
Ellerman cut a deal and had his sentence reduced to 7 years. To some straight edgers, he became a martyr.
Sacrificed their freedom to make another creature free, you know, and I think that's an amazing thing, and they should be commended for it. But at the same time, yeah, it's like we feel awful that, you know, these people are actually gonna spend time in prison, a lot of them, you know.
On Halloween '98, straight edge violence in Salt Lake City reached the point of no
That was
return.
Earth Crisis,
This
by the
time
way.
the target
They
wasn't
kinda
in the
started
fur
this whole
trade.
thing, so
It
he's
was
like,
some other kids who made the
so bad
mistake
because
of
people are ending up in
crossing
jail.
paths with 30 hate edge hooligans.
They just pulled up on the side and with straight edgers, I guess what they call themselves, spit on my cousin's car, called the black kids in the car niggers.
Oh, just go.
And they just got out the car. And
Whoa.
Minutes later, Bernard of Preza lay dead. He'd been cut open
was a
from his
full
neck to his belly.
I myself, and I can pretty much speak for the entire straight edge movement. We do not believe in racism. We are strongly opposed against racism.
A tragic ending and such a waste coming from a group that began with the intention of doing good.
I was disgusted. Couldn't believe it. It makes me question why I'm even doing this, why I'm even a part of this. It blows my mind that somebody could take straight edge and turn it into that.
Now remember, the vast majority of the kids who live the straight edge lifestyle are good and honest people. It's just a very few kids who are making a bad name for the whole movement. You saw how Josh Ellerman was brought to justice for his role in the fur breeders' bombing. But there are a couple of other straight edgers who have crossed the line. Adam Troy Peace and James Ray Blackman are hardline straight edge vegans on the run for crimes committed in Salt Lake City. Peace is wanted as a co-conspirator in the Fur Breeders Co-op bombing. Blackman is facing up to 15 years in prison for crimes against Utah mink farmers. Today is his birthday. If you've seen James Blackman or Adam Troy Peace, call 1-800-CRIME-TV.
Yeah.
You have a dog?
Yeah.
Imagine your teenager decides to
Guys,
live a
I have
clean
to
life.
hop off. It's super late here.
Me too.
But
It's 5 in the morning.
yeah,
Later,
I
dude.
appreciate talking to you guys was fun. I'll see
Later,
you guys
man.
around.
Peace.
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 Bye, guys.
So, have you seen this yet, Ariane?
Which one?
Oh, how do I turn this up?
Hey, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah.
You know who this is, right, Ariane?
Oh, is it Logan? Really?
Yeah.
Bleed through space, see you drifting past the far
Can you fucking believe this guy? Can you fucking believe this guy? It gets worse. Just wait.
Wait.
We dive through crystal waters,
Hydrogen.
oceans,
Like, I was hoping it would be better.
Is
Like,
he
be
serious?
like, oh, it's not that bad. No, he's very fucking serious.
I give him props for
He's got
efforts.
the balls to do it, but that's like narcissist balls. Oh my fucking god! So
This
it
is so
gets worse.
cringe,
Hello,
man.
and it's
It
fantastic
gets
to meet
worse,
you.
bro.
Hello there. Very good to meet you. A pleasure to meet you. It is.
What the fuck?
How you doing? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Hi there. It's very, very nice to meet you.
What the fuck?
Hello,
is
and it's
wrong with
very
this guy?
nice to meet
Is this
you.
AI?
I
Like,
was
is
the
this
governor
deepfake?
of Minnesota.
Why are you hating on
How
Will?
you doing? You know what?
No, it's Logan.
Real nice
I mean
to
Logan.
meet
That's
you
what I
so
meant.
much.
Why are you
Hello,
hating on Logan,
and
man?
it's great to
He's doing
meet
his
you.
thing.
He's
Who the
just doing
fuck
his
are you?
thing.
Hello,
good.
and it's very
This
nice.
could be deepfake.
Hello there.
Like he just put his face in a thing and is like,
Well,
make
hello
me an
there.
Instagram star.
Nice to meet you.
Oh my
Well,
god!
hello there, my little friend.
Is that Boza?
Well, hello,
Is that
and it's a
Boza?
real pleasure to meet you. Hello
Was
there.
he just
and it's a
impersonating
pleasure
Seth
to meet
Boza?
you. Make sure you like, follow, and share.
Brubba.
This is
No.
the reason I
Hello,
couldn't
and it's
put
fantastic
myself
to meet
out
you.
there.
Hello
I
there.
didn't want
Very
to
good
look
meet
like
you.
this.
No.
Pleasure.
Seriously.
No.
Seriously. Because you have self-awareness.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I you know, like I you know, like I was in a big band. I could have kept going. I could have been a huge rapper, but I'm not a fucking rapper. So I didn't fucking try it.
Like
you know?
for example, you know,
Like,
when I
I'm
made
myself out and fake something so hard that it looks this fucking bad.
I mean,
I don't know, man.
when I did
Maybe
the
it's
mask
bad.
thing here and the hydrogen machine, that was intentional, making a fool of myself, like portraying how other people seem, you know, but not like trying to be funny, but being sarcastic, right? But this is like being serious, what he's doing, I think.
He thinks this is really cool.
What?
We're dealing with a
Arabian
bunch
Nights?
of stunted teenagers, bro. They're all traumatized teenagers.
And the sand in the glass is right. Come on down, stop on by.
Arabian
Night to another
What's with the owl?
Arabian night. Arabian night.
Hi there. It's nice to meet you.
Hello, and it's very nice to meet you. I pooped in the refrigerator.
I would shit my
Oh, hey
pants
there.
if
Great to
he
meet you. Giggity giggity goo. All right.
popped in my room like that. Like
Yeah.
Hello, love, and it's
You know,
absolutely.
he's a trucker. He's just got a truck he lives in, and he podcasts out of his
Whatever.
truck wherever he's at. Wherever
does his
girlfriend's
truck has shit stains in it, or
oh, that's true. He does have an apartment somewhere, so he's got
Yes,
an
the
apartment
news
and
is
truck.
true.
Of course, his truck.
This
has
attempt on my
things in
life
it.
will
It's
not be
Logan
pulling me
Hart.
out of the race. Nothing will. These
Oh, he's
people are
been
crazy.
Oh,
They'll do anything to pull me out. Luckily for me,
God, bro.
I developed very, very thick skin from my many years as a businessman. So it just glanced right off. No harm done. Absolutely nobody has thicker skin than me.
I mean,
I've seen them try.
Ellie says, you
And
know,
I'm still coming
Ellie
for
says
that
he's doing
election.
his thing, you know, he's
Hillary
like
Clinton.
doing this thing.
Sleepy
But
I'd rather
for
he be
me,
doing this than scamming people with the hydrogen scam.
yeah, exactly.
Like, okay, if he can shred, that's cool. Shred, bro. Start a fucking band. Oh. Start a band with F and Will. You can start a new metal band. Will can rap.
Will can rap, yeah.
Oh my God! What drummer is
The
there?
vocals, I don't know. Someone
We
on
need
the
to find a
network plays
drummer.
drums, I'm sure.
Oh,
Wow.
how is Darren
flute
missing this right now?
He likes to blow the flute, right?
What's up, Corn Cob?
Ayo. Corn Cob says, please stop the
This is cool. I mean, I like this
Yeah.
instrument. and everything.
Well, that's the thing. If he was a cool guy, then I would be able to appreciate his art. All the other things.
All the other things we know about him.
Yeah, all the things we know about him coming together, and then him like. It's not just like it's a private thing. He's like, oh, it's like.
That's cool, but he
He's like,
went
dude,
right
I'm
into.
gonna smash so much.
Yes, the news is
USSY.
Hi, hello. It's so good to finally meet you. Well, hello.
I mean,
Great to meet you.
he could
Hello,
probably make
it's
him
a pleasure.
feel-
Hi.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
But these are all so basic.
Hello,
like everyone else does, though. You have to do. You gotta if you're gonna do impressions, you have to do like clever impressions. Yeah. This is Logan's personality in 5 seconds, guys. Allie, you're scaring Allie with Logan.
Oh man,
Scaring the girl.
cringe.
10 posts, 107 followers. Check it out, guys.
I mean, I don't want to like hate on people.
I mean,
or
art is
whatever.
art, but
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
cringe is still cringe.
Fuck it. I
Art
cringe
can be-
when I hear some activists like I cringe so hard. Slovenian festival, like a quote unquote vegan festival, you know, in Ljubljana, I think, in Slovenia. They had like rappers dressed in like a pea beans, you know, peas and I mixed potato and tomato, you know, and they were wrapping like vegetables, right? and and they were rapping about, I think, about food, right? But that's not vegan. What veganism is about, it's just food, right? So, and the whole festival is usually this kind of festivals in Zagreb, in Croatia's capital, Belgrade capital, Slovenia's capital. It's mostly about food, health, you know, and maybe environment, you know. But the activism part's barely mentioned, right? Like the principle and all this stuff. So it for me,
Everybody's
it's cringe
trading
when
recipes and shit.
I went to these festivals before to meet other vegans and to socialize with the ones that I know. But I was always looking, is there any table, any booth that has some activism stuff, you know, on it, like stickers or shirts with vegan messages. And then there's messages, food, friends, not food, you know, or if you love animals, don't eat them, or like, oh, it's mixing really some stuff, you know. And I was like, man, there's nothing that they can buy here, like that I can support, right? But yeah, that's the cringe part. Like you already know something and you want to share it, but when you share it, you are being perceived like a hater, or like a guy who always nags people or criticizes them. But like you know, David Arenas, like the Colombian guy.
Yeah.
He's a menace for other activists who block him everywhere, right? But he just wants to make them understand the concise vegan message, right? And he's
But
being like,
he doesn't though, because he's too caught up in the political fucking boomer shit of feminists, you know, like fighting the fucking social justice warriors. Like he's buying into it, he's falling for it by using all that rhetoric and falling for all of the the social justice warrior bullshit. Like,
oh, okay.
I mean, I haven't seen everything he's said. I only talked to him that one time, but he was kind of like, I see why he's not getting anywhere because of my few interactions with him. And he just kind of goes straight to I'm going to use feminism as an example. And it's like, okay, well, if you're being so particular, you need to be particular about you being neo-feminist versus, like he just kind of like got caught up in all the arguments and kind of lost. And then like, I get like sticking to the original definition of veganism and everything, but like worshiping the guy who did it and like not acknowledging that a thing like veganism existed before the guy put the name on it. He was kind of having a hard time with that. It's like morality's existed longer than that guy has been around to put the definition of veganism into some book, right? I don't know. There were a couple. I get that I get his heart, that he's a hardliner. I appreciate that, but I don't know if his argument or his way of dealing with everyone kind of like like we all, it's almost like a critique of myself at the same time, because I'm an antagonist just like him. Oh, he's gone. Where'd he go?
Oh,
I'm all alone talking to myself.
Oh no, I'm here. Hi.
But yeah, I appreciate the hard line, obviously. I just think like you got to still be open to having conversations with people. I guess he is. He wanted to talk. Yeah, I mean, I guess I get it. He's getting blocked by everyone. That's why what's her name kind of got bummed and left. Natalie Fulton, who's very much caught up in politics that don't matter. Divisive stuff. So Mark and Geri did an interview.
Hello, my name is Geri Cabezudo from Soundpath.org. I also run the liberationacademy.education as well as godislovetruthfreedom.com. And today we have an amazing
Liberation Academy,
special guest, Mark Passio.
I would look at her.
Mark Passio is an
contract very
anarchist,
closely if we
independent
get involved with
researcher,
something she's
public
involved
speaker,
in.
internet talk show host, documentary filmmaker, technology seminar instructor, conference organizer, lead vocalist, and freedom activist from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Mark has undertaken the task of assembling vast amounts of research in the areas of metaphysics, occultism, spirituality, symbology, and consciousness studies. In 2007, Mark began presenting this information in the form of a presentation series entitled What on Earth is Happening?, with the intention of bringing the implications of this body of knowledge to greater public awareness. Mark launched his own website in 2008 at whatonearthishappening.com. In 2010, Mark began hosting his own internet radio show called What on Earth is Happening, which has hundreds of episodes to date. Mark was one of the co-founders of the Free Your Mind Conference, the Philadelphia-based conference on consciousness, mind control, and the occult. Mark has taught intensive live seminars, including natural law, streetwise spirituality, New Age BS, and demystifying the occult. Mark's the creator and instructor of How to Become the True Media, an online seminar founded by him in 2020, which teaches best practices for communication and publishing in the digital age to aspiring content creators. He's the creator and curator of the One Great Work Network, a privately organized collective of conscious individuals who each create dynamic content for the purpose of spreading the message of natural law, truth, and freedom to a worldwide audience. In 2021, Mark released his first feature-length documentary film entitled Mark Passio and the Science of Natural Law, which focuses on the core of his teaching regarding morality and freedom. Mark was also the founding member and lead vocalist of the Philadelphia-based anarchist hardcore punk band, The Founders. Welcome, Mark.
Geri, thank you so much for inviting me on the show today. I appreciate it.
Oh, we're very grateful that, of all your support.
And lead singer of the death metal band Insanity.
Yeah.
Which is sick as fuck if you haven't seen
They are.
Mark Passio singing for Insanity. Real good. blackened death metal.
With Soundpath, some people may not know.
It's funny because Soundpath, it's almost all metal, and it's like, oh well, Mark's a metal guy, so
No, but you've
do
been
metal.
very gracious in, sharing your technology with us so that we can basically run this festival. And you've been there for us on just as needed advice, especially technical advice. And we're just very grateful for all your support.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course. I wanted to invite you on here because I notice a lot in our sort of natural law community that a lot of our artists, or excuse me, a lot of our content creators are artists.
Yes.
And you have that as well, and so do I. And I would love to hear your thoughts about, maybe why are there so many musicians and artists amongst us as content creators?
I think music and art plays a huge and integral role in really the awakening process. I mean, if you just think how many artists over time, whether it be in music
Logan
or
is the
have
best
really
artist.
communicated a message of freedom, and communicated a message of individuality and creativity. I grew up listening to bands like Black Sabbath, and a lot of people think, oh, heavy metal bands, they're somehow satanic, or they're just putting out a bad message. And I mean, if you really read the lyrics,
Stand and
about
fight.
the issues of the world,
Listen to the
screwed
founders.
up so badly,
Mark's
and need to
You gotta
change.
start
And their voice is an agency
Bleeding
for
Blue.
change, in my estimation. A lot of other metal bands shared that message, especially in the early 80s, throughout the mid
Geri's
80s, and into the
Bloods.
90s a little bit.
Yeah.
And then metal really started changing, and in my estimation, going downhill along with other forms of music. Look at punk rock in the early days, which was about rebellion against the status quo, and not being just a conformist. And
Right.
look at how the punk rock scene has changed. I mean, I formed a punk rock band to rebel against the way that punk changed, and we had songs about how punk had become fake and completely conformist, and just being like wearing an outfit, literally like being a Halloween costume. In the Founders, I wrote a song called "Hipsters in Costumes," and that's not strongly worded enough. It should have been called "Communists in Costumes." Based on what the punk rock scene has devolved into. So I think in general, music and arts basically activates the right side of the brain. It activates the creative aspect of the mind. And for a true awakening process to happen, you need that part of the brain and mind active. You need that brought forward, and it's not just about intellect. It's not just about the left brain and just intellect and logic. Of course, that has to be present. That left brain aspect is as critical, because if you don't know how to think,
Keep
and you don't
nodding
know
your
how to
head,
perform
Geri.
logic upon
She's the
large
best.
amounts of information,
Her and
to really
Derek
extract
Bartolocelli
an understanding
are the
from
top
a body of
2
knowledge,
active
then you don't
listeners
have the
in the One
trivia
Great Work
process in
Network.
hand, and you're not going to really awaken truly. But
They will
the
let
right
you
brain
know
aspects
that they are
just as important,
listening.
and
With
that
their
is
facial
the
expressions
creative
and their
aspect
bobbing.
of holistic thought, of the holistic
Look at her face.
mind. And
She getting
so many
prey.
people don't have that, especially in the freedom movement. I mean, if you really look at
Oh
the
my
freedom
God,
movement,
Geri,
it's a
don't
lot of
cry.
people
Whoa.
who are just,
She tripping.
oh, I just want the government off my back, and I want their reach off of my money, and it's what I call the my freedom movement. And these are largely people without creative aspects of the mind and without a holistic intelligence. So many people don't really understand how we have to fully awaken, and we have to change our own thoughts. We have to go deep into our own psychology and really understand what's going on within us. And that's the process of shadow work, as I talk about it in my work. And I think music and art has a lot to do with awakening that spirit inside of us, that dynamic, to make ourselves whole. And so many people, even within the freedom movement, forget the regular population, so many people in the freedom movement lack that, don't think that that's important, don't want that
My
to
freedom
be brought
movement.
forward, aren't trying to bring that forward inside of themselves. And
Mark
that
runs
means
it.
that they're not really
Geri's
engaging
second
in
in
a
charge
process
now.
of holistic, deep psychological work.
Geri?
Oh
Who's Geri?
my God. That's homegirl up on the screen right here. That's Geri.
Geri!
Derek.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, but that's
Yeah, Derek's
Upon
are
itself.
equally
And
as amazing.
an alleged
Pretty whack,
movement
bro.
without that is rearranging furniture on a sinking ship. That's literally how important I think the right brain creative aspects of our mind are.
Wow. I love everything you said, and I want to make sure we plug your shadow work seminar, which is happening. People can donate for a ticket at whatonearthishappening.com, which I'll drop in the link, excuse me, the chat.
Cheers, Mark.
I will drop the link in the chat, excuse me. And
that
yes,
beer?
that's happening November 22nd, live on Telegram.
Make you
And we actually did a
vibrate.
raffle just to sort of support
Jeffrey,
and cross-promote our work. And I am pleased to announce the raffle winner is Stefana Johnson. So Stefana, if you're listening, Soundpath will be sending you
No one fucking
the
likes
ticket
you.
information
right?
for
This is
your
fucking
shadow work
whack.
seminar experience. And I'm so glad that you're doing this seminar because especially with the music project that we're doing, this festival, I think so much of the healing from you know, the brainwashing, the programming, the lies can come from music. What are your thoughts on this idea?
I think it can be an enhancement to that process. I think there is no substitute for the
Yeah,
direct
he's like, whoa,
psychological work that I'm
hold
going to
on.
talk about in the shadow work
Let's not get
seminar,
too
but
new
I
agey.
think music can be a very
Geri,
healing
the
dynamic.
new age queen.
I mean, let's face it, like we all need this psychological work. We all need, you know, to work upon ourselves. And I'm no exception to that.
So she just admitted that this whole festival is simply a personal thing and not to do anything with outreach whatsoever. Not a teaching event, but a healing event, personal healing, bullshit, self-help nonsense. You guys are doing nothing to spread the fucking message with your interpretive dancing event.
That you know, I feel like I've done the type of shadow work that I'm talking
Oh
about.
boy, here he
within
goes
the last
again.
Few years, and it's ongoing. It's like never really stops.
Okay, well
I've gone
there you
deeper
go. Then
into
why
that
do you
work
keep
in
saying
the
you've
last
done
couple of
enough
years
of
because
it?
of traumas that I've personally been through. You know, this year is no exception. It's been one of the toughest years of my life, 2025. I don't know whether it's going to get any better with doing the shadow work seminar or even worse. But so I'm glad that I'm doing it. But
Having a hard
from another
year, huh, Mark?
perspective, it's sort of bittersweet
Kicking the
because
guy when he's down.
it's going to be a lot of deep introspective work for myself to even put this seminar together.
Good.
And I often second guess
Geri.
how effective things are going to be with how badly.
She's crying for him.
Oh no, she's okay.
She's all right. She's agreeing.
Blink twice, Passio.
You know, just to put out some negative stuff, if you want to call it that, and I'll try to focus in on a little bit of the positive as well. But if I have to be honest, where the so-called freedom movement is heading is absolutely in 180 degrees the wrong direction. And this is evidenced by a lot of things. This is
Mark,
evidenced by if on a daily basis
I could learn more from fucking watching Love on the Spectrum than this garbage.
I mean, I'm really thankful for his work, but this
Dude, you know what, Arian, you know, remember when we used to have CDs and records, and
Yeah.
like you'd scratch a CD and it would fucking skip right before the best part.
Oh,
That's
I hate
fucking
that.
Mark. That's Mark. Endlessly saying the same fucking shit. Nothing new. Just stopping right before anything good and just complaining because his expectations haven't been met. And that's all he could fucking talk about is, oh, the fucking liberty movement. The fucking freedom movement is fucked because you're allowing a bunch of fuckheads to lead them. You have given carte blanche your credibility over to fucking psychos that don't give a shit about the message. They just care about making money.
Yeah.
You have compromised yourself by allowing to be paid anything, any amount of money whatsoever. Taking money, making this your job, you have compromised yourself. You're no longer an activist. So you can't complain about activism not happening because you've left us all in the cul-de-sac, bro.
I don't know what's his problem. I don't know really. I really want to know what is the reason for him ignoring us or ignoring the criticism that we do, like towards the people in the
Marion, he hasn't even like, okay, let's say you're Mark, right? And you've heard through the grapevine there's this fucking guy, Jeffrey Phillips, he's talking mad shit, right? And you go check it out and you see, okay, he's talking shit about Will and Logan selling some fucking bullshit snake oil, right?
Yeah.
In my mind, if I'm Mark, I'd be like, if I didn't know about that, I'd be like, hey, Will, is there any other way you can make money outside of a pyramid scheme? You know, selling some sketchy shit and kind of lying to people about it in your fucking sales pitches. You know, is there any other thing you could be doing? You know, guide your students, Mark. Guide them. They need guidance. They're all fucking flailing.
I mean,
they need guidance. You're not giving them guidance. You're
They're
acting
doing
like a parent who has a fucking criminal child, and you're making excuses for your criminal children.
Yeah, they're doing immoral stuff, and he's talking about morality. I mean, they are misinforming people, and he said, I mean, natural law, immoral behavior is misinforming people, like lying, right? So
yeah.
So why does he tolerate that? I don't know why.
I can't. I have no clue, dude. And then like double downing on Geri. Geri and Derek, those are the two new people on the network. Holy fucking shit! It's almost.
Wait, but who? What is his last name of Geri? Who's Geri?
This is Geri here. Geri, not Kerry. Email.
Okay.
Like, this is so boring. Hearing Mark complain over and over about something that was caused by his own behavior. Not taking things the whole way. The one thing he tells us all not to do.
He kind of, I don't know. He kind of, I don't know. I mean, it's really, for example, just a quick example. In the AV Anonymous with the Voices, like the co-founder Paul Bashir, he says his main motto is leaving non-vegans, taking non-vegans accountable, right? And when Bashir is held accountable by activists who recognize non-vegan messages in the conversations that are recorded in the AV, Bashir blocks these activists, right? Like Logan, like Will blocked us, and and then today I'm thinking about
I have them blocked. I have them blocked.
Yeah, and I think like the reason he blocks these activists is because the activists leave comments that kind of expose the misinformation, right? And it gives the brand of AV a bad look, right? So the brand, I don't see it as a vegan organization. I see it as a brand that promotes like street outreach, but you can't manipulate somebody into veganism in 10 minutes, right?
No.
So it's just like you can't manipulate somebody into natural law in 10 minutes, right? I mean,
that's what I was telling your buddy earlier. Don't expect anything to happen in front of you.
Yeah, it depends on the ego level, how much somebody's teachable and receptive, and is the person narcissistic, a lot egoistic,
Yeah.
I'm really, to be honest, for myself, I'm kind of not proud, but I'm glad that I'm not so hard-headed and how to say, I'm open for criticism. And, and co-founder Bashir and Geri and all these other people around that are always on a bandwagon together, seeing each other, traveling together. But where's the money from? Where does it come from, man? It's come from these sponsors. And it really stinks of corruption. Yeah, you know, like where the activists that work for AV, they travel around. They now on the vegan camp out from their own pocket or from the AV pocket. I know, and then
they're
that's
partying.
why, yeah, and then it's kind of similar to this story with Mark. You know, he wants to that his seminars are, you know, paid so that people take him seriously, but then he accepts people who scam other people in his community, you know, and I don't get it. You know, like I expected that he would be much tougher towards these people like Geri, like, you know, like he would say, no, that's bullshit or something. Like, no, he just silent and just, you know,
I
allows
bought a
her
rock
to.
from Boza.
What? Oh, okay.
I bought a rock from Boza.
That's actually a cooler rock than
It's a
he
cooler
had.
rock. So Boza's trying to sell ore rocks with minerals in them for thousands of dollars, right? So this rock right here, this is actually, it's called a specimen, right? When you have a specimen, it's where you have gold in the rock where you could see it, and it's the most rare gold because most gold is like is tiny in a rock. It's like dust. This you can actually see a streak of gold in it, right? And it's very valuable, but really only worth about $300. And there could be possibly several grams of gold in this rock,
And
right?
you found this? You found this?
Yeah, we're gold prospectors.
I know. I saw videos
yeah.
about with the small, tiny, like that you found. Like, I mean,
The little pan, yeah.
yeah,
It's always
in the wood.
small.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Boza is selling, like, he's selling. See, let me see if you can see the gold.
Yeah, it's yellow.
Right there. You can see that yellow up there.
Yeah.
But anyway, so only worth, you know, at like a really impressive piece of rock, beautiful. Like when you get it wet, you can see the gold, you can see all these different minerals in it. Like a museum piece, kind of like something you'd put up on your wall with your crystal collection. So Boza's selling not this. He's selling just a rock with mineral in it, right? And he's saying, oh, if you buy enough of it from me, you'll be able to like break it down into bars or something. And then he's selling them at thousands of dollars a piece at this size. But this at the most, this is like a very, very nice piece of ore. Maybe I get $250 for it, $200 for it, maybe 300 if I'm lucky, right? What he's selling is worth nothing. There's no mineral, there's some sort of mineral content, but that mineral is plentiful. It is not gold. It is not, you know, uranium or some sort of super precious metal. It's just some metal that he has some connection to because of the gay shit he's into, right? So it's I mean, that without a doubt is a massive scam.
People buy that.
People buy from him. Oh, I mean, Will and Logan aren't selling shit. Luckily, we're getting through to people. But I think Boza sells a lot of stuff. I think he is a high caliber scammer, who uses manipulation and old school, like crystal ball reading type of techniques to get people into just paying money nonstop to him, just nonstop giving him money for more readings, rune readings. Call me for my free reading.
So, what kind of person you have to be to knowingly lie to people? Like
Satanist.
I mean, you know, sometimes I'm always like skeptical. Maybe he doesn't know that the rock doesn't have that much value as he thinks it does. But
well, that's what everybody was saying to me about Will and Logan. Oh, maybe they don't know they're in a MLM. Maybe they don't know that, you know, they really believe this hydrogen shit. And it's like, okay, at this point, like I said in my opening monologue, at this point, y'all know that it's a fucking scam. I've told you all, and if you're really a master of discernment like you say you are, you've gone and done your research. And all these people that I've talked to, like Manny Moneybags and shit, when I talk to them about Will and Logan, they're just they're not like, oh, I believe in what he's doing, in what they're doing. They're like, oh, maybe they don't know they're scamming. None of them are like getting behind those guys and being like, no, what they're doing is great. They're all like, oh, because they all know deep down inside that they're scamming. They're doing a full-on fucking scam. So like, you know, no one's even sticking up for them.
I don't doubt that, but like it's
the only studies on hydrogen in 8 animals is a rat test. They did a test on rats, and they possibly came to some sort of conclusion that the hydrogen was good for the rat. That's the only study that hydrogen's ever been used. It's never been used on humans. It's all bullshit. They lie through. They say there's been hundreds of studies about how great it is for the human body. They're fucking liars.
Man, it's so the animal testing is so stupid. I mean, because rats are their bodies are different than ours.
Look at these rat bodies right here. They look dead all the time when they sleep. They're hilarious.
What are animals?
Oh, we have rats. Allie saved some rats from a lady that was going to feed them to her snake.
Wow. Okay. I had a tarantula like 6-7 years ago, more before I was vegan.
Rats have an immense amount of personality, that's for sure.
They live like 2 years,
but they're not humans. Yeah, unfortunately, they don't live very long.
They are really intelligent, and I know.
One of ours is a little asshole, but the other one is like the nicest animal you've ever met in your life. It's so fucking cute.
And you know, like testing on animals, and you know the Laika, you know, the stray dog that the Russians took and threw in the space in the space race, you know. So crazy. I mean, and to say they test on the hydrogen water on mice is what kind of I mean it's such a waste of effort of thinking to it also, like
it's
I mean
ridiculous. It's junk science is what it's called.
Like crazy,
it's
like
garbage.
And they're so serious about it, and they work so hard to leave a serious impression. That's really disturbing to me, really disturbing.
Yeah,
like even I don't really like don't want to see people in a bad light, right? And really like Geri, this woman, I mean, and Geri, yeah. So
she was the one who threatened me and Darren. She was all, I'm going to fucking kill you if I ever see you. Because we disagreed with her.
It's a satanistic mindset.
Yeah.
Basically.
We've been threatened by almost everyone on the network at this point.
They're afraid that this is a sign of cowardness, of fear, right?
Their reaction is, fight me. I want to fight you then. Instead of talking this out, I want to fight. Yeah. Hide or fight. Hide or let's fight. Those are the two. You got the passives and the aggressives.
Man, I hate passive aggressiveness also. Like, totally.
Yeah, both at the same time. That's the worst.
It's like when somebody asks me, a smoker, like, do you have a light? And I say, I don't smoke. Well, I don't have a light. You say, not I don't smoke. Because I don't smoke is a passive aggressive answer. So like
Trevichis, but there, go look at my YouTube. It's full of all kinds of stuff.
Sorry?
I was talking to someone in the chat.
Okay.
They're pulling the whole, oh, you do your own work. You're going to tear someone else's down. Who are we talking about here? Will and Logan? I need to have my own scam to be able to
it's
call
like
all
a breach of contract type
breach
of
of contract.
Yeah.
You're right.
I miss having those kind of people here because it gets more interesting because maybe some people will realize how ignorant it sounds when some other people come here and like the guy that looks like a cop and started to defend statism. The last time we talked with him, I think the guy in the car.
Look, yeah, Mike
John
Canton,
or Jim. Yeah, I don't know
Mike,
what his name is.
Mike,
Yeah.
Mike Canton.
Yeah. Crazy.
He's a dumbass.
He
thinks he won that debate.
Huh? Sorry?
He thinks he won that debate.
I mean, even debating, when example, I wanted to say earlier when Nicola came here, veganism is undebatable. I mean, if you just stick to the principle definition, you can't debate it because all the other stuff that you put on veganism, utilitarianism, suffering, killing animals, death, all this stuff that is not related to veganism, like directly, like because those are just set of practices which veganism is not about. When you start to talk about these other things, then you are inviting people to debate. Then they start comparing
compromising
of this, of that,
yeah.
and then you play their game.
I fully get it. Yeah.
And
like
when
I
you
start,
start, when you stick to the principle and you explain the principle, the perception behind the mindset, vegan mindset, they can't catch on to anything. It's undebatable, basically.
No, that's why. Did you watch? What's her name? She was like, wait, you're trying to say we should get rid of government? And she just didn't have anything to say after that. Because it's like you're taking them into
their
a place
imagination has atrophied. How do you say atrophied? Like they lost the capability to imagine things. Like that's the thing. People are afraid to imagine a society that is free from control of violent gang, right?
Yeah.
So
Trevicious Carter says, what is this accomplishing? He's trying his best to teach natural law and morality. I disagree. Who gives a damn if you didn't get every single point correct? How would you like? He's ignoring the fact that there are scammers on his network.
Yeah,
he's ignoring this because of money. That's not trying your best to teach natural law and morality.
But money for what? Example now, does he do seminars
to
still,
pay
or
his
what?
fucking? He wants all of us to buy him a house. He's been saying it for years. He wants fucking satellites with his shit beamed in the sky. Like
no,
he wants nodes flying around in space with the great work on it. Like
you're not exaggerating, right? Really?
No. He demands new computers all the time. Oh, he has to have new computers. Fucking. And then all of a sudden he's doing these courses like every couple months. Like it's like nonstop now, and he has no time for anything else because Freudian slip. No time for anyone else because he's too busy doing his dated 1990s era media course, which is really just a come pay to hang out with Mark course and ask him questions. You'll learn a little bit from that course, but it's very dated. It's 90s era, how to do Mark Passio, nothing new, not using any new technology. How to fucking edit normally, all this it's it's not. It's a cool course, but it's not worth $500. That's for fucking sure.
You know
Anyone
what
on
I'm
YouTube
sensing?
does a better class.
I thought about Passio and his background, you know, Satanism. I have a feeling, I mean, that it's creeping on him, on him, you know, like his background, like his history, right?
Satanist stuff.
Yeah,
I've
because
heard that from a couple people.
you know, because he says, you know, I was in that mindset when I was younger, blah blah blah. All this materialism, you know, I mean, all this money stuff, kind of smells like that
Well,
past, right? So
it's hard. It's a hard fucking thing to kick, and and you know these guys aren't, like I said in my intro. These dudes, what their body of content, they are not their body of content. That is who they wish they were. You know, how these YouTubers or influencers portray themselves.
Yeah.
It's not who they are, it's who they wish they were. And most of these guys aren't being very honest. You know, and Mark is honest about
name only.
Yeah. Mark is honest about certain things, but he's very dishonest about others. You know, he tries to make it seem like he tells us about his problems and shit, but it's mostly, I'm just mad because you guys haven't made me rich yet. You know, literally, that's what it is. I'm mad because you guys haven't made me rich and famous yet.
Yeah, I
I'm
heard
not
that
getting.
he
And bro,
was complaining a couple of times on the shows, like, I don't get, like, I mean, people send me, I thank you all for donating or whatever, but he's like, I don't get it's not enough, like that kind of vibe he gives.
Yeah. The mixed with the I've done all the shadow work I need to do, or I've done most of the shadow work, I've done the no,
you're
don't
gonna
ever,
do the
those
shadow
words
work
should
until
never
you
leave
die.
your mouth, bro. They should never leave your mouth. I'm doing shadow work. That's what you should be saying.
Yeah.
Not I've done enough to do this. I've done enough to now slack. He's saying that's the problem with all these dickheads. They're all, oh, why are you picking on us, Jeffrey? And it's like, well, because you fucking know better.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're doing the wrong thing anyway. So I'm coming down on you harder.
It's like talking to vegetarians, right? Oh, I already doing my thing, and no, man.
Yeah.
The dairy, the cows, the chickens, the everything else.
Will Keller's excuse: the chickens are leaving the eggs around for me. They're leaving them for me. The wild chickens in my backyard are leaving eggs for me and my family. Fucking. Meanwhile, he's like, yo.
It sounds like
He's
Geri
like
Roski a
shredded.
little bit, fantasy, you know. The problem I have with Geri example, I'm not really. I wish that he was honest, but he doesn't seem honest. But because I see patterns, and I really, and because example, when I was in Amsterdam, I saw him. I didn't even go to shake his hand, and nothing. I just acted like I don't know him, right? Because I really didn't have a need to go and like meet him, like I'm a fan
Go
of
kiss
him or
his
something.
ass like everyone else does.
But my friends, they went to get a mask for the Cube of Truth, and even without asking, he asked if they wanted a photo with him.
Yeah.
So they didn't even
no.
ask for it, you know, like he
Gary's
assumed that they
definitely got
wanted
a big
photo.
head on him. That's for sure. The more I
Sorry?
see, the more Gary's definitely got a big head on him.
Who? Oh
Geri?
yeah. And that's the problem, that he tries to portray, just short, I don't want to talk about him so much, but like he wants to portray veganism like some kind of Garden of Eden utopia, like everything is gonna be peaceful, everything, like the lion is gonna sleep with the lamb, he's the
Bible
everybody
says,
was gonna be vegan and on a plant-based diet. It's not realistic. You can't control nature, right?
Yeah.
You know,
It's like
you
saying
can't.
we're going to get rid of bullying. Yeah, it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
no, we're never gonna get rid of
Herbivores
bullying.
are the most peaceful animals. I mean, gorillas are herbivores. They can be
Yeah.
really violent, like, I mean,
Yeah.
so, I mean, it's not about being peaceful. It's about not seeing animals as objects and resources. And when they put this new age stuff in it, like peaceful and, light locus and smokus and all this time, it's crazy. So that's the dishonest part, like that you see that what you said, like, oh, they are doing their thing. Some activists that reached out to me when I left AV said, oh, Aryan, give Geri a break, he did his mistake. Yes, but then he should publicly state his mistakes and retract them, because many people still follow his older work, right? With
I
mistakes.
mean, he kind of did in my interview with him.
Yeah. I hope I didn't follow so much, but
I asked him what do you say to people that say you, what did I say?
Oh, the predator calling, all that stuff. Yeah.
No, his Zion. If he
Israel,
tailors his vegan beliefs to his Zionist beliefs.
Yeah,
and
he said
kinda
both
giggled.
people are like, should be.
He took a
peaceful.
centrist kind of
That's his
pussy,
argument. I know.
bullshit,
I know.
fucking
I know.
centrist opinion.
Yeah,
I
but
probably should have pressed him more after that,
yeah,
because that's just a bullshit, like easy,
the
safe.
problem is putting people on pedestals. That's the problem. Like Mark is on a pedestal. Like all people are on pedestal, and if you question people, those people, then other people like block you or whatever. And no, man, we should always check ourselves.
Exactly.
And the
So
shadow work,
Trey Vicious is saying, we're in a prison right now, and this is a prime example of the inmates wasting time critiquing and fighting one another over bullshit-ass details and minutia. I disagree. I'm here to make everyone better. Since I've come around, I've noticed a couple little things. I'm not saying I've made a huge impact, but I've definitely changed a couple people's opinions who I badger. And I'm just trying to make these guys better. I want to be friends with and love all these guys, but their egos are too bent out of shape and too focused on materialism to be able to. They're so distracted. I'm setting the bar, I think, is what I'm trying to say. And you need to have people around setting the bar. I'm definitely not just infighting over bullshit. We have liars and scammers trying to teach people how to be moral. I don't see that as being bullshit ass details and minutia. If Mark Passio is completely letting scammers use his name to scam his students, it should be fucking called out. And it's not a bullshit ass detail.
and that's shadow
And
work.
I'm not just fighting over clout. This is a big fucking problem. This is why the fucking natural law movement has gone nowhere, because a bunch of fucking half-assers are involved.
It's like having
and the half-assers talk shit and alienate the people that actually do things. Who's Adrian?
Yeah, and vegetarian, like example, having a vegetarian in a like a vegan house, right? Vegan.
There's no such thing as vegetarian. You're a fucking carnist or you're a fucking vegan. You probably don't like that.
Why do you keep saying that? Like, I don't like the carnist word. I don't like.
I know you don't like tons of shit.
No, there's a reason for it. There's a reason, because the carnists and like Melanie Joy thing, Melanie Joy is not even vegan. I think
the word isn't even. The word's just another dumb stereotype.
The word is appealing like to vegetarianism, not eating animals, but because carnism, like carne and all this stuff, I don't know. But it doesn't explain, the mentality. It explains like blah blah blah. I don't know, like not to go deep into it, but yeah, like people who don't eat animals. Example of having one person who doesn't eat animals in a house that doesn't use animals. You know, let's say it like that. So the person that doesn't eat animals will start saying to the new guests what like the other like misinformation, right?
Yeah.
And then the guests will
start affecting everyone else. It's like dating someone, a vegan dating a non-vegan, and then fucking selling out veganism because their fucking partner isn't. It's just.
Sorry. What happened?
Oh, did you not hear me?
No, it went really fast. I don't know, like speed.
Oh.
Yeah.
I said it's kind of like when a vegan will date someone who's not a vegan, and just eventually not be vegan just because their partner isn't.
Oh yeah, I mean,
like
I'm like single now, like 2 years maybe, and for me, some people say you're gonna have a hard time finding a wife or a woman. Like, I don't care. Like, I have some standards. Like, you know, if I see patterns, if I see green flags, like somebody open to learn, okay, I give them some time. Okay, but if I see it's taking a long time, and you know, life is short and everything, and I don't want to waste my emotional energy and everything, you know, like if I see this patterns that it's really slow, really rejecting, you know, pushing them, not pushing it more, and then I say like, this is not honest, I think, so much, and like I would just do it in short notice more. Like I would date like a vegetarian person, like a woman, but like non-vegan. I would date if she's open to learn about veganism. If she's not open and really like egocentric, okay, next. Like I don't care. Right? But
yeah.
But it's, imagine having a family. You have a children, example, and your partner is not vegan. I mean, that's really problem big, you know, because what are you gonna teach your kids? How are you gonna guide them? You know, one says one thing, the other says another, and then there's like a gray area. They think it's a gray area, like having a, you know, like a statist and an anarchist living together, or I don't know how to say, like
yeah,
it's
so
confusing.
Stray Vicious, whether it's Larkin Rose, Michael Tessarian, or David Icke, their works are not going to be 100% perfect, and you don't have to agree with every single aspect to appreciate the efforts of these men. I'm not saying I don't agree 100% with this person. I'm saying they're doing something that contradicts everything that they fucking say.
Yeah.
It's not, we have a little disagreement. They're being dishonest. They're going against natural law. David Icke is also selling snake oil with the other massive known scammer, David Icke, Max Egan, and fucking Jeff Berwick are scamming people just like Will and Logan are scamming people. This just because, so we're not supposed to judge a man by what they do in the real world. It's just we judge them by what they do online, while they're cosplaying being someone else. That makes no sense, Carter. You judge a person by what they do in their life, not by what they say. They say a bunch of great shit, but they're a fucking piece of shit. You're supposed to clap these people? That makes zero fucking sense, bro. You got everything backwards. Makes no sense.
You know how much I anticipated Larkin Rose's film, you know, The Jones Plantation? A lot.
Yeah.
Like I really waited.
It's not his film. He was just simply in it. His name was thrown around. He didn't write it. He didn't make it.
Really?
He made some of the music with his wife. He didn't write any of it. It was all written by someone else. It's not his film. He's made everyone think it's his film, because he's a fucking shyster. Because he's another person who's out for money any way they can get. He fucking pimps out his girlfriend for money. Oh, look how hot my fucking wife is. Oh, look at my hot wife. Send us money. Like, go look in our earlier episodes. We've covered this shit a lot.
I saw the pictures of his
yeah, and then 15 years later, Larkin Rose's arguments are still garbage. They're base level, so it's like, and everyone's just worshiping him, thinking he's a filmmaker, you know, because he let everyone think it was his film. He didn't put any money into it.
He wrote the book, right? The
music,
the superstition, right?
Yeah, he wrote that in jail when he was in jail for tax evasion, which he made a plea deal to get out of after writing a book saying, I'm gonna fucking stay in jail the rest of my life to fucking prove government that I'm fucking badass. But then he made a plea deal to get out. Like, the dude's story is completely full of holes, and he's a fucking hothead, known hothead, like bad temper. He scammed Justin Pedini for a piece of land in Arizona, basically conned him into buying. I have a 2-hour video about that. Conned Justin Pedini into buying a worthless piece of land that has. Justin lives in New York. Why would he buy a piece of land in fucking Arizona? Like, but Pedini wanted to buy some place in some land in Mexico, and he had all this group together. Everybody was in on it, like wanting to go do this thing in Mexico. And then all of a sudden, Pedini buys this piece of shit land that only one family can live on in Arizona. And I'm like, what the fuck happened for Mexico? And he's like, oh, Larkin told me this would be better. And I'm like, what do you mean? And I'm like, what do you mean you bought a piece of land without looking at it? Like, he didn't go look at it. He didn't fly to check it out. He just bought this piece of land because Larkin Rose said so. And then Larkin's all, oh, dude, we need like a tractor. You should buy a tractor so I can fix this property and like put a road in it. I'm gonna make the road, so you should buy me a tractor. And I'm like, and Justin's telling me this, and I'm like, bro, what the fuck? So me and Allie drive down to this property in Arizona to go look at it, right? And Pedini's like, I don't know where it is. And I'm like, what do you mean? You told me you were going to get the address from Larkin Rose. And he's all, Larkin won't give it to me. And we're like, what? And I'm like, we're driving to this place right now. And then finally, like we were like practically there. Hey, Adrian. We were practically there. And Larkin Rose finally sends him the number. It was Amanda, so he had to go talk to his girlfriend and be like, "Hey, Amanda, can I have the address, like where this place is at, the GPS, because it doesn't even have an address because it's just a barren piece of land in the desert." So we finally get this address, and I get there, and they left really quick. So they waited to the last minute to give up the address, hoping we'd probably turn around, and then we get there. And we drive up to this place, and it's like impossible to get to. It's above this giant 5G. The road it's off of is called like Cell Tower Mountain or something, and there's all these crazy like antennas and 5G fucking shit all up on the mountain above this thing. And this whole property, we looked it up. It's in one of the most like liberal fucking counties. It's just the worst place. But it's near Larkin Rose, and Larkin Rose wanted to have a piece of land. So he completely ruined Pedini's plans. I mean, Pedini did it himself, but if you know Pedini, you know he's very manipulatable.
Yeah,
he's very young-minded.
Yeah.
You know, he got scammed a month later, through crypto. Like literally got scammed one after another, and I was just like, dude, do you have parents or something? Like, do you run big decisions by anyone in your life? And he's just like, no, man. Like, oh God, he's like so frustrating. But anyway, yeah. So Larkin took advantage of Justin Pedini majorly,
and he didn't wrote John's Plantation. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have I don't have no good reason not to like Lark and Rose. I think there's
I mean,
plenty
I
of
don't like him because he
evidence.
doesn't understand. He doesn't want to improve his morality. I mean,
It's one thing to be like, okay, well, vegans, that's cool, they're doing that, but he's actually anti-vegan, which is like, oh, you don't have any control over yourself. That's what that shows me. That shows me you can't control yourself so much that you have to lash out at people who make better decisions, more moral decisions than you. But that's a typical thing. These guys, especially with these guys like Will Kellers and the Logan Harts and all this shit, they think they're somebody, and they don't want to hear about anyone doing things the right way, better ways than they're doing things. That's why all the guys on the network are irate about us, because they know the vegans are doing natural law better than they are, or they'll ever be able to be, because they know in their hearts they don't care about animals, and they're not willing to go vegan. So they know even if they're looked at as this natural law warrior, they're still carnists, in our eyes. They're still scum in our eyes, basically. And they just can't stand that shit. Like Logan and Derek, no, Will and Derek, both to me were like, but I'm vegetarian, why are you getting mad at me? And it's like, are you out of your fucking mind? You're fucking carnist still. Like, dude, you think that's going to call me off? I don't side with all vegans all the time just because they're vegan. I side with the fucking truth. Like, I go after plenty of those dudes. I mean, Derek claims he's vegan, which I highly fucking doubt.
You know how I have two friends that are vegetarian. They're like punk, culture. I mean, all this, and they dress really like punk and with patches and everything. Really. I mean, they look cool, but they're vegetarian still, like 15, 20 years, I think. And my friend, like last year, he became vegan, at last, right? Because we met 2-3 years ago, and I started foreshadowing on him. Say, come on, you know the ALF, you know that people rescue animals, that they rescue cows, that are used for milk production, all this stuff. So what are you waiting for? Come on, man. Like, I'm not attacking you. I'm just trying to make you reason. Like, all the songs that the band Conflict, the anarcho-punk band Conflict from UK, they talk about activism, liberate, all this stuff. They are like, the singer. The singer was vegan, Colin Sherwood. He died this year, and it was a really shock when he died. I mean, and like, you listen to these songs for years, 20 years. What are you waiting for the other two vegan friends to go vegan? No, it's not about them. It's not about how they influenced you. They made you realize, but you don't have to idealize them and wait for them to go vegan so that you go vegan, so that you feel more, I'm here if you need help, right? And so I kind of showed him, went to the supermarket with him sometimes, and like bought some things for him to make him look, it's not so hard, right? I mean, just think about the animals, think, not to use them in any form. And he went vegan, but he's financially not stable so much, right? And the other two vegetarians, I think they're kind of like, when they talk with him, they can't make up excuses, right? Because he's in a worse situation financially than them, right? But he's vegan, and like, what's stopping them? That's the thing. Like, when they talk with me, they think I'm like a kid from a rich family or whatever, because my parents own a restaurant, and but when they talk with him, then they can't make up excuses like, oh, I'm waiting for the Serbia to get in the EU, so that we have more vegan options. You have vegan options. You made your own homemade tofu, man. You can't make your own homemade oat milk. Come on, let's be you know. So it's about integrity, it's about principles, right? So it's I feel really annoyed when like I want to talk with them about it, but I'm kind of you know, like I don't want to get in an argument with them, but I want to say, hey guys, what are you waiting for? Like, come on, you have patches with the animal liberation, whatever, but you're vegetarian still, you know, like what? And come on, like you said, you're going harder on these people that know better, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, it's like why push
Everybody
yourself
expects
a
a
little
break.
bit?
Everyone
Yeah.
expects a break. I want a break. Life is hard, so I want a break. Like no one wants
Like
to work hard
example,
for anything.
exercising. There's no, if you start exercising for your own health and longevity to get old, but in a good way, right? Not that you end up in a, how do you say, in a where the house for old people, you know, I don't know how to say that.
What do they call them? Old people home.
Nursing homes, yeah.
Nursing home, yeah.
So you know, if you don't take care of your body, then when you're gonna get old, you're gonna be a burden to other people, right? I mean,
yeah.
And
you're doing harm to the world around you by letting yourself
yeah,
get into that state. Because
yeah,
everybody else has
it's
to pick up the slack for you.
yeah.
Same for your mental state too. Taking care of your mental state also. Everyone else has to deal with your
socializing.
when you go crazy.
Socializing.
Yeah.
I say always to people, like the healthiest, the most important thing for your health is your heart, your lungs, and your leg muscles, your thigh. You know, like, because if you have good lungs and good strong heart, you know, you do some cardio, you walk 10 like 10,000
meters,
foot walk, you
kilometers.
know, foots, you know how they say in this modern now apps, all this stuff. And if you do, you know, walking like a lot, and that's a good thing, really good. And like example,
Hold on a second, Ariane. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Who the fuck said that any of Mark's work has been invalidated? Bro, you need to turn your discernment up. No one has said anything like that. We don't invalidate any of Mark's work. We want him to do more work because he stopped.
That's what I say right now. Like, it's like exercising, you know? You don't stop
people
exercising.
It's like what we were talking about earlier. People can't observe people having a disagreement and not see it as everything is being destroyed. Like, everyone's like, oh, you're destroying the network, Jeffrey. And it's like, no, I'm fucking not. I'm trying to get you guys to be better because you're fucking slacking. And if I'm not here saying it, no one's here saying it. So everyone continues slacking. I've seen several of the people that I go after progress recently because they're pissed that I've been calling them out and they want to have better work than I do. Like, if that's the only way I motivate some of these people, they're just like, fuck Jeffrey, I just need to make more content than him. And they put something out good, then I fucking motivated them to do more. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, but these guys, like, I'm not trying to destroy the network. I'm trying to point out, hey, you might need to take a little control of that ego you have of yours, because obviously you aren't practicing what you preach. And if Mark happens to be one of those people, then Mark fucking gets it just like anyone will get it. Anyone who crossed my path being a scumbag.
Accountability. Yeah.
Yeah.
So same like when I was
especially in that group, because this guy like Trey Carter, he's a yes man. He will say, oh, Mark, everything you do is great. Therefore, his brain gets warped from that, being around people who are just all yes, 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 yes. His brain gets fucked up by that, and it makes him not as good of a person.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see where you think that validating someone 100%. Look at fucking Geri Yorofsky. That dude's an egomaniac.
Yeah, example.
He's got problems.
When I was, yeah. When example, and when I was,
it doesn't mean he's a terrible person. It doesn't mean he's a bad activist, but he's got a little bit of an ego problem. It's pretty obvious, and it's because people have been kissing his ass nonstop, kissing his fucking ass, and that's what people do to Mark. And people like Trevu Carter over here, who's never going to say anything bad to him because he just wants to kiss his ass all the time.
Narcissism. They're narcissists, right? So
narcissists.
Yes.
So, I don't know if they're narcissists. It's a narcissistic tendency.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's not very. I mean, we're supposed to be independent, free-thinking, freedom fighters, not worshiping leaders and then looking away when the leaders do things wrong. That's what got us in this mess, is people constantly looking away.
Yeah.
While
how
leaders
dare you?
were doing
How dare
wrong.
you doubt Jesus's
This
words
guy.
or something like that?
Whoever.
Trump. So example, I went to Amsterdam and my friends wanted to go meet Geri, meet Paul, and all over stuff. And for me, I just wanted to go and ask Paul some questions, like, why do you block other activists, right, on social media? and I said,
that's not an innocent question. That's a question I'd ask. No one likes being asked that question.
Yeah, but I went to first. What I did, I took the group photo of the whole crew after the cube, just to let him know I come here in peace, right? I took his phone. He asked me to photograph all of his members. I took the photo, and then after, not to make a drama out of it, I went, Paul, excuse me, Paul, can I ask you some questions? He said, okay. And then he says, I'm concerned, I'm questioning you. Just I was watching some comments on the social media, AV, Instagram, whatever, and I saw some comments, and then I noticed that you blocked these people, right? So these people, I know these are activists, and they didn't ask me to ask you this, but why did you block them? And she said, because they're idiots. So this answer for me just confirms his egoism, right? Like he says, because they harm the vegan movement. Like it's same like what the comment said recently, what you said, you are harming, you're doing, you are destroying the Great Fork Network, right? No, man, you're just making housekeeping, cleaning, right? Maintaining. So in order to stay fit, you have to exercise every weekly, like all the time. Like if you don't exercise, your muscles shrink. So if you don't maintain, exercise and check yourself always, if you don't eat clean, don't respect your body, you're gonna be fat or whatever, right? So it's same like shadow work. You do that until you die. I mean, there's no I did my shadow work. No, if you just say that sentence, that's an egoistic sentence, right? I did my shadow, like I did my game. I finished the game. No, this life is a whole game, video game. So there is no end until when you die, then you finish the game. But then spiritually, I don't know, your energy goes somewhere else. I don't know. But that there's no I did my shadow work, or don't tell me. Don't. Who are you? How much work have you done to tell me? I mean, I would say if I did more work than somebody else, and that someone said to me, this what you said, kind of, I think you're a little bit, not knowledgeable, and I would say, okay, explain to me. I will really be open for like someone to tell me, but not like, oh, show me how much work you did. You know, like I mean, you know, like, if somebody who like a kid, if some kid says to me something like advice like how to do something in another way, I would say not okay, let's try it, but not like, oh, you're a kid, how much you know, you don't know so much, like, you know, that's his egoism, right? Maybe the kid knows something better, you know, than I do. So it's same like this, you know, if you give criticism or point out something, some patterns that are not good, then that should be like, there should be a why, like that there's people should examine that and not just shoot the messenger, shoot Jeffrey because he's, you know, trying to hammer down the cowardness of hiding from accountability, right? So yeah, it's people don't want people who react this like that like that you're not that you're harming the movement, the freedom movement.
Yeah,
they are afraid of taking themselves accountable, right?
I
Or
guess.
avoiding it. They are
No,
avoiding
they've got their egos up so big that they don't want to take an L at anything, so they won't even consider that they're wrong about anything, which is not someone who's doing shadow work, not someone who should be teaching natural law and teaching shadow work to people. And because I've pointed that out, that they think the network is the coolest thing in the world, their whole lives would be shattered if they found out it was all bullshit. You know, so they don't want to, they block me as far as they can. Dude, they've preemptively blocked us. Ali was blocked on Soundpath before anything, like they're talking to each other and blocking us ahead of time everywhere, in every one of their aspect of everything. I've been blocked everywhere. Ali's been blocked everywhere. They are cowards. And they don't want to even have the conversation about what I'm calling them out about. And everybody, I just keep getting these clowns that come here defending them.
Yeah.
It's oh, they're popular. Don't call them out. They're popular. Literally what they're telling me.
Yeah, popularity contest. Yeah.
Don't call out the popular guy. Well, I'm not here to make fucking friends.
It's like they're learning how to be popular, not how to be truthful, right? I like to follow the popular people because I see how the popular people behave, so it must be good, right? Because they are popular, they have views, they have followers, you know. So no, man.
Yeah. Okay. So
Statism
Mr.
is popular.
Trey Carter here, he's just like the monkey guy, the three little monkeys. Oh, it's not happening to me, so I don't care. I don't care that it's happening to other people. This guy hasn't scammed me, therefore I don't have any problem with it. And you are, what is wrong with this world, sir? Cowards, fucking clout chasers, trying to kiss people's asses because they fucking wrote a book or heard they said some line you liked. Like, yeah, there's nothing worse than the fucking celebrities and the celebritarians in the freedom movement. They're all trash. I've met all of them. I've worked with almost all of them. They're all full of shit. All these guys, you're this list of your heroes, they're all fucking scammers. Every single one of them only cares about money. They don't care about the truth. They will lie to make money any day of the fucking week. You're not going to find that over here.
Yeah, for example, you know, when you plan to have an interview with Geri, just short example, and I gave you a heads up, like just to be prepared for something, right? Just to know that there is some kind of backlash about him, you know. And
yeah,
I
didn't. A lot of drama.
Yeah, so I just say to you, hey, yeah, be careful not to idealize him or something like that. We are human, we make mistakes, right? So that's, I think, healthy, like not, you know, and you took it okay, you know, you took it with like you accepted it, you know, and everything, and you didn't say, oh, Aryan, you know, I don't, you know, he's done a lot of good, you know, you're talking bullshit.
No, I
No,
wouldn't do that.
yeah, and so yeah, I mean, it's always, we always have to have this filter, you know, to, okay, he's popular, there is a big possibility that people are following him because he has some popular speech or whatever, whoever it is, you know. Oh, we should be careful about jumping the bandwagon, right? So it's always have to be cautious, always. I mean, if you slip once, slip twice, then you're gonna, you know, go in that bad pattern of always assuming that somebody is has good intentions. Rather, they may have good intentions, but their knowledge is not in a good way, right? How to say, it's misguided. How to say? Yeah. So it all comes from respect, self-respect. You know, respecting others. You know,
Yeah,
so
like, and like you said, everyone's cool until you get to know them. And it's like, it's the same thing for all these guys. And you're never going to get to know these guys really just by following their YouTube channels. You're going to get the shell. You're going to get the person that they wish they were, their front, but you're not getting who they actually are. And that's something you really need to fucking learn in life, Trevu. Like, these dudes aren't supermen. They all have major fucking problems, just like all of us. They just had the enough of a narcissistic trait to fucking put their shit out there that much to get themselves popular, and that's not a good thing. That's a red flag right off the bat, really.
Yeah.
You know, it's something you need to be looking at, not just becoming enamored with this person because they taught you something. Because they're all just plagiarists too. Larkin Rose didn't come up with that book. That's all plagiarized shit. Larkin, you know, like Adam Kokesh didn't come up with all that shit. It's plagiarized shit. Ron Paul learned all that shit from someone else. Everything's been done. These dudes aren't changing the fucking world. They're asking for money. They're begging for money. And that's a bad fucking sign. Because money compromises people.
I even now, like, I'm reluctant to share the video, 12-minute video, I think, about like the statism narrated by Larkin Rose. You know, when he's
the little dog.
No, the other one that
The
he
video?
says the statism is a religion. You know, like.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. It's a good one, yeah.
Well, it was a good one in 2012. You know,
it
should be far more advanced past this point. And Larkin's gotten such a big head that he hasn't learned anything in a decade. So he's just like spitting out the same basic information, basically gatekeeping, you know, all these people, keeping them from really breaking out and learning the real truth by lying to them about morality. Not practicing what he preaches, begging for money instead of actually doing activism from the heart. You know, he's anti-vegan. It's one thing to be like whatever with vegans, but when you're anti-vegan, that shows a lot about your character. And so does defending celebritarians just because they wrote a book you might think is cool. Defending the actions, the bad behaviors of popular people. Those people should know better, and they should have more. They should be criticized even harder. Aryan, go to sleep. I'm going to get out of here. I don't want you to stay up any later. Thanks for hanging out, bro. You're the one, Carter, you're the one saying that you learned all this stuff from Larkin, and he's the guy, and I shouldn't criticize him at all for anything bad he does because he's the guy that you learned some stuff from. Night, brother. Thanks for swinging by, Adrian. Sorry your camera doesn't work. Did we do? Let's see. This one's good. Still continuing on our the brainwashing of the world by Joe Rogan series. Who is it? Too Lazy to Try? This guy, Elephant Graveyard. He put out the last video we watched about Joe Rogan's CIA handlers. This dude's based as fuck.
Well, all that comedy investigation into the rise of the comedy czar's hell world was exhausting. I had to get the hell out of there. So I've been out at my cabin just trying to think about something else for a change. Problem is, there's no free will, and I don't really get to choose what to think about. Been thinking about a lot of different things, but seems like for every question I try to answer, I end up with 10 more. It's getting ridiculous. But mostly the question that still haunts me every day is, how did comedy get so shit? Was it ever good? Why the hell do I even know who this guy is? And why for a moment, before my brain kicks in, does it seem normal that he's hanging out inside that sacred space at the center of the comedy universe? The comedy mothership green room.
How hard we laugh in that green room. And it's the most fun. And the best thing about the green room is how restrictive it is.
Oh yeah, I love
that you just can't go in there. You got to earn that spot in the treehouse. And so anytime you open the door, you'll see, some of the best comics alive. That's our little space, man, and it is the greatest thing on earth.
It's just impossible to make sense of anything going on here, and I can't help but feel like I must be living on another planet. I needed guidance. You know that our cerebral comedy guru, David Lucas, once told us that after his shows, we'd be thinking a lot.
My jokes are very cerebral. So if you come to my show, I might say a lot of crazy shit, but on your drive home, you're going to be thinking a lot.
And his wisdom is kind of what sparked this whole investigation into the comedy world, but I knew I needed to start thinking even more. So I wanted to go out and see David's act, and hopefully start to try and put all these disordered puzzle pieces together, to understand what's really going on at the heart of it all. Now, there's a lot of great stages out there, but for me, my favorite venue in the entire world, hands down, is a legendary Massey Hall in Toronto. Its stage has been graced by the presence of the most iconic, influential, and beloved artists of multiple generations. Gordon Lightfoot, Oscar Peterson, Charlie Parker, Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, Patsy Cline, Bob Dylan, Ella Fitzgerald, Aretha Franklin, Rush. Now, I don't know who any of these people are, but my dad says they're very important. I even saw my first ever stand-up comedy show there, Jerry Seinfeld, when I was just a wee lad. It's the oldest and most iconic venue in Canada, and performing there has long been considered a landmark event in one's career. And finally, in 2025, the strength of her stage's mythical hardwood planks would truly be put to the test, as the Killers of Kill Tony, including massive comedy success David Lucas,
I'll put my hand in my ass and make you smell it.
would be taking the stage for what promised to be a wonderful comedy event. So I watched the show. When it was over, you know what? He was right. And I was thinking a lot. I was thinking about how bizarre it was that these low-level, no offense, but subhuman cretins were able to perform at such a hallowed theater, wondering perhaps if I was the fool for giving the venue such reverence all these years. I pictured the ghosts of all my heroes standing on stage behind David, shaking their heads, not at David, but at themselves for being such fools, for thinking that making it to that iconic stage had meant something to them, that it meant something about their career, their art, and about the legacy they've left behind after they died. Poor Gord. I hated to see that. Seeing David's show only made me feel more confused about what the hell is going on with all this comedy stuff. And on that drive home, I really was thinking, why does everything that ever seemed good, like when I was a kid, now seems to be rapidly deteriorating into utter shit? And when I looked around at the other people in attendance at that show, evidently enjoying themselves, why did it feel like I was in another dimension? I tried putting a comedy podcast on, but all of them were just interviews with like the CIA or the FBI or some other guy that works for the president. Like, what the hell was actually going on here? I couldn't relax until I figured it out. In my quest for clarity, I even, and I'm ashamed to admit this, but I even went on the sacred pilgrimage to Comedy Mecca and visited the comedy spaceship down in Austin, Texas. I paid about $800 for a ticket. My ticket said something about a mandatory drink, but I'd lost the stub and couldn't remember how many I was dictated to have. The vibe in there was so tense, I thought I might get literally shot in the head if I did anything wrong, so I drank about 8 Negronis just to be safe. I went to find the washroom, and when I got there, to my dismay, I discovered that Joe, the comedy czar, had actually removed his own special from the Comedy Wall of Fame that he put up there. Maybe he just got embarrassed after we pointed it out, but I think it's the first sign that he knows his scheme is at risk of being exposed and he's begun to hide his tracks. But anyway, I watched the show. It was fine, I guess, but it really couldn't compare to the pleasure I experienced releasing those 8 Negronis into the toilet pipe. The armed guards at the door stole my phone and placed it in a locked bag, so I wasn't allowed to take any more photos, so I sat there drawing a picture of what I was witnessing on the free napkin that came with my Negronis. Now we've been getting a lot of feedback saying that we are very negative, so here's something positive about the experience. The show is only a couple hours long, which for $800 is insane, but it's so boring that it feels like it's about 5 or 6 hours, so that improves the value at least. As you walk into the room, you're reminded of 2 of the most horrific acts of brutality ever committed. Which is good because when you're thinking about what happens when an atomic bomb blows up over your head, it makes the terrible show you're witnessing seem like an okay alternative. No idea who the comics were. Who cares? They were shit. And of course they were, we already knew that. What we want to find out is why or how. But the vibe was very bad in there, very negative, and so I got the hell out of there and began walking down 6th Street, where a horde of scary, methed out ghouls began to oogle me, which, compared to the vibe in the comedy spaceship, was honestly much more welcoming. And that's when I saw it. In the alleyway behind the mothership, a flock of comedy pilgrims had gathered, lining up. They told me they had traveled from all over the country for their chance to win 1 minute of stage time there, their opportunity to climb the ladder to a higher tier class of human, a real comedian. I couldn't believe how many of them there were. They were all over the place, living in their cars, in tents. So many comedy pilgrims, everywhere, just taking over the entire area. And I started thinking about how the hell all these people ended up here. I started thinking about human migration. Like, how did you end up where you are? No matter who or where you are, at some point, some guy in your lineage looked around and said to himself, I gotta get out of here. Packed up and went to a new place. And with that spirit in mind, I packed my bags and headed home. When I got back to my cabin, I placed a photo of my guru above my typewriter with a sign that said, "Keep thinking." And that's what I did for several weeks, obsessively, compulsively. And it led me to discover what's actually going on behind all this unsettling comedy stuff. And that we were right to find it so unsettling and evil and vile, and that what we're witnessing with this Austin comedy thing is actually part of a massive operation designed to destroy the entire world. And I know that sounds kind of out there, but as you'll see, that's actually part of their design. I thank my comedy guru David for helping me get my thinking back on track. Tasme Shri Guru Namaha. To answer the question of how comedy got so shit, we need to go back about 375 million years, to the first of those migrations we mentioned earlier. Migration is baked into our DNA, guys. I don't know if you knew that in advance, but I am seeing on my YouTube analytics here that 87% of you only got your grade 10. So, in case you weren't aware, humans began as simple tubes, a mouth and an asshole, purest form of a proper organism, just floating in the ocean somewhere, and eventually that tube evolved into this fish kind of thing. And this fish, this was the first in our lineage to become a new guy and to migrate. The ocean where he was all fucked up, and he looked around and said, I gotta get the hell out of here. And he migrated out of the water and onto the land, becoming a land guy. He then somehow transformed into a little rat kind of thing with nipples. And the nipple rat evolved into like a monkey chimp thing or whatever. And then the chimp or ape or whatever, it became a human guy. And it wasn't long until those human guys, like that fish before them, looked around and said, I gotta get the hell out of here. And they migrated to every corner of the earth. A lot of animals have these built-in mechanisms. We are no different. Just like how birds have like a magnet in their brain or something, which tells them when and where to migrate somewhere else. It's obvious from these historical records that the human instinct to say, fuck this, I gotta get out of here, becomes activated in times of fear. Fear is processed in the most ancient part of our brain. It puts us into a fight or flight mode, just like the fish guy. And I don't know if you've looked around at the world lately, but people really are losing their shit. The whole world is on fire. There are crazy guys with nukes yelling at each other, and bombs are flying around all over the place. The air is full of smoke. All the fruit just tastes like wood now. We've all got microplastics in our brains. That can't be good. Plus, it's so hot out, I'm gonna piss myself. And don't even get me started on all those politics. What the hell is going on with TikTok? Why is China doing all that stuff? Why did they close the oatmeal plant down? I wanted to keep working there. Now I got no money. I gotta pay MSRP for my steel cut. Bullshit, man. You know what? And then he says it. Ah, f this, I gotta get out of here. Except this time, they've got nowhere to go. Not physically, anyway. But lucky for them, some of humanity's most powerful visionaries, the techno-wizards, have constructed a psychic ark to sail the seas of your mind and take you away from your problems and out onto a new frontier. A new reality. And here's where it gets crazy. It's a reality where there is no such thing as reality.
Lions.
The techno-wizards use their machines to ramp up your own uncertainty about what's real and what's fantasy, to the point where you're so anxious that you do anything just to be certain.
Those guys. No. It's all odorophonics and sonics and dimensional superaction behind glass screens. You know, look, you think of something, and bam, it's there in the wall.
Once you've lost connection with classic reality, you're just a guy floating out in the open ocean, desperate to find something to grab onto to save yourself, stranded and surrounded by a sea of danger. That is when the techno-wizards begin their most perverted sorcery.
The future is gonna be amazing!
They throw you a life preserver in the form of a new world, a new virtual world. In this virtual world, you're still going to be angry all the time, but at least you'll be certain, and that feels good. And because it feels so good, you just want to stay in there forever. Until eventually you've been in there so long that your new virtual world feels more real than your old classic reality. And once it's become more convincing than classic reality, it just becomes your new reality. Congratulations, you've migrated to a new place. It's a new reality, except it's anti-reality. It's what's called a hyper-real simulacrum.
The battle for the mind of North America will be fought in the video arena.
Yeah.
The television screen is the retina of the mind's eye. Therefore, the television screen is part of the physical structure of the brain. Therefore, whatever appears on the television screen emerges as raw experience for those who watch it.
Yep.
Therefore, television is reality.
Yep, exactly.
And reality is less than television.
There are a lot of visionaries in this world, all with their own ideas about creating new worlds into which we can migrate. But only a few have acquired the wealth and influence to actually execute such migrations at full scale. Movements triggered by everyone saying, I gotta get the hell out of here, happen all the time. Throughout history, wealthy, influential people have leveraged these waves in order to serve their interests, using their power to direct migrants in or out of places beneficial to fulfilling their goals. Someone we've seen exploiting the I gotta get the hell out of here phenomenon is this Elon guy. He was bullied a ton as a kid because he was a strange, scrawny little weak guy who could also be a bit of a dickhead. And so his teachers, his parents, nobody wanted to help him.
Did you have a happy childhood?
No, it's horrible.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Why was it terrible? You were bullied at school and had to
I was almost beaten to death, if you call that bullied.
He was shy and awkward at school, didn't have many friends.
On one occasion, Elon was pushed down the flight of stairs and beaten violently, leaving him in hospital for weeks.
And if that wasn't bad enough, and this is something you'll see with almost all of these anti-reality guys, Elon had a very bad dad who left him with a dad-shaped hole in his soul.
Very violent. It was not a happy childhood. My father has his serious issues.
When Elon received that severe beating as a kid, his father berated him and blamed him for it, made him stand for hours, called him an idiot, and told him he was worthless. Proper bad dad stuff. All these experiences made Elon internalize the belief that this world is a scary, dangerous place. Wouldn't it be nice to just get the hell out of here? Well, later in life, he acquired an immense amount of wealth and immediately began to use it to try and reconstruct reality, to cope. He put heaps of that money into trying to build this Mars colony thing, which is never going to happen, but that doesn't matter. The real point of his Martian cope is creating a virtual reality to migrate to, one where this colony thing would actually be feasible and he could actually escape the Earth and live on another planet. And that gives him hope that he could actually get the hell out of here. All this crap here, this is all just for Elon to fantasize about getting the hell out of here. Nobody is going to Mars, man. The world is still scary to this guy. He still feels like he's getting bullied when everyone online is telling him he's a loser. That's why he bought Twitter. Everyone on there was being mean, so he just bought the thing so he could control it. Pretended the millions of guys calling him a loser were just bots and trolls, so he could just kick them out and reshape the site into his own ideal version of reality, and then pretend that this simulated version of reality is reality. He wants to be a guy who's great at video games, but he's a total noob. He's the kid that would turn the Nintendo controller like a steering wheel while playing Mario Kart, while his mouth hangs open. Where I come from, we call that Thomasing, but Elon just wants to win something, and he can't play sports because, I mean, look at him. He never had the makings of a varsity athlete. So again, he uses his wealth to just pay guys who are actually good at video games to play the games for him. And then he pretends it's him playing the games. And then he got caught.
There are 4 things there.
And all the actual gamers all started watching him play and laughing at him.
4 things. He clearly has no idea, bro.
And started playing the games himself on stream, but just got harassed the entire time and then pretended his connection dropped so he could get the hell out of there.
Connection lost.
Elon wants him being a hero to be part of his hyper reality as well. For a while, he was seen as a savior figure, but that illusion evaporated. He tried to reclaim his hero status by inserting himself into the rescue of those 12 Thai kids trapped in a flooded cave. He stuck his nose into the rescue operation, despite nobody asking him to, and offered them an old metal tube from the SpaceX garbage dump that they were throwing out anyway, and telling the actual rescue divers who were down there trying to do their jobs to toss the kids in this tube and pull them out. When the rescue leader told him this is insane and makes zero sense that the tube wouldn't even fit through the intricate cave system, Elon rage quit and called the guy a PDF file.
Connection lost.
He's tried to add being like a funny comedy guy to his hyper reality, wormed his way into the stand-up comedy world, got on stage with Dave Chappelle and just got booed by an arena full of comedy fans. Rejected again. Even got into the government somehow. Started trying to cut all this funding from everything, hoping they'd give it to him instead to build more spaceships so he can get the hell out of here sooner. The president also started bullying Elon and ended up taking away his lunch money. And now, Elon's even more messed up, even more desperate to escape, and finding it harder and harder to cling to that Mars colony cope.
With Elon, where I said, Trump doesn't win, I want to just leave the country. And then Elon said, there's nowhere to go. Elon, you don't believe in going to Mars anymore. Elon, stop believing in Mars.
So he's allegedly retreating into a haze of ketamine-fueled escapism, just trying to get the hell out of here. The only way to make sense of all this strange behavior is that it is an effort to construct his own hyper-reality into which he can migrate and escape the scary world that rejects him. I actually saw a video of his ex-wife talking about how he does this, and I mean, she would know.
We create a parallel world to escape the world that rejects us, or the world that we find too painful to live in. But some people are so good at doing this and master such an amazing skill set that they take their world and they infuse it into our world.
She knows.
And they change the world.
Exactly.
And these are the people we call visionaries, people who move between worlds.
Exactly, yes.
Between states of consciousness.
Elon learned firsthand the idea of constructing parallel worlds and hyper-realities during childhood. He grew up in South Africa, a country designed by white guys from Europe who had to get the hell out of there, move to Africa, but then decided they didn't want to have black guys as neighbors. So they created this hyper-reality in which God commanded the white guys to preserve their race or whatever, and they had no choice but to segregate all the black guys in another part of town. Because if God wants it, then, I mean, what can you do? You got to do it. And by getting all the white guys to migrate their psyches into this hyper reality, it allowed them to do all the heinous shit they had to do to achieve their goals of creating this new society. If you have enough power and influence, reality can be whatever you want it to be, and very few things are going to challenge you.
We have a sort of grasp over the world.
Elon wants to do a full migration into his hyper reality, but he can't pull it off. It's not believable enough yet. His main problem is that not enough other guys are joining him in his hyper reality anymore. The more guys you can get to buy into your simulation, the stronger the pillars necessary to uphold the new reality become. Which brings us back to this. This, right here, is irrefutable proof that the comedy spaceship and the entire Austin comedy toilet is a hyper-real simulacrum of an actual comedy scene. The whole scene is ruled by its god king, the comedy czar, Joe Rogan. We already discussed how Joe became the comedy czar in our last video, so go watch that if you don't understand what we're talking about here. The comedy czar rules over his dominion with complete domination, and as you'll see, the entire scene is designed to strengthen and maintain Joe's personal, hyper-real simulacrum. Joe has been sliding into hyper-reality for several years, and is now completely immersed in the simulation. A reality in which he is a very smart, special boy.
My personality that is just immune to bullshit.
He has a unique ability to see what's really going on in the world, and he's helping society by scouting for the otherwise unseen danger up ahead.
I'm like a scout, right? Like if you sent me down the trail, and I'm like, hey, there's a cliff. We're running towards a cliff. Stop, everybody stop. There's a cliff! There's a cliff!
He believes the universe chose him as a sort of prophet, destined to help guide humanity through this age of chaos. But just like Jesus Christ, the people misunderstood and rejected him.
Like the universe has put me in this place where I can at least have access to more opinions than most people. And they're like, you're an anti-vaxxer! You don't believe in science! Hashtag Joe Rogan! I'm taking in opinions from all directions, 360 degrees.
Nice, all right, let's see what Joe scouted up ahead on the trail for us today.
I love Canada.
Shut
up.
up.
I love the people. I just think they're going down a dark road with this government.
Uh-oh.
They allow polygamy now in Ontario. Yeah, they just passed a
okay.
law. They allow polygamy because they have so many Muslims there.
His hyper-reality no longer has any real connection to classic reality. So when did Joe begin this psychic migration? Well, a few years ago, he decided LA was the reason his life sucked. So he got the hell out of there, moved down to Austin, Texas.
You saw it during the George Floyd times in LA.
Oh, yeah.
When they were burning those cop cars on the highway, and I remember seeing that going, I got to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, shit, he actually said it. When he realized he was still miserable in Austin, he had to get the hell out of there again. But he had nowhere else to go, so he began a full-on migration into his simulacrum. Because he's so rich and holds autocratic control over his entire simulacrum, he can be the dictator of what is and isn't real. Like the fact that he's a real comedian, one of the greats. And that the world as we know it is finished. It's the end of the age. Doomsday is upon us.
We are in Kali Yuga.
We are in Kali Yuga.
And the Hindus were very smart in their idea of, it was the Hindus, right?
Yes, the Hindus, yes.
They came up with this idea that there are certain ages, almost unavoidable, of civilization.
Correct.
That they go through these cycles.
What is the period we're in now? Because it seems like it's coming to an end.
This is Kali Yuga, man. This is some weird shit that was predicted by the Bhagavad Gita. This is
Battle of the Gods, Ragnarok. Tell me.
This is what happens in cultures. Like, it's almost inevitable.
He even has his own theory about what's driving us toward the end of the age.
Hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. We are now around soft men in hard times.
In his reality, he's a hard man in a world run by soft men who have allowed the destruction to happen. He's been yelling about that cliff we're all supposedly headed towards, but he feels like nobody's listening. So now he feels like the destruction must happen in order to restore the world back to its proper state.
I don't think we're going to wake up. I think it's going to take something like a natural disaster or some real event, some 9/11 type event. It's just, I don't know where it ends other than a wake up. And a wake up is like a meteor hits us.
As you can observe with your own eyes, this soft, doughy collection of spheres stacked on top of each other, thinks he's actually a hard man. But obviously, he's the soft man, making everything worse. He's one of the softest men of all time. Never worked a day in his life. Whines and complains for hours on his podcast over the dumbest shit year after year.
How dare we say Merry Christmas? How dare
Cries hysterically for no reason and thinks sitting in a sauna is some kind of achievement in overcoming adversity.
For the record, is that fake?
He gets duped constantly by the most obviously fake stories, photoshops, and AI images.
Fact check, volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass. Idiot. Yeah. And somehow he considers himself one of the greatest comedians of all time. It's embarrassing. It's clear and undeniable that he's living in some sort of inverted alternate reality inside his own mind. Just like we said. And if that's upsetting to hear, it's because you are also living in the same kind of hyper-real simulacrum, and that remark just threatened to knock down one of those pillars holding up your alternate reality. You're feeling this right now because once those beliefs become ingrained, the self-preservation instinct activates. And anytime those pillar beliefs are challenged, it's experienced as an existential threat because it could collapse the entire simulacrum and drag you back to that classic reality you had to get the hell out of in the first place. Consciousness is really just a big hallucination anyway. It's completely malleable. You change what's in that brain, and you change reality. For example, sometimes our brains get built a little wonky, and you get OCD, schizophrenia, all this stuff that makes your brain unable to stay in one version of reality. Very stressful. Likewise, it's very stressful when the pillar beliefs upholding your hyper-real simulacrum are challenged, as they threaten the stability of and your attachment to reality. It creates existential anxiety, and that anxiety must be relieved without destabilizing the simulacrum, and that often results in horrific consequences. Becoming the comedy czar gave Joe an immense amount of wealth, which allowed him to construct a sort of compound in which he could protect his precious simulacrum. A bunker, which would protect him from sliding back into the ever so painful classic reality ever again. And using his millions of dollars and massive influence,
Spotify.
Jobel's attracted a flock of devoted followers who uphold and strengthen his new reality for a chance to get a piece of the pie. It takes a whole community to properly uphold a hyper-real simulacrum,
CIA.
and Joe succeeded where Elon failed. Joe has been able to fully complete his migration by amassing a huge support network. He achieved this through several tactics. 1, by offering himself and his show as a friendship simulator during the loneliest era in human history, for his audience, but also for himself.
Oh, he's going. Day drinking rules.
2, in an era of political confusion and turmoil, he became a compass for guys with double-digit IQs who are too lazy to learn anything by themselves and don't even know how to, because they barely know how to read a real book or even a Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
Only could figure out what the coaster's for.
3, by becoming a father figure to guys who needed their dad-shaped holes plugged. Those holes longed to be plugged, and Joe became a convenient surrogate. His love and wisdom available 24/7 on Spotify, YouTube, or your podcast app of choice.
Come on.
And 4,
Buffalo Trace. We thought we'd do a sample tasting for you.
by providing an economic incentive model with his podcast becoming the home shopping network.
Tastes good.
As well as a PR washing machine.
This is funny. I went into Lorne Michaels' office, and he was talking, and I was convinced I was getting fired. Like, I knew I was getting fired. And I was like, if I get fired here, whatever, I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week, and I'll be fine.
And through comedy, by creating his own comedy cult with its own built-in multi-level comedy scheme. If you indulge Joe in his new hyper-reality, you'll be rewarded with opportunity. And because that feels so good, you'll soon find yourself migrating across the psychic ocean of your mind, joining Joe inside his simulacrum. That's why it's called the Comedy Mothership. It's a transport vessel that will migrate its believers into their new reality. Which reminds me of another cult, one of my favorites actually, Heaven's Gate. It too was run by a weird bald guy who wouldn't stop talking. This guy, Marshall Applewhite, but his friends called him Doe, which rhymes with Joe. Don't know if Joe designed his cult in homage to Doe's cult, but the similarities are striking. And I even heard a rumor that Joe's dog was named after Marshall Applewhite.
Marshall's trying to say hi to you.
Hi.
Hey, buddy.
Doe and Heaven's Gate's beliefs were a cool blend of alien spirituality and Christian apocalyptic prophecy.
I can't wait to get out of here.
Doe believed Jesus was an alien who came to Earth to guide us, and that Doe himself was a messenger from the higher plane of existence, sent here to warn humanity about the upcoming destruction. Sound familiar?
The name Jesus, of course, was the name given to the body that mind that was indeed from the kingdom of heaven, and that mind came for the express purpose of teaching humans how they could be saved, how they would not be plowed under at the end of the age. Well, we're at the end of the age.
Like the universe has put me in this place where I'm like a scout, right? Like if you sent me down the trail, and I'm like, hey, there's a cliff.
Now, they didn't have podcasts back then, but Doe's lengthy, rambling seminar videos would fit in perfectly to our current podcasting landscape.
When things are going bad,
Many times the worst things in the human kingdom that can happen to us end up being the best things that can happen to us.
there's going to be some good that's going to come from it.
Because we learn in-depth lessons because of those difficult times.
Unexpected problems, good. You learned.
They could actually say, thank you for the lesson.
Through his podcast, I mean his videos, Doe lectured that the end of this age is upon us, that the Earth was about to be transformed, recycled, but they could escape this doom by boarding a spaceship flying behind the comet Hale-Bopp as it passed by Earth.
We are one or two events away from living in the Stone Age again. And I think it could happen in our lifetime, and it could happen to you and I.
People who would consider themselves intelligent beings that say, well, that's absurd. What's all this doomsday stuff? What's all this prophetic stuff?
We're in this very strange sort of existential crisis as a civilization that's not being recognized. And in the meantime, we're distracting ourselves.
You know, intelligent human beings should realize that everything has their cycle. They have their beginning, they have their end, they have cycles.
Hold on, didn't we? Isn't that the exact same?
There are certain ages, almost unavoidable, of civilization.
Correct.
That they go through these cycles.
They have cycles.
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 That they go through these cycles.
They're the exact same fucking guy.
Every civilization, when they're at the brink of collapse, becomes obsessed with gender. The whole thing is falling apart. The foundation of our civilization is falling apart.
Doe offered his followers a way to save themselves from what he called the recycling of planet Earth, which was about to begin. He and the cultists needed to die so that the spaceship flying behind the comet could pick up their souls as they left their bodies, carrying them away to the next level of existence, to a new reality. The cultists all submitted to Doe's authority, believing that he was the gatekeeper through which they could ascend to that next level. The ultimate test came when that comet finally arrived. They all did a full sui in order to join Doe and board that spaceship. And if you know anything at all about the Austin comedy cult, this all sounds eerily familiar, doesn't it? That's because Doe and Joe are the exact same strain of guy. Think about it. Just like Doe, Joe also offers his followers a way to transcend their lives and enter a new reality by boarding the comedy mothership. The comedy cult's followers also must commit a sui to transcend into that new reality. Not a literal full sui, but the kind of sui that existentialist Albert Camus called a philosophical sui. When we're faced with the absurdity of life, the fact that the universe is pure chaos despite our deep desire for order and meaning, we have two options. You can embrace the absurdity, surf the waves of chaos without copes, or we destroy ourselves, either literally or much more commonly through a philosophical sui. You don't sui your body, but you do sui a part of your inner self. You kill the part of your mind that's inquiring, the part that's honest, the part that embraces life's absurdity without copes, and you fill the hole left behind with things that offer false certainty in place of honest doubt. Religious faith, political partisanship, materialism, hollow spirituality, scientism, hustle cut culture, digital escapism, reactionary nostalgia, being a fat drunk idiot all the time, philosophical overthinking. Cultism and guru worship, or complete submission to authority. Sometimes all of the above.
Greetings to you, my friends. It's me, D. Trussell.
Take this guy, Duncan Trussell, for example. One of Joe's longtime friends and a former advocate of radical honesty, truth-seeking, and psychedelic wisdom. Not long ago, he was the lone voice of reason in Joe's inner circle, and the only guy to openly predict how Joe would be corrupted by powerful forces looking to exploit him for access to his far-reaching media platform.
People have decided you're one of the magnifying glasses focusing this beam of attention into the world. You have to watch out because people are going to like try to exploit you. That's the main thing, is like people recognizing what you are, who have political agendas, will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world. And you have to wrestle with your identity. I worry about you, man.
He was well aware of these billionaire techno-wizard freaks out there, manipulating new media before it became too obvious to deny. He warned Joe about them being a danger over and over again.
We established they're these billionaires, and they live in these compounds. Right. And certainly people like Michael Hastings and other people, they get killed all the time. They're super powerful people who will use technology to kill people to have their own way. So that means that there is some group or series of groups of people that are doing like highly nefarious actions from places of power. Mm-hmm. We know that there is like truly a war to control the paradigm.
He was by all accounts an honest guy, and probably the only guy on that stupid podcast who would rather say what's true than just whatever the burgeoning comedy emperor wanted to hear. But those sorts of qualities are no longer welcome in the comedy czar's simulacrum. They're far too threatening. So once Joe migrated into his new reality, Duncan faced the hard choice of either embracing the absurd and maintaining his principles of honesty and truth, or committing a philosophical sui and joining Joe in his new reality in order to maintain connection to the comedy czar's sphere of influence. Oh, Tipahan.
Whatever's happening, you just have to make it a good thing. Anything that's happening to you can be converted into something either that's going to make you scared, self-destructive, rationalize your anger, rationalize your shitty decisions, or it can be used as a thing that completely converts you. Like at any given moment, you can shed your operating system. You could drop all of the hangups, all the weird shit at any moment connected to the great truth, the divine.
That was him 5 years ago. He's since followed through on this new guy conversion, so let's see how connected he is to that great truth. Ooh, that divine.
Let me ask you this, so what do you think about people who say that someone like Peter Thiel is the Antichrist?
Here's what's fascinating to me about accusing Peter Thiel of being the Antichrist.
Now, Peter Thiel, in case you didn't know this in advance, is one of the primary billionaire techno-wizards we mentioned earlier. With his immense wealth, Thiel wields massive influence in politics, media, and online information from behind the scenes. He says cool stuff like freedom and democracy are actually not compatible. Pete's company, Palantir, is deeply embedded with the CIA, ICE, FBI, NSA, police, and the military-industrial complex, and promises to be the most powerful mass surveillance platform to ever exist. He subscribes to a philosophy that believes that civilization as we know it ought to be destroyed, and from its ashes, a new technocracy should arise, a new state run by a CEO king who wields absolute authority. Pete is part of this new military tech industrial complex, operating with little oversight while creating autonomous weapons and surveillance systems, and whose algorithms remain a complete mystery. He's a caricature of a villain, straight out of a comic book. But Pete is real, and the exact kind of nefarious, influential guy that Duncan used to warn everybody about just a few years ago. All right, back to Duncan. What's he saying about Pete?
Here's what's fascinating to me about accusing Peter Thiel of being the Antichrist.
Stuff. He's very much
talking awesome. And it was like totally normal dude, obviously super smart. There didn't feel like there was any kind of like subversive anything, nothing to really be scared of.
Depressing,
so people say that Peter Thiel is Antichrist, just for argument's sake.
Who says that?
You hear that? He's actually getting mad about this.
Argument's
Who says that?
The reason Dunk's got to do this is because the comedy czar is actually Pete's friend now. So he had to become a new guy to stay in Joe's circle of power, a shriveled husk of a guy. being fed by the demonic umbilical cord attached to the bowels of the comedy czar, from which he can never disengage. He's cooked, finished, and God, look at him. He's just not the same guy. Look in his eyes, it's obvious. Those are suey eyes. Well, that's a confirmed suey for Duncan. Rest in peace, man. Quel dommage. Well, once you've entered the comedy czar's comedy cult simulacrum, you're expected to do your part to uphold the pillars of this new reality. Upholding the pillars allows you to stay in the cult and potentially reap the rewards that come from its membership. These tenets bind the simulacrum together, and as we already explained, the more guys you've got upholding the pillars, the more stable the new reality becomes, which is vital because if the simulation crumbles, it's all over for this stupid experiment. All cults need their tenets, and the Austin comedy toilet cult, or whatever we're calling it, is no different. Because Joe is the sole autocratic dictator of the entire scene, he could construct his world however he wanted to.
Starting it from the ground up. So it's this completely new thing, and it can kind of go a lot of different ways, and a lot of different things can happen. You don't know what's going to happen one way or the other. Those things are very exciting. It's scary, but it's exciting.
The primary pillar, like all cults, is the steadfast veneration, devotion, and reverence of the cult leader. Just like Jim Jones, Joe originally sold his comedy scene as a utopian paradise.
So make it as fun and as comfortable for the comics as possible, as welcoming to the comics as possible. It's a warm, inviting environment, and the whole idea is just to make it so that I can make it so they feel like this is home.
And just like Jonestown, it quickly devolved into an authoritarian nightmare.
I like the intensity of the mothership. I bring my opener. He's having a rough set. I'm sitting on the balcony watching it. Rogan is standing there watching him bomb like this. Rogan goes, he's bombing, man. He can't be here. And I go, I agree. Kill him. You want to kill him? Kill him right now. We'll break his legs. Get the Navy SEALs. Let's shoot him in the face. And then the kid got off stage, and I felt really bad. I said, listen, you got to go right now. Gonna kill you. Joe is unhappy and it looks really bad. You got to get out of this club right now.
Cultists all submit to the authority of its charismatic leader who can never be questioned or crossed. He's a supreme leader. And Austin is comedy North Korea. Comedy cultists must pay tribute to the dear leader by praising him and are expected to excessively embellish his abilities, often to an absurd degree.
How many people on Earth do you think could kill you? 100, to be generous?
Maybe.
Very few people can kill you if they want to.
This is straight out of the North Korean playbook, where they pretend their dear leader was the world's greatest golfer after shooting 38 under par on his first ever round, including 11 holes in one. Comedy cultists are expected to study the beliefs of their dear leader and prove their commitment and allegiance by repeating his own opinions back to him.
I was doing the cold plunge after I did the sauna. I've incorporated a new thing that I was telling you where I get up first thing in the morning, I get in the cold plunge.
Sauna cold plunge thing, I'm so into it.
That's awesome.
My hotel choice, I'm solving for places with sauna cold plunge.
Of like a real legitimate professional comedian that can go up and do an hour and kill.
Not
How many guys?
many. Arenas, not many.
Not many.
Yeah.
Not many for theaters. How many for theaters? Is there
I would
50?
say
100?
Yeah.
Maybe 100?
Probably less, man.
And by making sure your act panders to dear leader's personal interests and beliefs. You do that, you can tape your special at his spaceship club.
I got 2 daughters. I got a wife. She's a she, her. Just want to let you know that right off the bat. Like, the plumbing matches the pronouns, if you know what I'm talking about.
And really just doing whatever they got to do to appease him, no matter how debasing or humiliating it might be for them.
This is Chris Stefano's very first time ever.
Okay.
Lighting and smoking a cigar.
Okay. Yeah.
Light
Is
that
this
cigar.
the right way?
Yeah.
He's going to vomit. I want to see him vomit.
Get it on there. Get it on there. All right, you're good. Just start pulling. No, you're not. Breathe in while you're doing that. Puff. Keep puffing. There we
This
go.
is so mean.
Yeah. Take a sniff of these bits. Come take a sniff.
Take a smell. Yeah, you want me to go on the other
Yes,
side?
my
Come
king.
take a sniff.
Humiliation.
Yeah, that's right. Get in there.
Yeah.
Humiliation.
Not bad, right?
Yeah.
And the most shameful lie of all of them, you got to pretend that dear leader is actually funny. You got to laugh at any attempts at humor, no matter how embarrassing for him or you.
Baby, I'm a baby. It's all about me.
That's what it is.
What are you, some kind of communist? Sorry. Boy.
Like, I'm a legit world-class comic. Like, I'm real.
Yeah. Everybody knows you're a comic.
The lie functions as a loyalty test.
Congratulations on your magnificent success.
Thank you very much.
And you're a comedian too, huh?
Yeah.
No shit.
You are murdering so hard when you're climbing on a stool. I was like, holy fuck. Because we all thought you're just like a famous guy who just does stand up on the side.
Uh-oh.
And we were like, nah, this guy's a murderer.
There it is. This lie is just so egregious, I had to call this brain science guy called Sam to get some perspective.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you.